eclipse times.
Do I believe
timing of eclipses, like when they happen? Do you think that they predict that time based upon using the heliocentric model in mathematics to figure out when it happens?
Do I think they predict it? I don't really
Do you
know.
think that that's what they use? Like they use this model?
I don't really know about eclipses, man. I mean, it's pretty spooky.
Well,
I mean, I went to it and I looked up and I was like kind of pissing my pants. It was pretty creepy.
Well, they can't predict eclipses using the model.
Yeah. I don't really know anything.
They
about
use
eclipses.
the model, the math to predict eclipses is something called a Saros cycle, and coincidentally, it was invented by flat earthers.
Oh.
It was invented by the Chaldean not invented, discovered. The cycle was discovered by the Chaldean Babylonians in something like 2000 BC, and they were all flat earthers. The first accurately predicted eclipse was by a guy named Thales. You've probably heard of Thales theorem, right? So
Who do you think is
he's the
faking
first
all
person
this?
to ever predict an eclipse accurately, and he was a flat earther. He thought the Earth was basically, like you said, like an island floating on water.
I got a question. Who do you think is faking all this stuff, saying that Earth is a sphere and that it's in space and that space is real? Who do you think is saying all this?
Space Court just banned me. That kid's been waiting to ban me for 5 years, I bet.
Why do we think? Well, most people, I would say, it's tradition. It's a cultural tradition, right? It's the foundation of Western civilization. Why we think we're smarter than everybody else.
Oh, okay.
Right. So when you went to school and you got history class, right? Who did they tell you was like the smartest people? Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, right?
They really don't teach us that stuff anymore.
They don't teach you about Isaac Newton.
Nope.
Or Galileo.
They just teach us a bunch of dumb shit, you know.
Well, that doesn't shock me. Anyway,
Einstein.
Oh, go ahead.
No, they teach you about Einstein being very smart. They teach you about that.
Oh yeah, I've only heard about that when I was in kindergarten. That's it.
They tell you about
Oh,
Einstein in kindergarten. No, they didn't. Stop it.
In kindergarten, they told you, "Hey, did you see this ball right here in the back of the room? You leave it right here on this ball." They told you that.
What?
The spinning globe.
Einstein has a single patent. Want to know what it's for?
Yeah, what?
A woman's blouse. It's not a joke either. It's like dead serious. There's a patent for a woman's blouse. He also liked wearing women's shoes. He also married his cousin. He also had his son locked up in a mental institution. Wasn't a very nice guy.
None of them are once you really look into it.
Oh man, it's yeah. If you look into it, it's pretty disgusting. But like people. Here,
before you go on
quick,
oh, go ahead.
Just real quick, because his question was basically, why are people, teaching this? Like, why do they think this? They don't question it. They just, their parents told them, their school told them, and it's just like a tradition where people just keep saying it over and over again. We've had people that have PhDs in physics come in here, and they know about as much of the globe or heliocentric model as you do, because they just accepted it, in fifth grade or whatever, and never questioned it. And
he was just talking. He was just saying Einstein was taught to him in kindergarten, which obviously it wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like what they call higher learning is after you graduate high school, right? That's where you get higher learning, right? Which is really that term is really more of a Masonic term, but you're not actually baptized into that information. I'm using terms that maybe you're not familiar with.
So there was a reason which to ask you that the 3 points, right? The 3 points is to basically illustrate to you that you were taught the Earth's a globe, and they never gave you any evidence to support it, right? They basically said, just believe us.
What do you guys think of God?
Pardon me?
What do you
What
guys
about
think?
God?
What do you think of him?
What about him?
Do you believe in him?
Personally? Of course.
Him? How do you know a God's a him?
Yeah, we assuming him, hers, is, it's.
Yeah,
You're
it'd be more
assuming
proper.
it's gender?
It'd be more proper to say, "Do you believe the Earth was created?" That
Do
is
you believe in a God?
because they're trying to give us a contrary argument, saying, "Well, the Earth wasn't created; it just happened from nothing."
Wait,
Which
You mean
guys,
El Elohim?
at the end of the day, it still implies a creator. Go ahead, Sean.
You mean El Elohim?
what?
But
So you guys don't believe that the Big Bang was real?
do you?
Violates
Nah.
first law of thermodynamics.
It violates cause and effect.
Did you know that the Vatican likes the Big Bang Theory because they invented
Yeah, what?
The Big Bang Theory was invented by, with George.
Religious people.
What was his
Religious
last name?
people.
Lemaitre.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Lemaitre. He was
Wait,
a
my
Jesuit
teacher-
priest and astronomer.
My teacher keeps saying that the Big Bang is real.
How do they know?
I don't know.
What evidence?
Yeah,
did you
they
present?
don't they don't know is the answer.
She kept saying Big Bang, Big Bang. I was like, dude, I hate this class.
So listen, the whole point. I think you're just missing the point here. The point is, they say things, and what are you supposed to do?
Not
You're supposed to
believe
say, what is the evidence for that? Right?
Yeah.
So they say there's a Big Bang. You say, what is the evidence for Big Bang? And all they can do is stutter.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if the same question comes up in your mind that I had when I was in high school, and they were trying to teach me evolution, and I was just like, "This makes no sense to me."
Yeah.
Is it because I'm not smart enough to understand it, or is it can I feel them trying to shove it down my throat and I just reject it? Which is my prerogative, just like, hey, you can believe me or you can just make your own stuff up or whatever. Hey, I'll choose the latter, which I'm not making my own stuff up. There is another idea called creation that we don't have to swallow their freaking Big Bang Big Bang. Well, Big Bang is a creation story, whether you want to believe it or not.
Yeah, there's no difference. I mean, what's the difference between what's the evidence for God created the universe versus nothing created the universe? There's no evidence for either, right? We don't have the evidence of how reality was created, when it was created, how it was created. Nobody knows that answer. And the arrogance of saying you do and teaching it to all the children of the world is pretty disgusting, in my opinion.
Just a comfort blanket for atheists,
Jesus
so they don't need to say the
loves
word
the
God or
little
creator or designer.
children.
They can just say nothing created everything, and it
Yeah,
makes them feel better about their creation story, even though it's no different.
I got
Sure.
a question for you, Indio, or actually
Yeah.
2 questions.
Go ahead.
How old do you think the Earth is?
I have no idea.
And do you believe in the Bible, like the Christian Bible?
Do I personally believe in the Bible?
Yes.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I do.
What do you mean Christian Bible?
What's that got to do with anything? This is a flat Earth server.
I don't know.
My listen. If your idea is that people in this server think the Earth is flat because of religion or something like that, you would be completely incorrect. I would dare to say I've never met any human being that thought the Earth was flat because the Bible said it was flat.
Right.
Yeah, that's one of our arguments against.
I just don't know the difference between a Protestant Bible and a Christian Bible. I didn't know Bibles were doctrinal.
Yeah, sure. That's a different argument.
Right, this isn't a subjective conversation. You can go test the surface of the Earth yourself to see, in fact, it's not curving and the geometric horizon is non-existent. Right, so flat Earth is about the falsification of the claimed Earth radius of 3959 miles.
Yeah, and like, remember I was saying evidence for that? If you ask us, you think the Earth is flat, what is the evidence for that? Have you ever experienced anything different? Right? Everybody's experienced the Earth is flat and motionless, and that's just the starting point. And this was told to you by Witsit. We've used lasers to determine whether water is curving or not. It has to be curving for the Earth to be a ball because the surface of the Earth is 71% water. You can't have a 71% flat ball, right? So if the water is not curving, then the Earth is not curving. And if the Earth is not curving, it's not a ball. And you can test this yourself. You don't have to trust us. In fact, we don't want you to trust us. You can easily test this for yourself. Because, contrary to popular belief, the Earth is small and the curvature is great. It's a lot greater than you probably think it should be. So how much, like from eye level, how much drop should the surface of Earth be away from your eye level at a spot 10 miles away from you? Take a guess.
Wait, can you repeat the question again?
Okay, eye level, right? So
yeah,
10 miles away. So the Earth is supposed to be curving down and away from you, right?
yeah.
Okay, so 10 miles away, how far under your eye level should the Earth be? How much drop is there?
Like how many miles of drop?
In 10 miles, it wouldn't be miles of drop. I'll just give you the answer. It's 66 feet.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Oh,
he can Google it.
This isn't like, but the thing is, it's an exponential. It's an exponential curve from eye level.
oh.
So if you can see something 30 miles away that should be behind the curve,
30 miles, 700 feet.
Yeah, where's the curve?
So you've gone 3 times further distance, but the drop is 10 times more. So the longest distance photo is 276 miles, right? From the Pyrenees in France to the Alps in France. And the mountains that have been taken in this imagery should be 2 miles underneath the horizon. It's clearly visible, right? And it's not just one photo, it's many. The beginning, these photos have been taken in this area since like the 1800s.
Yeah, it's the point of that because the sun is setting behind those mountains, and they're trying to get the longest distance they can actually capture an image of these mountains. 200, what is it? 275 miles, or
Yeah,
is it
275? I think 270. There's also one that's 308. So listen, I'm going to post a link in the live stream of a wiki with it's got over 100 observations in it of distances starting at like 6 miles going all the way out to 3. I think the longest one is 308 miles.
cool? I'm gonna save that one.
You haven't seen the wiki, Helio?
Well, I don't visit it. Well, I've seen it. I just don't save
there's one
everything.
that's 308 miles. I'll post it.
See it now.
That one's supposed to be 40,000 feet below the horizon. Yeah, this one.
It's like I actually want to save. I don't know if I can save everything that's on here onto my hard drive. But wow, yeah, that's a lot of stuff. Hey man, I appreciate you putting this out there, Indio. You've done a lot of hard work.
Well, yeah, because man, I made my so every time someone would make a new video of an observation, I had a playlist, right? An unlisted playlist, and I just just add it to it. Then I'd go back and then I'd see the videos were missing. I'm like, shit. You know what I mean? Because you know how they're always deleting flat Earth channels on YouTube.
Sure.
So I'm like, I got to make a permanent record of this. So even though most of the videos are on there YouTube, I got a backup of it that I could actually host. So I have all the original.
So is this
videos.
on? Not to expose anything. Is this on your own personal server, or is it somewhere? Yeah. Cool. Awesome. Hell yeah.
So here's another one for you, dude. In 1918, during World War I, the Brits, well, in Australia, Sydney, Australia, a radio geek was, this is when radio is brand new, right? Brand new. It's probably like 3 radio stations in America. He noticed that he was picking up radio chatter of Germans in Australia. Germany's 10,000 miles away from Australia. So there's no repeaters. There's no satellites. The idea of satellites wasn't even invented yet. That wasn't thought of until the 30s by Arthur C. Clarke. So they set up their own radio system, and they talked from Cornwall, UK to Sydney, Australia in 1918. If the Earth was a ball, how did they do that? Knowing that radio signals can't penetrate ground.
How far is that? Like 10, 12,000 miles?
10,000 miles. It's nearly antipode because the circumference is 24,000 miles, right? So 12,000 miles is on the other side, right? Exactly on the other side. So this is 10,000. Yeah. In 1918. So there were no satellites. There was no repeating antennas. Has to be line of sight. The only way it can be line of sight is if the Earth is flat. At least for 10,000 miles flat.
Bye-bye ball.
Yeah. The Antarctic Southern Ocean Sailing Guide says right in it, it's not uncommon to see mountains 300 miles away. Well, the tallest mountain on Earth is Everest, and it's 5.25 miles tall. 300 miles away from sea level, you should only be able to see a mountain that was 11 miles tall, which is no mountain on Earth. They say this is not uncommon to see this.
Sure,
And people this is published by the National Geospatial Agency. So this isn't us. See, why would they publish that? They think the Earth is a globe. It's the Geospatial Agency. Right? They think the Earth is a globe. Why did they publish that? Why didn't they say, hey, that's not right? Because no one checks. Everybody just believes it. Earth is a globe. It's normal to see 300 miles. Because the Earth's so big. Right? Nobody checks. They never.
They're not putting it in. They're not putting it in the context of the shape of the Earth.
Yeah. They just say, "Watch out, sailors! This is what you might see."
It's the cartoon. Santa Claus ate the cookies. You know, even though he didn't actually bring the presents, he just ate the cookies. You know, when you wake up Christmas morning. You can see something you shouldn't be able to see on the ball, but Santa Claus ate the cookies.
Oh, box art. I like that glass graphic, man. Pretty dope.
I didn't make that one. One of the mods in here made that.
Oh, really?
I'll give them credit whenever I think of who it was, but I snagged it from them.
Huey will take credit.
Won't take. I haven't actually. I'm not near the ocean. I'm fucking landlocked in Arkansas. I can't take credit for any of that shit. I might steal it from somebody. But I was gonna say, like in Hawaii, you know, with the Hawaii Islands, man, there are a lot of people who can see a freaking island 100 miles away when they go on these different cruises across. You know, when they're on tours of Hawaii.
There's a published paper on them doing
100 miles away.
There's a published paper of them doing a laser test island to island. They weren't testing for curvature; they were testing for atmospheric turbulence. So they're testing whether they could do a laser-based communication system. Yeah, they're shining. I think it was 136 kilometers, something.
I mean, you guys know wwho Joey is, right? Joey Rocha. I mean, he's
say Joey Harrison.
but I know, man. I'm not a big fan, but he lives in Hawaii, and he's done some tests over there, and he does tours and stuff, and so that's where what I'm talking about. But yeah, from his tours and his observations are cool, but his personality is kind of sketchy. And I don't mind saying so because it's been whatever.
So Snobby, you were taught in school that scientific claims must be testable, repeatable, and verifiable. You have to be able to replicate this stuff.
They literally said that whales used to be the size of dogs and that they walked on their feet.
Yeah, I know. They say much. They say that started in the ocean, came to the land, then went back to the ocean.
Yeah.
They say a lot of stupid shit. But I mean, it's well known by now that at least in America, the Prussian education system is. I don't know if you're aware of this. The American education system, as it is now, is called the Prussian education system.
Prussian army.
Prussian, not Russian. Prussian.
Yeah, I know.
So it was an education system that was invented in when they even said it was to create obedient workers. That was the purpose of the education system. This is right at the middle of the Industrial Revolution when they came up with this. They need people to man the machines. They don't want you to think. That was come up with at a different time, a different era.
Got any other questions, man?
Shooting stars real?
Yeah, listen, they're real. We see them. Obviously, stars and planets are real. We see them. What they are, no one can prove. They're inaccessible to us, right? All we can do is look at the light. They look at the light and they say, "Ooh, look, a rainbow. We know how old it is, how far away it is, whether it's moving, its size." They claim all these things that they say they can tell just from looking at the light.
Hey, you know what's really interesting about that is that the stars move in the same pattern. And as far as we know, they've been moving in the same pattern for thousands of years. It's been recorded throughout human history. So what they are, the ancients didn't try to figure out exactly what they are. In modern times, they're trying to figure out what they are, and they attribute certain aspects to these stars. And, they call them galaxies. They give us an idea of that we live in a part of a galaxy that was called the Milky Way, right? So it's like, bro, you think that that flat earthers didn't used to think this? That we used to live in the we're the third rock from the sun in the Milky Way galaxy, and a portion of the Milky Way galaxy, and all this stuff. Anyway, so what this star is made of, how do you think they came up with this idea of what this star is made of? You think somebody else smarter than you figured it out?
Science, bro.
No, it's not funny. It's not funny. It's really sad that they freaking confused us. Do you think that they really figured it out? And on top of that, the wandering stars, they fake landed a rover on Mars to tell you that the wandering stars are planets like Earth, and all that shit's fake. It's not real. They lied to you. If you think that they put a rover on Mars, that's it's just not real. We can disprove that bullshit, in a heartbeat. And
Right.
I'm not trying to take the piss out of you or anything. I'm just like, if you think they do that so that they can sell their bullshit lie about the galaxy.
Any claim to travel through the medium of outer space that can't possibly exist adjacent to our pressurized system, that claim's automatically voided. Right, so we have gas pressure right now. So that's what the third point was we went over.
All comes down to gravity too, with third point as well, with the vacuum without a container, or the
Why are you
vacuum
arguing for the
space.
Culver's helium? He was making a point about gas pressure. Why are you arguing gravity, bro?
Hey, my bad. I'll back off.
But that's
Hey,
another
you
one of
guys.
those things.
Hey, you guys, check me. I'm good.
You're fine,
It's all
buddy.
good.
Jamesy, you're out of line. No.
He took off anyway.
Oh, he
Fuck
did?
you, Jamesy.
What do you just
Hey,
jump in and just
hey.
fucking check me and then fucking run away? Run away!
I'm here.
No, it's all good. I'm just fucking with you. Go ahead.
He was here for a lot of truth, so that was good.
No. All you guys do.
Another
some
sleepless
good
night
truth.
out there.
Up there in Mars, the red planet.
Fucking La La Land, bro.
Oh, yeah, they both left. That didn't last long.
Look, you love how they have this like false dichotomy, these Gulbers. Like, if you don't believe the story, you're saying it's not real at all. Like, what are you on? Stop sniffing glue.
Like, all of us see the same goddamn thing, right?
They'd be smarter if they sniffed glue.
Yeah, gravity.
We all see the same thing. It's how you interpret, right? It's like, in who do you believe? Who do you believe?
If you have to interpret, you've already lost. That's the whole point. If you have to interpret, then it's subjective, and then you're just talking out your ass, and it's just your opinion. They're saying it's absolute fact, and that they need millions of dollars to build a big telescope.
What the fuck is a telescope gonna do?
It's gonna show you nothing.
Don't you know, Helio? You can measure the ground by looking at the sky.
You totally get depth perception with the monocular lens, right?
Yeah.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, they have binocular lenses as well. I mean, but it still doesn't prove a goddamn thing.
Still no parallax. What even with binoculars?
Yeah. Where's the goddamn parallax?
Cool word.
I've never heard
Ain't
a
never
Cobra
seen it.
adequately explain something. Negative parallax has been observed.
Negative.
Yeah. So if you do the math, the star's behind you. You're looking at it, but it's actually behind you.
Wow. So is that like having -2 apples?
Virtually.
Awesome.
Well, hey, whenever they say, do you believe in stars? Well, they believe that the stars aren't even there, right? That they're just lights traveling to you that already
Millions,
died,
billions,
right? So more like,
billions.
do you believe in stars?
No, here's the problem with what they say. In case anyone misunderstands, the lights in the sky that we're observing are measurable in their mind, measurable distances away. And some are closer, some are further. But there is no parallax in between these things.
Can you say the way Carl Sagan said it?
Did you say Cargan?
Carl Sagan.
Oh, Carl Sagan. What? How about enlighten us, Jamesy?
Billions and billions and millions of billions of millions.
No, hold on. I mean, everyone understands well, not everyone understands parallax, but as far as what they say about the distances to each star, we can, what if you go by their idea, there should be parallax, but it's never observed.
Well, it used to be a different star in the past, and it will be a different one in the future. Just now we have Polaris as the North Star. But it
Does
used
it
to
even
be a
really
different.
have to do with North Star? I mean, yes, of course, we all know we see Polaris. I mean, that's in our certain little portion of time. Eventually, maybe there will be another
That
North Star.
parallax point is important, definitely, because we experience
No,
that.
I get that.
If we were moving these huge distances, there should be some noticeable parallax.
After 26,000 years, Polaris makes a half circle according to their calculations. We're well, I'm not most people aren't quite aware of that. They're just like,
It's like
you flat earthers are dumb.
It's like going on an Easter egg hunt, right? And you're convinced there's a bunch of Easter eggs everywhere, but nobody has actually laid any Easter eggs out. So you're out there going like, where's the fuck that, man? They hid these good, right? Same thing with searching for curvature. It's not there.
Where are these eggs laid by rabbits and bunnies? Where are they?
Yep, bunnies lay Cadbury egg babies.
But where's this fucking parallax? Where's the stellar parallax? Just really help us out, Globies, man. I mean, we've been looking for that shit for 4 years.
Listen,
where's
man.
the?
Listen, you and I are not at the North Pole or the South Pole, whatever that is, right now. So talking about the sky and trying to use stars to prove what we're living on, it's a fool's errand, sir.
No, well, I'm not looking for it. I'm taking the piss out of the people that are looking for it, to be honest, because I used to think it was something, but I wasn't paying attention, because I was too broke intellectually to pay attention, and now I have intellectual, monetary value to expend, and ask these globies that say, "Hey, everybody knows that the Earth is a globe, and I have plenty of freaking monetary, intellectual, all that kind of shit. This is what everybody believes it, and you're just a dumbass because you don't believe it." It's like, bro, all the flat earthers know exactly what you're going to say before you say it. So what I don't have, intellectual monetary value here, and as far as this conversation goes, come on, bro. I already know what you're going to say.
No sympathy, no mercy.
It's like, bruh.
See, I ask loaded questions to let them know that they don't actually know what they're talking about. A lot of times. It's like, oh. So, so the sun is 93 million miles away. How do you know that? And most of the time,
Google.
they don't know. They don't know
Google.
how that number came to be.
Google, man. Google knows everything.
No. Even if they Google it, I can bust the Google claim. So it's freaking easy. And so it's just like, go ahead and make your claim so that I can debunk it. I mean, come on. Don't be scared. It's all good.
Super duper.
I mean, it's the same with other claims. It's like, well, the Earth is 24,901 miles in circumference. Okay, cool. Let's confirm that. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if someone's coming to you saying, yes, I actually trust and believe that the scientists have figured this out, they know. It's like, well, how are you aware of how they confirmed that? And that's the essence of the 3 questions that we ask a lot of people. When they come in, that's the essence of it. So Like, are you sure that they've actually confirmed that? And they really don't have an answer. And that includes, PhD scientists, that we've talked to before. Or they're not scientists, but they have a PhD in certain areas. But they really can't confirm that. Physically, they don't really have a record of that. It's like, hey, well, we've confirmed it mathematically. It's like, well, that's not physical observation. That's not science, bro. Where have you figured out that the Earth is the third rock from the sun, 24,901 miles in circumference, 93 million miles from the sun, spinning around the Milky Way galaxy? And they're like, you're just dumb. You're just too dumb to figure it out. It's like, nigga, I've been looking at this shit for years. What the hell? I'm too dumb? All right. Am I too dumb to ask you a question how you figured it out? It's like, I learned that shit in school. All right. Somebody told you that, but have you confirmed it? Well, somebody confirmed it because they taught it to me in school. Well, that's kind of backwards, isn't it? Like, you haven't confirmed it yourself. You just believe it. The point of the 3 questions. You actually can't confirm it. You just believe it. Done with my rant. Anyone else want to continue?
Yeah, I just want to point out an absurdity. I don't know if anybody heard this before. It's quite amusing, to me at least. If you dug a tunnel through the globe and out the other side, right? Say you dug it straight down and went to China. Right? And then you fell through this tunnel, right, to the other side. How long would it take you to fall to get to the other side?
I've often thought about that, India. It's like, how far would you have to go down before you start having to dig up?
Because once you're at the center, right, everything's above you. Right? But you have momentum, so you're going to keep going a little bit, and then more of the earth is going to be below you. Because if you start digging, right, gravity's supposed to be, the mass of the earth is supposed to be pulling you down. But eventually, if you dig far enough, the mass of the earth's above your head, so you're going to fall in the other direction. But that's not really the point of this. The point of this is that, say I dug the tunnel at an angle, and I didn't go directly down. Okay. And I went at some angle, so I was off. You know what they say? Still takes 40 minutes. And no matter what angle you do from the hole, if you dig a hole through the earth, no matter directly to the other side or at some off angle, it takes the same amount of time, according to the mathematics, which is stupid, right? So if my tunnel's 10,000 miles, or whatever, what's the diameter? 8,000 miles long. If I go at some angle in that tunnel, it's only 5,000 miles. Still going to take me the same amount of time. Fall through the earth.
I remember watching a TV show where it was like a doomsday series, right? Where it was like Australia and London or whatever, and they had this elevator that went through the earth, and they experienced, the change of gravity. They had an elevator that they built through the core of Earth, and it's so silly. But it was a decent show for the drama or whatever. But it was just like, you get in the elevator and you go to Australia, and then you go to fucking London, and you flip, when you're going through the core of the earth. Gravity.
I was thinking this morning about like how much like space propaganda, I've been exposed to. Right, shit about space. You remember Space 1999, Helio? You should be old enough to remember that.
I don't think I've seen that one.
This is way back in the 70s. Here, I'll post like an image of it. Battlestar Galactica. Remember that?
Oh yeah, I remember Battlestar Galactica, of course. But yeah,
Space 1999 was like 75 to 77. So I was like a little kid, dude. I remember that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was 75. I was 2.
Yeah, it was like 3.
Yeah. So, you know, it was a little before my infatuation.
Oh, this is like one of the first like hits I remember, man. This stuff, like this is what like their spaceships looked like.
But they'd been working on that shit
I was
since
thinking
the
it was
early
worse
1900s,
now.
man.
Well, I was thinking like I always thought like they're upping it and it's worse now than ever before.
It is.
Actually, no, it was actually pretty bad back then. It was, at least for children, at least, you know.
Yeah, but and of course the idea was already there, you know, back shit in the 20s, 30s. I mean, they were already talking about space travel in the early 1900s, and the graphics got better and better in Hollywood. It's like spaceships, so we're gonna go travel across the universe. The whole thing is just why do you want to go somewhere besides Earth? Even though it's, well, I mean, in the 1900s especially, it was pretty bad with the world wars and shit. Pretty fucking bad. But wow, man. So
I guess my point is it's been going on a long time. I mean,
well,
at least for me, man, at least in my experience, I was born in 72. So we had this Space 1999, Superman's from Another Planet.
Well,
were you
ever at a point, India? Were you ever at a point, India, where you thought that alien intelligence was plausible, like from other planets and stuff? Because I never bought into that shit.
I was born in 72
you know what?
also.
I don't really, because I was like a total space nerd, but I've always been like a realist. So it's like, how far away they say the shit is, it's like, no, that's impossible.
Hey,
you're not traveling fucking a trillion miles.
I was born in 72. You covered Battlestar Galactica, but what about busy? Buck Rogers.
Buck Rogers. Yeah. Flash.
What about
Buck Rogers and the 24 and a half.
Oh, and what about Danger? Danger, Will Robinson.
Oh shit, that too. Yeah, man, it's been going on a long time.
What about? Hold on, Helio. Hold it right there.
Sorry, Mike.
Barbarella, yo. They use boobs. They use boobs to sell space in Barbarella, dog. Come on. I was gonna go to space with a big-breasted, see-through outfit astronaut just like her.
I'll go back to the globe right now.
I was hooked.
The globes, I should say.
Globes. Oh my God, Mom, I'm going to space with a chick like that. I'll never be back. I'm a rocket man, Mama.
2 globes and a big ass moon.
Tig old biggies. Lift off.
Yeah, but in reality, Jane Fonda don't have big old titties.
No, but come on. She was hot in Barbarella, but you know what I think nowadays, right? You really don't want this answer.
You know what? In modern times, the
mighty big animal.
The person that they say has spent the most time in space, 666 days. Some skinny ass woman with no tits on the ISS.
Oh, she beat Don Pettit, right? Because Don Pettit for a while was.
Yeah, it was 666 days.
Oh, really? What a convenient number.
How about that?
It's just a coincidence.
This little skinny ass woman just said, "Oh, I'm an astronaut."
Uh-oh.
All right. Helio said she has no teeth, so Barrymore start the investigation right away.
Yeah, we better look at that.
For Barbarella?
She might be a he. Let's look into
them
it.
motherfuckers are transgender. The investigation's over. Shit.
Easy peasy.
Pretty sure it was 660.
Right there.
I'm sure it was 666 days, and they were just like, "Yes, nobody spent more time in space than this skinny ass woman. 666 days."
Man, I wish Caddy was around.
Yeah.
Or somebody. I need some old person in here because you know how like Apollo was televised. Like, did they televise any of the stuff before that, like Gemini or Mercury? Did they do any of that stuff live? Or was that all like recorded? Or was like Apollo like the first so-called live I'm in space type stuff?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I want to find out.
Peggy Whitson.
Mort for Mort.
Because listen, I've been like kind of like investigating this David
Kazoo.
Bowie Apollo connection space shit, dude. Because he did that, Space Oddity, Major Time to Ground Control. Like, where did he come up with the term ground control if they never televised? And like, if he had never seen it on TV, you know what I mean? How would he know their lingo?
Hey, in case anyone thinks I'm full of shit, I'm gonna post it here in the live stream voice text, and I'm gonna post it in the Discord on YouTube.
And they're still gonna think you're full of shit, Helio.
I don't give a fuck. It's on ABC. I mean, ABC said it, so I mean, if you want to believe ABC or me or whatever the fuck,
ABC is full of shit.
Don't
even
defend Westworld. Westworld came out in 1973. You know that?
Westworld?
Yeah.
Fuck, real?
Mm-hmm. It's one of the top 10 sci-fi movies from 1973.
You know, that did seem familiar.
Soylent Green, Slaughterhouse-Five, Silent Running.
Dude, those movies are so wacky.
Dark
Everybody
Star,
was on acid.
Phase 4. These are Terminal Man.
Space Force.
Everybody.
Yeah, everybody was tripping in the 70s, man. Yeah. You see that little grim man? Kazoo!
Acid
Kazoo,
babies,
where
bro.
are you?
We're acid babies. That's what we are.
Kazoo was on the Flintstones. Even in Bedrock, they had motherfucking little green men.
Man! What was that
that's
band?
right?
Yeah.
Were there any aliens in the Jetsons?
I'm not sure.
How the fuck are there aliens from time traveling aliens in the Flintstones, but not in the Jetsons?
I don't remember any aliens in the Jetsons. They were just talking about like the electronic future, and it was like what they're driving their cars in space, in air over air across Earth, and then Mr. Cogswell Cogs and Cogs. Yeah. So it was just more about
Space Leaf rockets. So they got space in there.
Space Leaf rockets. Yeah, exactly. I don't remember aliens.
They didn't go to space in the Jetsons, did they?
I'll punch every fucking alien in the goddamn face.
I'll punch them in
That's racist.
They may or may not have nuts, but I'll punch them in the nuts if I can find them.
I'll get the neck. I'll get a nice swift blow to the neck.
I'll slug him in the face with my 45.
You guys seen John Carter?
Yeah.
Long time ago.
So those books were written in like the 1800s.
Yep. Yeah, the idea of space.
I think it goes back. The earliest I've heard of it is, I think it was Berkeley, philosopher George Berkeley. I think he was a bishop, Catholic bishop. It might have been him. It's Imonidians. He came up with like some like fictitious alien race.
Like the book, John Carter. That's like anyone, from Earth being able to go to Mars. That kind of thing wasn't really a thing until a couple of 100 years ago. Like that was a physical planet you could go to. Am I wrong about that? I mean, were there other literary things?
John Carter of Mars took place in the days before right around the automobile.
Yeah, I think you're wrong about the timeline. I think the John Carter thing was like was it early 1900s?
I thought it was a series.
Google it.
Let me look
I am
it up.
Googling it.
We're both Googling.
Princess of Mars, 1912.
Yeah, so I was thinking it was early 1900s.
Maybe I'm thinking Jules Verne or something.
Jules Verne was like going to the center of the Earth. But anyway, as far as outer space, like the planets being physical bodies that eventually people could go to, as far as fiction writers go.
Okay, 1616 is the first science fiction novel. Here, I'll post a link.
Okay. Yeah.
According to Google.
But science fiction doesn't have to mean like physical bodies.
Aliens or space, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, science fiction can mean all kinds of things.
It can be anything that's scientific but fictional. It's a broad category, yeah.
It's just the chemical wedding. Let's see, what was this one about? 400-year-old story about a man who journeys to a mysterious royal wedding. This really has nothing to do with outer space. As far as I can tell, just scanning through it.
Yeah,
I'll
find the first one.
All right, cool. It sounds like a pretty cool book, though.
I'm going to bring it back to Flat Earth real quick, might as well. Got Professor Phil in the YouTube chat talking about the simplest examples for you that demonstrate Earth is a sphere is the fact that we have satellites orbiting Earth that you can observe. So, he's saying, basically...
satellites could orbit a flat Earth.
He says, stuff on screen says light in sky is satellite. And to him, that might be empirical proof. So let's see what he says.
My cousin worked for the Navy, and he was like the air traffic controller of space. He adjusted satellites, and I asked him, could he prove it was globe with satellites? And he said, all I do is watch blips on a screen, Michael.
Exactly. There's no way the operator or even most of the people
no offense. He builds them, but my cousin maintains them in adjust their orbit, and he wouldn't say the shit Phil says.
Now,
where's the difference come from? Where we getting this Delta variance here, Bill?
What if I say no? They're actually fire-breathing dragons, right? So, if you see a light in the sky, you can observe a light in the sky. It's actually a fire-breathing dragon blowing out flame, but he's very far away, so you can't see details. But you just see it as a bright light. So I just proved fire-breathing dragons using Phil's logic. You could say it's anything. It's a giant fucking firefly. How about that? I see a light in the sky, therefore satellites exist. The stupidest, most idiotic thing. Phil, seriously, I don't know what you're a professor of, but you really, you're sad.
I don't see how anything non-tangible, nothing we can't touch, can be a verification of anything for a certainty. That's what I
He just
don't
wants to
get.
believe it. He just wants to, it's got to be that his position is the truth. His psyche won't be able to handle the break when he finds out the truth.
So I'm claiming that the
He's not going to
International
find it out.
Space Station is 7 feet long at 40,000 feet, going 350 miles an hour. It's a drone. You can't. There is no positive idea on that light in the sky.
Dude, Phil, satellites are unverifiable. I don't care what anyone says the light in the sky is. See that? It's going across, it's flashing. Cooled beans. So you know what we see, and that's the only thing we can see, and it's the only conclusion we are allowed to come to, is that it's just a light in the sky moving and blinking. That's it. I don't care what your screen says. I don't care what your friends say. I don't care what job you've had. The Earth is flat. You can't change that, bro.
He's not going to specify which light either. It's like, hey, bro. And I'm posting. I posted it already a little bit, but I'm about to post a hyperlink. Fucking the chat. So many damn tabs. Here it goes. Here's the.
So, Phil, how do you know how fast your satellite's going? What's your speedometer in your satellite? Like, how do you measure speed? This is what I want to know. How do you measure speed? How do you know the orientation relative to the surface of the Earth? Who was the satellite guy? His name's like Stuart something. He came in here. Do you remember him, Helio?
It sounds familiar, but I just
He
can't.
was like his satellite. He's one that claimed that he sent the satellite to some freaking comet, and then it came back here and dropped off, comet dust.
No, I actually. Hopefully, I missed that one.
So I asked him that same question. How did you know how fast it was going? How do you know its attitude in space? Meaning, what's its orientation? Oh, NASA tells us. This we said. NASA's Deep Space Network tells us how fast it's going.
So he has the inside scoop.
And listen, this dude, he claims that he has like a Facebook page or regular web page about like all the stuff he did on this so-called satellite. So he
has the inside scoop because he can go access public information. Wow, that's really.
He had
cool.
pictures and stuff of himself doing the shit. Like,
oh,
he claimed to do just about everything but.
Well, you have pictures of that.
But the point is, he claimed to have involvement in this satellite, almost everything, other than fuel in the rocket. He still didn't know how. He still did not have the primary knowledge of how fast it was going.
Okay. So
if he doesn't have primary knowledge of how fast it's going or where it is or what it's doing, and he has to be told, even he is a believer.
Yeah, so I mean, he didn't have primary knowledge, basically, which he might have known someone that was directly involved with the project, and then he said, "Hey,
no. He was involved in the project. There's no doubt he was involved. Okay. He was involved in it. What I'm saying is, when this satellite is supposed to be in space, he has, after it launches, he's told everything.
Well, sure. I mean, I think everyone on the ground,
he's told. Where's our satellite? NASA says it's here. How fast is satellite is going? NASA says it's going this fast. He has no primary knowledge of anything the thing's doing after launch. He sticks it on the rocket after that. He doesn't know anything.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I get that. No, I don't remember that guy.
I'll look it up. It's definitely him. He has a YouTube. He came in here. Yeah.
If I heard it again, I'd probably remember it, but right now I don't.
Okay, I'll post this. Okay.
Now we got a guy in there saying
mission,
that.
Here, go
Sorry,
ahead.
go ahead.
Sorry. I was
gonna
just telling everybody that I posted the link to the mission that the guy was involved in. That's it. That's all I have to say.
The Stardust thing?
Yes, this is what he says he was involved in. This person that came in here. I'll find his name. It was definitely him. It was definitely he was involved in it. But even him, who had like gazillions of jobs, I mean, he did a bunch of stuff. Programmed some of the software, computer hardware, right? Designed, engineered different parts. He did a lot of stuff. So he had a lot of like tasks, right? And he didn't know, right? It's like Don Pettit, right? Don Pettit, he's done every possible role on the International Space Station, but doesn't know any of the emergency procedures. Because they're just like Star Trek, right? You got the mechanics, the engineers, the safety officer, the this, the that, they have all these little titles. Mission commander. So Don Pettit's had like every single job. And they ask him, what do you do if you have a leak? And he's, oh, then you have a leak. Discord dies, everyone just quiet. Alrighty then. Did everybody stop talking, or am I going crazy?
Oh,
Everyone
I'm just
stop talking.
dealing with the slime in the YouTube chat, pounding away.
Yeah, remember, everyone, Professor Phil is the guy who said that if you keep on filling a balloon with helium, eventually it'll go down. Just remember that that's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh man, God, I want to say something vulgar right now about that.
Well, why not?
Because it's it'll shock the conscience. It's that bad. I should call him a pedophile just because he's a little bit. So this guy, Stuart Gray, he came in here. So this guy's launched a bunch of satellites. Just quote space. Once they leave the launch pad, he has no idea where the fuck they are. Professor Phil, do you think that people landed on the moon and walked there? Something made out of curtain rods? Oh my goodness. Any of you guys familiar with the it's a website called aulis.com, AULIS.com. It's all about the Apollo hoax.
Yeah.
They have an article called Why Flat Earthers Are Incorrect About the Apollo Missions. And they're complaining that Apollo hoax proponents are being compared to flat earthers. And immediately go to mentioning the Flat Earth Society. A movement promoting the notion that the Earth is not a globe was founded in Britain in the mid-19th century, gradually becoming virtually moribund. The Flat Earth Society was resuscitated from 1956 through 1971. The 15 years that saw the genesis. Crude spaceflight. And guess who wrote it? Gerald White. He's a fucking dunce. So, anyway, I was actually gonna, well, something he wrote, which I actually do like, called an article on all this called "Adam Ruins His Credibility," and he quotes. This is specifically for Professor Phil. This is a quote from Apollo Flight Director Gene Kranz recounting simulations. The MCC technicians were fed flight data, voices, television pictures over the landlines from the MSFN, which is the Manned Space Flight Network. For training purposes, the MCC technicians were sent simulated data over the landlines rather than actual flight data. Apollo Flight Director Gene Kranz recounts these simulations on page 234 of his book, Failure is Not an Option. In the late 1960s, our simulation technology has progressed to the point where it became virtually impossible to separate training from actual missions. The simulations became full dress rehearsals for the missions down to the smallest detail. The simulation tested out the crew's and controllers' responses to normal and emergency conditions. It checked out the exact flight plan, mission rules, and procedures that the crew controllers would use for a later flight. The beginning section of this statement by Kranz appeared verbatim in an interview that he gave for the 2003 History Channel documentary of the same name. The simulations Krantz says, in quotes, the simulations were so real that no controller could discern the difference between training and the real mission. Due to the realism of the practice simulations, the way data was handled between MSFM and MCC, there's an argument to be made that MCC technicians could be fooled by simulated data and thus need not be in on it or in on any conspiracy. An incident in the Mercury Project puts into perspective how departmentalized, I don't know why he said it that way, compartmentalized is what he just said, NASA is. The first unmanned orbital mission was Big Joe 1, a boilerplate test. The launch vehicle, intended to send the Mercury spacecraft into orbit, was the Atlas T. However, when the two vehicles arrived to be mated, it was discovered that Mercury wouldn't fit atop the Atlas rocket. NASA engineer had to resort to taking half an inch off the heat shield thickness with an angle grinder. Yeah, sure he did.
We got some classic characters there in the YouTube chat. Now we've got a person, I can never pronounce this name, Trillian? I can't do it. No, it's not Trillian. I wouldn't even open the mic for something like that, but this person is just obfuscating. He's like, you know I'm a paid agent, right? Like, okay, sure. Good for you, loser, I guess.
Was he going to pay the food stamps?
I don't care what he is. I don't even care if he's human. He can either come at me, bro, or bring globe evidence, or both. Whatever you want to do, kid. Then we got Tyrone the Gravity Pimp. Just saying nonsense as well. Telling me he thinks I'm using drugs while I'm studying to be a substance abuse counselor. Over a year sober. You're right, Tyrone. I'm not over a year sober. No way. I hadn't worked on it for 20 years either. No. You're right. I'm just fucked up beyond belief. Wow. It's a wonder I can even use the keyboard.
Well, the Earth must certainly be a globe because, whatever. So every time you see someone in the world with like personal problems, that proves the Earth's a globe. That's what I heard.
Makes sense at this point.
Yeah, it makes sense to me, man. It's globe logic. As in, there isn't any globe logic.
So we got the guy in the chat. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say the anti-flat earthers, man. Like, there's this thing about people, because human beings, we live in like a hierarchical society. I think these anti-flat earthers, because they're like probably like space nerds, and they tell all their freaking friends and family, about all their space facts. I'm the smartest person in my family because I know there's 9 planets in the solar system. So I'm the smartest person around. And everybody hates them. But they think that they're going to fall in the hierarchy because if the Earth is flat, man, all that useless frickin' information that's bullshit will make them fall, and they'll just be revealed as douche nozzles. Right. What's that show? Big Bang Theory? Who's the nerd dude on that?
All of them.
No, the king nerd.
You mean like the autistic guy, basically?
Yeah, the autist. Yeah.
Yeah, Sheldon is his name.
Sheldon. Like, that's what these anti-flat earthers are. They're just like a bunch of Sheldons running around, just saying stuff that like, I'm gonna act like I'm smarter than everybody else because I'm gonna spit out facts about space.
It made me realise as well. I don't know if you've ever watched Big Bang Theory, but I've watched a few
Yeah,
episodes
I've
with my
seen
sister.
it. Yeah, I've
You
seen
know how like Leonard and Penny end up dating? That's
Yeah.
definitely that is a nerd fantasy. Like there is absolutely no way that a girl that looks like that in the real world would ever date a guy like that in the real world.
Well, yeah,
Unless he
no
had
way.
money, of course. You know, like
Not doing his job. So you're right. It'd never happen in the real world because they don't get paid a lot. Like there's no high paid astronomers.
yeah.
I mean, other than
So
like they need to do other things like write books or do what like Neil deGrasse Tyson does, right? Run around.
he's not really
and
an
start
astronomer, is
speaking
he?
to-
He's like a TV personality now. I mean, he's been in films and
He has
TV
a
shows and shit.
degree in astrophysics, maybe, or astronomy. He has one published paper that I know of, but the rest of what he's written are just books.
Yeah, but what I mean is, like, what does he actually do for work? Is he an astrophysicist or is
He
he a
works
TV
at a
personality?
planetarium in New York City, whatever the name of
Yeah.
that thing is. I think that's his real quote unquote job.
Right.
He's the planetarium director of whatever planetariums in New York City. Planetarium director. Dude, talk about the least impressive freaking title. Like, hey, baby, can I buy you a drink? Yeah, how are you? So, what do you do for work? I'm a planetarium. Check, please.
I just sit here and buy chicks drinks all day. Mm-hmm. That there's my job. Bartender's my secretary.
I mean, think about it. Like, at least an astronomer's doing something. They're looking through an expensive telescope. Planetarium director, they're basically, it's like a museum director, or freaking like the vice principal of a school.
Right.
You direct traffic
I like
through
going
through your planetarium.
I used to like going to the observatory out here in Ella Sharp Park. We got an observatory where they project the stars onto the ceiling.
Oh yeah.
We go out there, play soccer, go to the observatory on Saturdays, and then spend the rest of the day at the pool. Had $1.50 all day swimming pool, Olympic sized pool for $1.50 all day.
Harvard, there's an observatory here. I know Harvard has one, but I don't know. I don't think they use it because, what do you call it? Light pollution.
Yep.
Too fucking bright with all the city lights and stuff. It was probably like built like in, quite a long time ago.
Well,
and I also think they have another one that's like a telescope in air mass, which is like 20 miles away from here. More than that, actually. Yeah, maybe like 40 miles. But I mean, what a useless human endeavor.
What, talking to these fucking people in the YouTube chat? Yep. I don't know why I'm doing it.
Yeah, that. But no, but like astronomer. It's a useless human
astronomy.
endeavor. Like, think about it. Just think about it. What utility could possibly be had by staring into frickin' sky at stars? Think of one practical
I
good
don't know,
thing.
man.
Like one thing, just one thing.
Take a
Because
ride
once
on
you
the
time to the
train.
sun and the moon, you're done, right? There's nothing else we need to know. Like, there's nothing else that, like, okay, you time the sun and the moon, now we know the seasons, boom, done. Like, you don't need to know anything else. I mean, navigation, yeah, but you don't have to be an astronomer for that. You don't need to know what the stars are made out of. Freaking use them for navigation. What I'm saying. Right. Oh, sun is it's made out of plasma and it's 21% lithium and blah blah blah. Yeah. And it's gonna put food on the table. Is it gonna plow my field?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what is this gonna do for us?
Gonna fix my dump truck or make me a better road?
Yeah, man. Like for real, man.
Will the road last longer?
But I can't think of like anything that even. I'm trying like really hard to say like one useful thing that could possibly be
Advanced
translated from their
society.
job to the real world, and like I can't think of a single thing.
Yeah, advanced society. Feed the hungry.
And listen, it doesn't even have to be freaking important.
House the homeless.
Put a smile on somebody's face. It could do that.
So,
Like it can be that useless.
If moon soil is just like earth soil, we should be growing crops up there. Damn it.
There you go. Well, there's air up there, right? Remember?
Right. We practice terraforming the fucking moon.
The moon is in Earth's atmosphere. Why are they saying that the moon's getting further away? Shouldn't the drag from the atmosphere make it slow down and crash into the Earth?
Well, you'd think. You'd also think it'd be stuck moving relative and it wouldn't be free to keep changing its orbit.
Yeah.
Right? Right? I mean, it's static clean, right?
Static thing.
I think it'd be locked in one certain orbit, period. No phases, no nothing.
Dude, the phase lock, the tidal locking shit, dude. I listen. Even when I was a kid, I thought that was extremely bullshit, dude.
Well, they say if we launch a drone up, it's still attached to Earth. Why isn't the damn moon attached to Earth? Then it's in our atmosphere.
Yeah, right.
Velcro, right? NASA made that shit. Atmospheric Velcro. Fuck. But it moves at its own rate, right?
According to them, I mean.
So obviously, if it was moving relative with the atmosphere, you'd think it would only be in one spot always. Only one group of people would ever see it. Just like if you hover up a helicopter, it's stuck. It's going to stay with that spot of land under it. That's global logic.
I think it's so funny, right? Is that they will never let it have to be forced on them. You know what I mean? It's not physical violence type force, but just they're never going to allow the heliocentric model to be falsified because now what they have been doing is every time something comes up to falsify it, they say they discovered something and come up with some more math. They're like shoehorn it in.
Yeah.
Oh man, we got a problem. Oh, we discovered something. Give ourselves the Nobel Prizes. Let's get some math. We shoehorned it in. Oh shit, there's not enough matter in the universe. We discovered dark matter. Oh shit, everything's supposed to be getting blown apart because there's too much energy. Oh, we discovered dark energy. Like it's disgusting. You think they would get away with things like that in, say, like material sciences or biology or genetics?
I don't know. We go back to the lab and demonstrate it again for them. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, no, still works same. Fuck out of here with that shit. You guys need to quit making that mess in your motherfucking laboratory, you know?
Yep.
Damn it, man, it's for science. Man, every time I visit Discord, All the flat Earth servers are in a different order.
With they ranking them different every time you check it out?
Yeah, it seems that way.
You know what? I noticed that with them too. Like sometimes you type in, I haven't used it in a while, but I remember before I would type in a search term, hit enter, I'd get a list. Use the exact same search term, hit enter, and I'd get like a different list. It wouldn't be in any like, you'd think that they rank them like by members or something, right? So like the ones with the most members you get first, and then so on and so forth.
Right.
Come on, man! Someone needs to get in here so we can get a good flat smack going, and I can upload it to the podcast.
Damn, it went quiet as hell, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
What did Helio's internet fail? Or Helio's Indio's?
No.
It's been doing
I
that.
don't know.
Would you get your shit fixed, Indio? Your net ain't failed once. I'm gonna have to go for snacks here in a minute. About that time.
Is the DJ on the way?
Hell no. My DJ's a private DJ and I throw private parties. I'm the DJ around here, damn it. That was just a joke.
Oh man, this is too much fun. I'm being told by a Glober to Google floating boats as my globe evidence. Floating boats. How do we feel about that?
Isn't that what they're meant to do?
I'm going to use that in there. Thank you. That was fucking awesome.
Sounds like he's been watching the Jetsons.
Oh my god, that's a priceless response. Thank you.
That's all right. I'll be here all week.
I hope so. Shit.
All week. Tips in the jar.
No, there's whiskey in the jarro.
Oh, shit. I'm thinking about a grilled peanut butter and jelly sandwich. With nanners.
What the fuck is jelly?
What the fuck is jam? You tell me, I'll tell you.
Don't they call it marmalade over there or something?
No, we have jam, jelly, and marmalade in this country.
Oh. Well, I was actually thinking apple butter, peanut butter, and grill it, but my daughter will be down there wanting two. So.
I've heard apple butter is amazing.
Oh, it is. I make my own.
It is good.
I have to go down there and make 4 or 5 of these sandwiches. My daughter and her best friend are in the room next door, so.
Can't they make their own damn apple butter and peanut butter sandwiches?
So what's the difference between apple butter and peanut? What's the difference between apple butter and apple sauce?
A lot. Process.
Can you accidentally make apple sauce when you're trying to make apple butter?
No.
What is apple butter? I've never even heard of that.
Apple butter?
Oh, it's so good, man. So good.
You can buy it at the grocery store, but it won't be like mine. It's close to applesauce. It's just got more stuff in it.
Homemade's the best way, dude. My
Brown
grandma
sugar,
makes the
cinnamon,
best.
vanilla extract, butter.
So is it like applesauce, but it's been churned?
It's thicker. Yes. So. Here. Show you an image. You can put it on toast, sandwiches, biscuits.
So is this butter with apples like mixed together, like infused together? Seems like those things wouldn't mix very easily.
Man, I try to keep it simple for these folks, but I don't know why they can't see it. They start talking about all kinds of other stuff, right? Moon phases, weather, seasons, all that shit. And then I say, okay, well, let's try to talk about the Earth. You know, the thing we're talking about, the topic at hand. And then they still don't get it, and so I say, okay, listen. Tangible globe evidence includes direct physical Earth curve measurement, direct physical detection of Earth's rotation on its axis, or a demonstration of gas pressure without containment here on Earth. And then he's like, well, just go Google it. It's the first video. After I just asked for direct physical evidence, he says, go watch a video. I just don't know what's going on with these people.
Well, they're thick as shit, and they think that you're... So, have you ever heard of the Dunning-Kruger effect?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, they're basically thick people who overestimate their intelligence and think that because you don't believe authority, that you must be less intelligent than they are. That's literally what's going on.
Yeah, it is.
That includes Professor Phil. You know, as well, you can actually tell that they have this kind of derisory attitude towards us, because whenever they start talking about like qualifications, and then some of the guys in here will say, oh yeah, I've got an engineering degree or I've got a maths degree or whatever, as a lot of the people in here do, like they flat out just don't believe anyone. They're like, oh yeah, none of you could possibly be educated because you have this belief. They've already assigned us as like uneducated morons. And they then won't allow themselves to believe that we actually are educated people.
And then you ask them what makes up an experiment, and they're just falling all over themselves. Even though they're like, oh, I'm in theoretical physics class. Say, okay, well, you can't tell me what an experiment is. That you should have learned way before that. They can't even pull out what a hypothesis is.
It's even worse than that. They're just like, why do I have to tell you? Everybody already knows that you're wrong, so I'm on the right side. I don't have to answer your dumbass question. Because 99.5% of the public, which in their mind could be true, and but so they're not really gonna answer your question about the science of whatever you're talking about. And it's like, well, I don't really. It's like any answer they give is better than yours because you're too dumb to figure it out, because most people believe it. It's an appeal to consensus. This is what they're falling back on. So no matter what they say, they just feel like they're right, and flat earthers cannot possibly be right about this because most people believe it, and all of the scientists have already figured it out, and you flat earthers are really dumb for being out here. And so you're making fools of yourselves and all that kind of stuff. If that was the case, it's okay, fine. I'm making a fool of myself. Get your ass a PhD in here that you trust, since you can't answer the goddamn question. Get one of those motherfuckers in here to answer the question.
Please send us your best and brightest, if you dare.
Right, or just ask them what the difference between geometry and an experiment is.
Yeah, they don't want that. The word experiment and the words direct measurement are... You might as well be screaming curse words at them. They can't handle it. La 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 la, I can't hear you, la 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 la.
You don't believe the PhDs? They already figured this shit out. I can't believe somebody disagrees with them. Those are my favorite. They don't even really go that far. They don't study which PhD thing.
Your
Really,
favorite
they just
what?
like watch. They'll watch Discovery. My favorite Discovery Show channel or Discovery Show episode of friggin' science things. Like you see all their cartoon balls spinning around the universe, and it's like, dude, they already figured this shit out. Do you think you know more than the Michio Kaku who said? Dude, we ain't got this shit figured out. Michio Kaku admitted they didn't have that shit figured out. So it's like there's no science involved with, with astrology or astrophysics. He admitted that.
You know why they're so afraid to measure it is because they know what they'll find.
Well, that's why they look at the sky, because if they look down, they know it's flat.
Now he brings up the ice wall. I was like, I don't claim an ice wall. What the fuck?
Is it a wall or a
Edge?
shelf?
What about that edge? Keep talking
Is
shit.
it an
We're
end or an
the
edge?
edge of the world and push you over. Good luck couldn't find you in a four-leaf clover.
I mean, these people couldn't think themselves out of a wet paper bag.
I ain't got no snacks. Go back to sleep, dog.
You know what else they're really scared of? Is admitting that
Bills.
that they're in a religion because hey, what are the names of the planets?
The Roman gods or Greek gods. Yeah.
The Pantheon.
Yeah, sure. They're names of
which
ancient gods, right?
Which ancient god?
It's just like, who came up with those names? Are these modern scientists that came up with the name of Jupiter, Mars? Oh, they're so brilliant. They're just like, well, I just see this wandering star, over here. Let's just call it Mars. How about that? What a coincidence that they call these planets the same thing that the ancients called it. What the hell is that box up? Is that Bigfoot like reaching over the horizon or some shit?
Listen, folks.
What is that?
Half of her sitting
If you
behind the
haven't
curve.
even gone out, and tested or measured,
I had to look at it closer.
Helio,
I'm getting
hang
older.
on,
I
bud.
can't really see it. Sorry, I was
Yeah.
looking at the box.
So anyway, what you got to do is check for yourself, just once, if there is curvature. And there's no way at this point you Globers don't know how to go and perform those tests, right? And not one of you has performed one that you can bring to us and say, look, there's the curvature. I found it. I measured it. I physically got tangible evidence for the first time in history. Would you flat earthers like to see it? But we don't get there, do we? All we get is presuppositions, and why would they lie, and where's the ice wall? And then they want to talk about the sky and the stars and the moon and the sun. And correct me if I'm wrong, but none of those things are the earth, the topic at hand.
I concur. ultimately, it comes down to they want to look at the sky and prove that there's a globe by looking at the sky, and we want to look at the ground to show you that the Earth cannot be what you say it is based on what the calculations that you've come up with observing the sky. And so then, there's the rub. It's like when we observe the Earth, when you observe the sky, you give us a number. We go test that number across the globe, and it doesn't work out. And then you start throwing hissy fits and claiming some bullshit like refraction that causes. They can't admit whether they think the horizon is curvature or not, and so they just throw in this straw man, or they throw in this thing called refraction. It's like, oh well, refraction can do almost anything to make it. It's like, don't look over here at refraction. Look at the sky, because this is how we know that the Earth is a globe. Because when you look at the sky, don't look at the Earth. It's pretty simple. I mean, it's obvious what they're doing. No, it's not really hard to figure it out.
I want to see somebody make a lens or any type of optical system that can turn a curved surface and flatten it up. I want to see that. Someone just design a lens and just demonstrate it. Show us that it's even possible. Take a curved surface and make it here flat.
Well, it used to be their argument when we first started India, as far as I know, they were just like, well, I mean, Earth curvature is the horizon, but it's so big you can't tell. And then once we figured out, wait a minute, we should be able to tell because 8 inches per mile squared. So why can we see further over, with the 8 inches per mile squared, the drop value, we're seeing shit that we shouldn't be able to see. They didn't really get all the way to refraction, but they started there, They started moving toward that area. I mean, just like what?
And then sometimes they'll tell you, oh, just vertically compress any image and you'll see curvature. The dishonesty of that.
Stupid.
Dude, that's
of
horizontally. They'll take an image and compress it from left to right and just go, oh, see, there's the curve. It's like, what the fuck?
Dumbest shit, dude.
I did that with some square time shit.
Well, shit, I think Jeranism did it on his table at home.
I got one. I just Googled straight edge and then compressed it in Paint. Boom, same thing.
Same thing, yeah.
Just Google straight edge, pick any random image of something that's straight, like a ruler or anything.
And then compress it left to right, you'll get a little
just
bit.
Compressing, yeah.
They're just reaching. They've been reaching for a long time because they have no answers, real answers. They have an answer, I mean, but they have explanations, not real answers. They just have explanations, excuses. Yep.
Like fucking petulant children.
It's like, but since they have the, they're on the side of the popular opinion that doesn't matter how ridiculous they look and make themselves look when it comes to this argument. It's just like, we beat the flat earthers because they didn't change the world into the flat earth. Well, you fucking idiots. Of course we're not going to do that overnight. And we're not even looking to change the whole world to flat earth. To be honest, I don't think most of the world could actually handle this information. So it's just like that would be almost as scary as what they did, convincing everyone it's a globe. Go ahead, India. I'm sorry.
The flat earthers, whether they like it or not. It's too bad. It is what it is. They're going to go outside. They're going to see a flat earth, and they're going to do that every day of their lives. They can believe whatever they want to believe. They can believe they're freaking princesses and fairies. I don't care.
Some of them are.
Yeah, it's the same people that they have a dick hanging between their legs, call themselves a girl. Okay, they can deny,
I
like,
was just gonna say the
their
same
own
thing.
physical properties of their body. You think they can't deny, like, what the shape of the Earth is? Of course, they can do that. That's no problem. Easy peasy.
Yeah. They're a man, but they can deny that they're a man, but physically they are a man, but they identify themselves as a girl. And, it's the same thing like how they see the Earth. The Earth is flat, no matter how you look at it. But they want to imagine that it's a globe.
Yeah, listen. If they murder somebody, right, and they leave blood at the crime scene, and they DNA test, like, oh, we're looking for a man. They're not gonna be like, oh, we're looking for. Don't assume gender. We don't know if it's a girl or a guy, man. It's XY chromosome. We're unsure.
I've seen some comedy skit where like someone's trying to call in a police report, but they don't want to accurately describe the person that's committing the crime.
Yo, there's an awesome one that they were doing, like, one of those woke protests in Seattle. The Antifa nonsense, and the cop is searching the girl, and she's like, "Isn't there supposed to be a female officer?" And the president, you can't search me. He's like, why are you assuming my gender?" The cop said to her. So fucking funny, dude.
That's a good one, man. Oh, that's badass. Oh, I'd like to see that. Why you assuming my gender? I can search whoever I want to. Oh, that was a good
That's
one.
right, man. I think I probably got it somewhere. Citizen Z sent it to me a while back.
Sure, and it's just like a lot of people say we the only reason we have this Discord and we have the channels we have up and stuff is because we're trying to convert people to flat Earth or whatever. It's like, no, bro, we're just having conversations about what we've figured out, and we're asking questions, and that's what we do all day, asking questions. If you think this is flat Earth Church, you're in the wrong place, bro. It's just a cool place to talk about it.
The only thing I'm religious about is eviscerating globe lies.
Yeah, fun place to do that.
These people just love to appeal to either consensus or authority, or both.
Well, it's like when new people come in and they're just brand new to the topic and they ask good questions. Hey, we're very peaceful with them. But if people that have been in the game for a long time, all the globe trolls, and just try to hammer us with their global circular logic, like, who was that just posted that? Is that Miguel? No, it's box ups. It's just like, I mean, there's only so much we can, really deal with that. I don't know why they sit here for hours and hours on end worrying why we're trying to talk about flat Earth and why they want to be so involved in our discussion when we already know what they're going to say before they say it. I mean, it's just like I'm trying to divert and distract.
And then they wonder why we interrupt them because we already know what they're about to say. So let me save 5 minutes before you say the same thing that we've heard 500 times.
Oh, and then, just like, no, you didn't know what I was going to say because flat earthers are dumb. It's like, no, I'm pretty sure I've heard this one before. At least 100 times.
2,000 years ago. Stop right there.
Come on, Globies, man. You can do better. I mean, get some better arguments.
That's the thing, dude.
They don't have
at a certain point.
They don't have
any. At a certain point, the turd that you're trying to polish disappears into dust. There's nothing left.
Yeah. And the rag you're trying to wipe it with is brown. It's shitty.
It's already crusty. Yeah, shit.
Listen, the fact the server exists at all for this long period of time says it all.
It is.
Yep.
Yeah.
It should take 3 minutes. They had actual evidence. 3 minutes, they come in here. Oh yeah, this dude did this test at this time. It was replicated at this time. You know, they measured curvature. Boom, case closed. Instead, we get, but all the other scientists. Okay, what did all those scientists do? I don't know. They did something. They said it's a globe, so they must have did something.
Well, the
Well, they did.
astrophysicists, when they come on TV, they say, well, we can't actually prove anything that we're saying. We just pretty much use pseudoscience. We don't actually use physical science to prove what we're saying about the stars and sun and moon.
We use theoretical
galaxy.
science.
Yeah. So what do you got, Globies?
You can prove it with your bicycle. How many times have I heard that one?
Who's your favorite pseudoscientist / astrophysicist, globe lovers?
So, okay, because anyone that brings up the bicycle thing, I have to bring this up. So not a lot of people know it. That he measures 2 different shadow lengths in the same parking lot. Before
In
he
the
even
same
leaves
what?
to go on his parking lot. But in the parking lot, in the beginning of the video, he measures, like, he's got 2 sticks, right? And he measures them. They're different. The shadows are different lengths, and they're like 3 feet apart from each other. So how does that happen? Right? So how curvy is the Earth? What is it, like a 2-kilometer radius or something? Because at the same location, if he's at the same location, shadow length should
Right.
be identical. Here,
Right.
I'll post the image.
How small would the globe have to be if they saw all this extreme curvature from an airplane? It'd be like a cylinder Earth.
Yeah, I don't use it that often anymore, but I usually say something like, okay, so if you look out the left side of the airplane and you look out the window and you see a curve, then you go out the other side of the airplane on the right side and you look out and you see a curve, complete the circle, right? Right, you're on a cylinder, bro. Rob Skiba, I actually got that from Rob Skiba. May he rest in peace. It's in the live stream voice text here. So that's the very beginning of the video. You can see the timestamps. 2 different shadow lengths in the parking lot at the same time. Very curvy Earth.
What I've been seeing lately is like some video like says that we measured the Earth, and like the first thing on the picture on the thumbnail it says it's a calculation. I've been seeing that one a lot. Let's see if I can find it. But it's like we calculated the size. It's like, yeah, it's not what I asked for.
They don't even know that there's a difference between calculation and measurement half the time. In the hierarchy of, like, religious concepts for the globers is goes globe, and then right up above that is like mathematics. Like, you really want to tick them up, start telling them that mathematics ain't real, man. They say they start going crazy. And ironically, most of them suck at math. Coming here like 8 inches per mile squared is a parabola.
I was
Yeah.
debating
So what?
debating an
Yeah, go ahead.
astrophotographer earlier, and I told him that his astrophotography was an experiment, and oh, he got all riled up. He's like, dude, that's entirely observational. Where are you gonna? What's your independent variable? He's like, well, I haven't done it yet. I'm gonna do it this weekend. I'm like, okay, well, you're escaping to the future fallacy. He's like, well, it's not a long time away, but later this week.
Yeah, the escape to the future fallacy. You gotta love that. They use that one all over the place. Well, if you walked in a straight line or flew in a straight line, you'd end up back in the same place. Okay, yeah, do that. Who did that? I don't know, but we could. Yeah, sure we could. Oh, if you go back on the globe and you take 3 90-degree turns, you're gonna end up back to the same place. Okay, yeah, who did that? No one, but that's what would happen. They're so convinced that the predictions of the model are what actually happens in the real world that they just spew it out as a fact. The 390-degree triangle thinks that one just irritates the shit out of me.
Yeah, I kept asking him like, what's the independent variable? Like, because before that, he's like, well, I don't have a control variable. I'm like, well, just do your best. What's your independent variable? And he's like, well, I haven't done it yet. Round and round we go.
Time is our independent variable. We have concepts as independent variables on the globe.
Location. Yeah. I swung a pendulum over here and then swung a pendulum over there. Well, how'd you swing it? So you swung it, you had human input. So if you just left the pendulum there, it wouldn't move, right? Right. So if you put a pendulum on a merry-go-round, you're not going to need human input to start the pendulum because the rotating reference is already moving. Like, why isn't my chandelier moving then?
Yeah, that's another one too. If I take a pendulum and swing it, it'll process. Yeah, okay, show us. Then the Cavendish, like you name it, man. Like like, yeah, if I did this, this would happen. Yeah, okay, show us.
And when it processes the wrong ways, the Earth rotating the wrong way, what's going on there?
Yeah, exactly. Because you have to draw that conclusion, right? If it's processing the way they want it's proof that the Earth is rotating the way they say it is. But if it doesn't do that, then they'll just say,
Is it
"Well, it's a
rotating up
user
and down
error."
instead?
Yeah. So have you heard of the Elias effect?
During the eclipses, right?
Yeah, the eclipse, the Elias
Mhm.
effect. Yeah. So
Like,
NASA was
explain
supposed to
that for
test
me.
this in 2011 all over the world. They never released the data they accumulated. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of things that NASA says they do, and then they never release the data. So they were supposed to take a 3D camera on the International Space Station, and listen. First of all, it would be very difficult to fake, right, in a 3D image, right? Because you could just throw in you take your 3D video, throw in a pair of goggles, throw it in virtual reality, use 3D glasses. Be very easy to detect fuckery. Super easy. Be
It's
very
like,
hard to fake.
show me your fourth wall.
Yeah. That was supposed to be 2011. They have a whole thing on it. Part of our thing, we're taking up a Panasonic 3D, blah blah blah. They probably got paid right by Panasonic to say that, but they never released it. They never released the footage at all. I should FOIA that. Yeah. I'm gonna Freedom of Information Act that.
So what conclusion do you draw from that gnome experiment? Well, more like measurement test of like different weights at
Oh, the
different
garden
places.
gnomes? Yeah. I mean,
What? Yeah.
you just I don't think you can draw a conclusion.
Oh,
You'd have
okay.
to I would. I mean,
I've seen it posted a
Phuket
few
Word
times.
went.
So
Yeah, Phuket Word went, and he actually so in that spreadsheet is actual humidity and elevation data on top of it. Phuket Word got, and there was actually no correlation with that either. So hard to say what's going on. You probably have to take more samples really to figure it out. Do more locations. You know what I mean? Take greater care with the environment you're weighing it in. It'd be hard. You just have to take lots and lots and lots of data, man. Just lots of measurements. And see if you can determine if there's a pattern or a correlation between one of the variables, and so then you can single it out, right? So then you can actually do an experiment.
right, yeah, I brought that up because sometimes they'll say like, "Oh, tell me why the weight changes at different locations." Like, well, what's all the variables? Like, you're claiming it, so
Yeah, that's another example of things they say will happen, but they don't have any actual measurement data that shows that happens. Oh, if you vary your latitude, then you're gonna measure different weight changes, right? And the only test of that I know of is that gnome experiment where they were directly testing it. There is no other ones that I know of, right? So what are they talking about? They're saying they'll argue the model as if that portion of the globe model was tested and that result matched the test. Same with say the Coriolis effect, and you say fire a rifle, right? And the math says the bullet's supposed to deflect 3 inches down. Who went and tested all this? Who went and did a systematic testing of the Coriolis effect? Nobody. No one's ever done this stuff. They just think it's been tested.
right. And if they wanted to, they could just shoot like 1,000 shots until they got the ones that they wanted with the Texas sharpshooter fallacy and just
Yeah, that's
stack the
exactly
deck.
what they do. Yeah, that's
Hmm.
exactly what they do. Cherry picking, and they ignore Texas sharpshooter fallacy. Anything outside, they just circle the data they want. They do this in geodetic surveying. They do this. It's kind of a common practice.
Yeah, I was debating geodetic surveys the last couple days, and it was like they get like the horizon dip, right? But if the horizon is moving and it's an optical location, and then they account for refraction, like the standard refraction after the measurement.
Wait, no,
So
there's no such thing as standard refraction.
yeah, just
Standard
whatever
refraction
they
doesn't
accept
exist.
to
Well,
get
I'm
the
just
result.
saying, with these actual geodetic surveyors, or just somebody talking shit?
No, yeah, it's just people trying to argue it. They
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Okay, so in actual, so this is
I know they
easy.
curve the plumb
But if they
lines
say,
and
well, yeah,
go.
I just want to talk about the refraction thing, the standard
Mhm.
refraction. Standard refraction is a bullshit claim. Standard refraction doesn't exist. you can go, right? So they use geodetic surveying and say building a highway. So you can go say, you look up the surveying manual for the Minnesota Department of Transportation. And it'll say, this is this refraction coefficient that we use. And you go to, say, Massachusetts and look up theirs, and it'll be a different value. And you look in Colorado, a different value. And you look in Florida, a different value. Every state has their own value. Then you look in Europe, they have their values. You go in Northern Europe, they have different values. So, like, there is no standard refraction. That does not exist. So anyone that claims that doesn't actually know it. Because if you look in the manuals for surveying, right? So like these departments of transportation that make the highways, they have contractors. They're not doing it themselves, right? It's not Department of the Transportation employees doing this. It's their standard. Like, this is what we require. This is our procedure, that when you go out and you survey for us under our contract, you need to follow this procedure. And this is the refraction coefficient we want you to use, right? Sometimes it's actually pre-programmed into the equipment. Yeah. So people that say there's a standard refraction or anything like that, or that they calculate it, like I said, sometimes it's already programmed into the equipment. They wouldn't even be calculating it. Or what, are they going to make the Earth even more flat? I mean, by using a refraction coefficient twice? I mean, 99% of the globalists that talk about surveying have no idea what they're talking about. But to go back to the curved plumb line is just a killer, dude, because curved plumb lines don't exist. No one's ever recorded a curved plumb line. But it has to exist in the math. Because if it doesn't, then they can't do anything. The plumb line has to intersect the mathematical oblate spheroid at a 90-degree angle. Right? So they take a measurement somewhere. But they're going to map that measurement to some location on this reference oblate spheroid. But this line, this vertical line, has to, like I said, intersect at a 90-degree angle. Well, if they measure a tilt, what's called the deflection of the vertical, they measure a tilt relative to this so-called oblate spheroid. How do they compensate for that? Oh, they just curve the plumb line and say that there must be some freaking mass that we can't see underneath the Earth deflecting our plumb. This is literally what they do. It's pretty pathetic. So this is why things, when they say, oh, the horizon's dipping, right? Well, deflection of the vertical means that the horizontal datum, that horizontal line, isn't tangent to the Earth. It's tilted at some angle, right? So if your horizon line is tilted, right? Of course you're going to measure a dip. It's like you're tilting the instrument. It just appears like it's not tilted in reality, because it isn't. So think about it like this. I set down my theodolite, right? I line up to bubble level. I look through it. And I'm assuming that, like, I'm looking through it, that I'm like, my line of sight is parallel to the ground at that point, as if I drew a tangent right under my feet, a tangent line. And that now my line of sight is parallel to that. Deflection of the vertical means that you're already tilted. All right, so you're already tilted, your starting point. Even though your instrument says you're at 0 degrees, you're not at 0 degrees. You're tilted. So then when they try to measure, when they sight in the horizon, oh, I measured a dip. No, you didn't. You were tilted to begin with. right? That zero, you weren't at zero. You were at some angle off of zero. So this is why the horizon dipped with this theodolite, which is, I have my doubts whether they measure it. Okay. Because it's like more cherry picking.
Right. Wouldn't the be an inherent problem with trying to get a dip of the horizon when it's a apparent location?
Oh yeah, there's that problem too.
Because that's what I was telling them.
Yeah. Listen, the horizon can't be physical and non-physical at the same time. They're just trying to make it unfalsifiable, right? That's really what they're trying to do when it all boils down to it. They're trying to claim both things at the same time. Oh, the horizon, we didn't measure a dip. Oh, it's optical. You got refraction. That picked the horizon up. Oh, we did measure a dip. Oh, it's geometric. There was no refraction that day. This is literally cherry picking.
Inflating the size of their ball to make it appear flat.
Yeah, basically. That's not exactly. I mean,
With like the 7.6R, right? That makes their ball bigger.
yeah. Yeah, they can't do the actual math because it's too difficult. Not too difficult, more like too bullshit. So they increase the size of the globe. Now think about it like this. Now I could take like my line of sight and I can draw a straight line, or I can draw a curved line, right? So when they say there's refraction, they have to draw a curved line, but they can't actually calculate the curvature of that line, right? So what they do is they just make the ball bigger, right? They make a bigger ball, and then they use straight lines again and do all their calculations if the ball was bigger, and say that's a good enough approximation. So when they say that they're counting refraction, they are not like, okay, say I did these measurements, right? And I took some graph paper and I drew it all out physically on a piece of paper. What I'm claiming, this refraction 7.6R. They're not actually like making a curved line ray, like a ray of light that goes to the theodolite. You're not like drawing a curved line on this graph paper over a 3,959 mile radius Earth. They're going, oh, this Earth, it's actually bigger than that, and we're going to use straight lines as if there is no refraction. It's a trick. That's all it is just a trick.
Right. There's a surveyor flat earther on YouTube, and he got like 5 different radius values in one day. I forgot his name.
Is he a Glover?
No, it's a flat earther surveyor,
Oh,
and he just
Krista
shows
Metra?
how you get different values every time for the radius. Looking through the theodolite at the horizon.
Yeah. Is it Krista Metra?
Probably. I think his logo has like. No, I don't know. I could find it. It's on my playlist somewhere.
There's a published paper where they actually did it in Boston. They try to do the Al Baruni deal, using a building in Boston and measuring the horizon dip. And they ended up getting something like a value that was like 700% of what it should have been, something like that. Basically, like the horizon was dipped 7 times too far. it was something like 800% or something. I probably have it somewhere.
Oh, it was Jay Tolan Media is the one I was talking about.
Oh, Jay Tolan, yeah. He's a little suspect to me. I don't know. He's got some good stuff, but just some of the other stuff he says is just like, whoa, dude, you're off your rocker.
Yeah, I don't agree with all this stuff, but I just thought it was
I do
what
like,
I mentioned.
yeah. So I actually like his Cabo San Lucas one. His flight over Texas to Cabo San Lucas, something like 760 miles. That actually matches up like crazy good, like almost scary good. Because if you go in like so Cabo San Lucas is an elevation, right? So you can like measure the angle that the size of what Cabo San Lucas is, and it like almost it matches like perfectly. Because I was at like when they first came out with this arguing with the Glober, and they were trying. The Globers were saying, and this is one of their tactics. So a flat earther will come up with an observation. The Globers will make some spurious claim that the flat earther wasn't actually observing that; they were observing something else, and this is a case of that. He wasn't seeing Cabo San Lucas. He was seeing this other mountain range that was a lot closer, right? That was only like 200 miles away. And they'll argue with that and argue with that and argue that over and over and over again, no matter like in the YouTube comments, no matter how wrong they are, and no matter how much you prove them wrong, until that video fades into like non-existence because people like lose interest or whatever. They just try to sow the doubt, right? Just to make it an argument that never ends, right? Until everybody loses interest. When that 760-mile video, man, Cabo San Lucas is supposed to be freaking. Hold on, let me look on the wiki because I got that in there. Infrared. Okay, Texas to Cabo San Lucas. Goal predicted hidden by horizon 34 miles. So Cabo San Lucas is supposed to be 34 miles below the surface of the Earth.
Thanks.
Yeah, and like this matched up like can't remember exactly how I did it, how I got the angle. I might have like guesstimated from the window size or something. Like how big the mountain appears compared to the size of the window and like its distance away from the window. Because you know what airplane he's on, and then you can get the window size, so you know what it is in inches. And you can basically get like what his distance is away from the window. And then you can count the pixels and see how big the freaking mountain is compared to like the opening, right? And then you can basically calculate the angles from that. And it matched almost perfectly to Cabo San Lucas. They were trying to say Cabo San Lucas was actually some mountain range that was in the line of sight in between that. But like, no. Like, that was like, I disproved that because of how far he would have to tilt down to see that mountain range. It would have basically been under the airplane from his altitude. You know what I mean? He'd have to be looking through the floor to see that mountain range. He was too close to it. So this is a pretty good one. I mean, the other one he's got. I don't know if you've ever seen this. Colorado Rocky Mountains, and this one is good because there is no other mountains. There is no. It's a vast freaking plateau, and it's like there is no mountains in the line of sight or anything. I posted that too. This is pretty good. So he's got the map like where he is, right? Like there's no mountains. Those mountains are like four. We can't tell exactly what mountains they are, but we know that the nearest mountains from where he is 450 to 500 miles away, right? You can see the white snow-capped peaks. From that distance, they're supposed to be 11.65 miles below the horizon.
Why isn't the Earth rotating underneath the airplane?
Yeah, good question.
When you see that? Why isn't that airplane tilting down to adjust for curvature? That's what I do whenever they bring up flight paths and all that. I'm like, none of your flight paths work because you're not adjusting for the Earth rotation or for curvature. So why are you claiming you're flying over a spinning ball?
They act like a plane takes off and just flies like right to its destination or something, and they know goddamn well, or should know, so that's not how That's not how people fly. They have flight corridors that you're supposed to fly in. So if I want to go, from New York City to London or Paris, the airplane takes off in New York City, JFK, flies up to about Nova Scotia, then gets in one of these flight corridors and flies across the Atlantic. And then, when they get like near UK, they divert to like wherever they're supposed to go. But when they're crossing the ocean, right, these long distances, they fly in this like a highway. They've made a highway in the sky. There's a name for it. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. They're not flying no great circle route or anything like that. They punch, what they do is they punch in, like, they do the model, right? So they punch in New York to London. Oh, look at this map. It shows a little curved line. So this must be the flight path they're flying. And then you go on, say, Flight Aware 24, and then you look at actual flights, they zig, they zag. But then when you actually look at the timestamp, they go estimated, 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 estimated across the entire Atlantic, where they say the GPS works over the ocean, but whenever these planes fly over the open ocean, and you look on a live flight tracker says these are estimated positions.
Were you talking about the organized track system, the OTS, the aerial highway, or you were talking about something else?
I think, yeah, it could be called OTS. No, they have I don't remember the name of it. Just know that they fly in a flight corridor across the Atlantic.
Whenever I ask them,
they don't they don't fly like when they take off from New York. They don't fly straight to London. They fly up to this, like I said, flight corridor, like a highway that that internationally everybody agreed to and made. They fly up to it, and then they get in it, and then they fly across the Atlantic, and then get out of it.
I usually ask them, like, how did you verify this flight route? They're like, well, I went to this website and I watched the simulation on the screen. I'm like, okay, so no compass and no landmarks. So I could show you that exact same thing for the Santa tracker from NORAD. So does that mean Santa is actually flying because it's showing a simulation on the screen and I'm tracking them?
Yeah,
So that's a good way to go.
track Santa by satellite, man. Deer are highly radar reflective.
There's like so many different angles to get them whenever they bring up airplanes. It's just like they crash themselves whenever they bring up that argument because there's 10 ways to go about it to down that plane. And it's like, well, why is this flight path curved and not straight? Like, well, what's the map projecting you're onto, right? Because that's going to account for your presupposed path that it takes. What map are you projecting that onto? So that's going to change it.
Yeah. And typically they project it onto Mercator map, which they freaking say isn't accurate. They say it.
And oh yeah, whenever I was debating that astrophotographer earlier, one of his first arguments was okay, if you have three people, it's totally a Simon Dan argument. Like one in Australia and one in South America and one in South Africa, and they all see the same stars. I'm like, dude, it's not even nighttime at the same time.
Yeah,
at,
like
at those same three locations. So how are they seeing anything whenever they're in daytime? I was like, that was so dishonest.
Oh, I had someone in my DMs. He had a total meltdown when I said that shit to him. Total meltdown. How can you see the same stars like from all these locations at the same time? I'm like, you can't. Yeah, you can. So you can see the stars during the daytime. Show me. So he just had a meltdown. Meltdown. Fuck you, you flat earther. You fucking hope you drink bleach and die. And you're like,
Mm-hmm. Like insert Simon Dan strawman argument here.
The moon debunks a flat Earth. We couldn't all see this. He said insert it. I was just doing the insertion.
It's like they use that same argument about seeing oh, we would see different sides of the moon if we have different people from different spots.
And
like, no.
Dude, the line of sight, the field of view, the fucking relative size and shape of the model he uses to say that is so fucking asinine, it's pitiful. You know?
And you look at the graphic that they post for that, and it'll show like the people looking like straight out instead of looking up to see the moon. It's like your graphics not even representing you have to look up to see the moon. So why is like you have all these different spots where they're looking straight out?
You tell me. It's like listen, they make the Earth so small that the guy all the way at the North Pole and the guy at the South Pole are looking at the moon at the same fucking time, and they're saying this don't make sense. Well, you're goddamn right it doesn't. You don't see the moon in the north when you see it in the south. That's fucking asinine.
If it was flat, we would see the other side of the moon. Like, where did I claim another side of the moon? Like, that's what you're doing.
Well, here's the thing. When it's in the southerly district, do they see it in the northern sky, the southern sky, or directly over above? And when you're seeing it in the northern areas, do you see it in the southern sky, the northern sky, or directly over above? It's just Simon Dan is an idiot. He creates these straw man arguments, and the only people who believe that shit are the people who are just as dumb as him. They leave out all them variables, or they say, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. You can't see the moon at the North Pole when you can see it in the southern hemisphere. So they wouldn't be viewing them at the same time. And it wouldn't be viewed from the same direction. People in the north are probably looking north to see it. Mine is usually more in the, well, it depends on the time of year. During the spring, it's in a more northerly position, but then it moves southerly towards the colder months, after maybe October. Right now, it's more in the southern sky, but slightly over, it's like it was directly overhead in June, would pass directly overhead. Now it's slightly south of that, maybe 10 degrees.
And then he puts out that challenge is like, oh, prove that you can see all these different stars at the same time, but it's not nighttime at the same time. So how's that going to work? Figure that out.
Yeah, I know he's a fucking.
Like, why can't y'all do this challenge?
The only time you can see the stars are when they're contrasted against a dark sky. So the idea that you're going to see them all at one time from Earth is fucking asinine. And only a grammar school child would come up with that. It's always day somewhere.
Oh, and then another thing he said, he was like, well, you can't see Polaris from the south. Like, okay, well, your model says that Polaris is deflected by refraction. And they like to say every 69 miles it goes down 1 degree. Well, okay, well, if it's below 15 degrees of your field of view, it's like extreme refraction going through more air, so that math doesn't work. And then you're still seeing Polaris south of the equator sometimes, admittedly. So again, what you're saying still doesn't work. So things getting lower with distance, like streetlights on a highway, you're only going to say that cause is from curvature, not perspective. It's like, well, why can't I see Polaris from everywhere still? So he just goes back to the initial claim, like, oh my god, dude.
Man, it done got late. Where the hell did you go, Indio? You talk too much already? You got too much time in the air?
Hell yeah, do you even say bye?
It's late night, man, damn it. Get back here and fill up the air, man. Well, sometimes his shit just gets glitchy. I dealt with that for a minute. I know how it is. Man, I'm wondering where I'm going to take my kids this winter. I do a summer vacation, but I like to do a winter one too. I like to go to the zoos we ain't been to, and then maybe mountain ranges, state park, shit like that.
You're in Michigan, right?
Yeah, but I don't stick just to Michigan, bro. Anywhere in this nation's a country ride to me, bro. Pack up the RV, throw in the solar cells and the batteries, and we're out. I drive a dump truck all year long. It don't bother me one bit to fucking jump in an RV and drive all over the nation with my kids, my children. They love it. Mostly because I cook everything on my propane grill. They love that shit. But I got them hooked on real food. You know what I mean? I don't
Yeah, I
mind them
got shit. I
wanting
got
me
some
to cook.
fresh deer meat, elk meat, bison.
Nice. Elk roast is good. I need some elk. It's been a minute since I went elk hunting.
Yeah, I don't got time to hunt, but my family does for me. Shit, saves a lot of money on meat. Meat's like ridiculous right now. I spent
Yeah,
like $40 on Monday just on like 4 slabs of meat.
steaks and rump, big rump. Yeah, no, I don't spend money on beef. I'm a dairy farmer though, so you know I can slaughter one a year and hook the whole family up, and I mean all my sisters and brothers, you know. So we slaughtered one 3 weeks ago that was large as hell and old as shit. So
Whenever they're like super old, is the meat tougher or is it like softer?
well, it can be. It depends. It depends. It's kind of like a potluck, you know. Spin the wheel. But me, it doesn't bother me. I'll tenderize the hell out of a steak. I don't care. There's many ways to tenderize a steak, you know. Gotta be smarter than the meat.
Have you done any tests on the Lake Michigan?
Me? No.
How far away are you from it?
From Lake Michigan? Half hour. There's lakes on both sides of me, man. It depends on how fast I want to drive, you know. That's all. But I'm mid Michigan, so it can be a hour and 15, hour and a half, either way. Right in the center almost of the lower portion of the state. What, Erie on one side, Michigan on the other? Not since Rob Skeeble was down here, though. I helped Rob get the boat.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Oh
Rob's
yeah.
cool. I'm going to miss him. Yeah, I mean, you can, other than proving you can see fucking Chicago from Michigan a lot, that's not the only part. I mean, you can see Wisconsin from Michigan.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you're like an hour and a half away, you would have to get lucky.
It's not
Uh,
a rare thing either.
yeah, as long as you got clear visibility.
Yeah, I fish the Great Lakes a lot. I got a cabin cruiser, so. But I've always seen the skylines.
Look how ripe my berries getting there, Mike.
Where on live stream? Is it in
Yeah.
live stream? How far up
Yes.
do I gotta scroll?
It's all the way at the bottom.
Oh, damn! Damn, that looks good. Take one a little bit further away.
That's just the side top.
Right. Motherfuckers are candy coated though, aren't they? Damn. I can zoom way in. I can see the fucking triclones, man. Motherfuckers
Here,
are standing up millimeters.
I'm posting
Damn.
another one. This is the cola, the main cola of a different plant. That's Pakistani PV, Pakistani Valley. So there's two different phenotypes. You have the phenotype that's like this, and then the other phenotype where it's like popcorn buds. They're both like popcorn buds, but this other one is like that one bud is about twice two thumbs put together. The one on the bottom, is like
That looks
fucking
like some.
half
That
forearm.
looks like some white widow growing, bro. I grew white widow last year, man. That looks just like it. Yeah, look at that. Just a little zoomed in.
Here's
They're
another
all,
one.
It's all over the leaves and shit. And they look good. This one's got a purple dinge to it.
Yeah. My sister says, "Hey, send some my way." I'm like, "Shit."
What state are you in?
Arizona.
I'm in Michigan.
Yeah, I'm in Texas, and they made that Delta 8 that, a bunch of legal on the federal level. Well, they rescheduled that in Texas to Schedule 1
Well, Delta
without
8,
even.
I wouldn't smoke any of that synthetic fake shit. Just stick with normal weed or don't smoke.
Well, it's like there's like organic stuff.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like
no different. It's no different than K-12, man. You got people in New York doing the Thorazine knot on that shit. Smoke weed, man. I know what it is. I've read many articles on it that what Josh is showing you here is 100% healthier. Hell, maybe 1,000%.
Dude, when you touch it, you got like a bunch of fucking grease all over your fingers. Ah, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hear you, brother. I like that shit. You can't get out the bag because it sticks to it.
No, you can't get it out of the jar because you can't reach your hand in there and it's stuck. And you're like, "What the hell?" You gotta
Yeah.
wrap up the jar.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. And Velcro shit.
Here in Michigan, though, we can't ride around with it in the jar, so you have to have a labeled container. And generally, it's a Ziploc bag with a name on it. Because I have a medical card, I put my card license number on the bag,
Yeah.
But it's got to be a sun protected bag, Ziploc. Got to store it in certain ways if it's medical. If it's just for recreational use, it's got to be in the bag you bought it in, from wherever you bought it, with their labels on it. If you just roll around with the shit in a sandwich baggie, you can now get in trouble, It's just a fine, though. Hell, when I was 12, 13, I heard about people going to fucking jail for weed, and it was just a $20 fine here in Michigan. About the 10th time I came there, the judge was like, "So are you just going to pay the fine, or are you going to What do you want to do? You want to go to jail? You want to pay the fine? And the fine like doubles up every time. So the first time it's 20, second time 40, third time 60, 12th time, 240. I seen the judge when I was 17, and I was accepted to the Corps, and I said, "Yeah, I'm going to the Corps." She said, "I can't believe with all those possession of marijuanas you got." I said, "Yeah, well, I don't have no felonies, so they just, you get flushed, you get it dirty in there. I mean, you might get some chances. You might get a chance to clean up, but too many dirties in there, and you just get kicked the fuck out." That's
I'm waiting for
cured.
the trichromes to turn, man. That's about it. They're all like white.
They are. Fuck. That shit's frosted.
Yeah. I'm excited.
I bet. This isn't your first good one, is it?
No.
All right.
This is the first time that I've had like
Spotted.
more than one big plant.
Oh, I hear you.
Like usually the tops are only about, well, the tops are like this one that I have.
I've
I
always
got
lived
two
in
of
the
them where
country.
it's got big ass fucking spears.
I've always lived in the country, so I can't say it's a first for me. I don't do a bunch of crazy shit like other people do, manipulate. I have throughout the years, but on one or two plants. I generally
Dude, that's no fertilizer.
I generally just give it good fertilizer and let it go. I've had fucking footballs for top buds. Corn dogs. Corn dogs for branches.
I take pond silt from farm raised fish and mix that in with my potting soil, and I got like big planters. But I'm surprised I got tops as big as I did with like no roots zone whatsoever. I mean, I
Really?
think I got like maybe 6 inches of root zone.
Damn.
I know. That's why I was like, what the hell?
No
So
shit.
these are good. So that's good fucking seeds, huh?
Well, that would say you got high nutrient quality soil.
Yeah.
'Cause it doesn't have to eat twice as much soil. So,
Yeah, I
but
just
fish
do natural, and I'll give the
Yeah.
family secret blackstripe molasses.
Yeah. For
That's about
plant
it.
food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All to feed the microbes so they can eat the
I'm with you.
organic matter in the soil.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Just like
Makes
sugar
for-
water.
Yeah, it makes good tasting buds too.
Yeah, you can use sugar water if you want, but pure sugar is kind of shitty,
We'll see, Mike, when we get out on that fucking plantation, that project, you and I,
Yeah.
we got a job to do.
We can make our own damn sugar. More natural plant foods. We'd be
Oh,
out
we
there
got our own. We got a job to do, man. We're the apothecaries.
telling the young kids, don't spray it like that, like this. There's only one real right way.
Before you pick any mushroom, you must handle it like this and rip one. Walk
It's
away.
my way. It's my
Come
way.
back.
This is the Garden of Eden, motherfucker. It's either my way or get the fuck out the garden.
If it starts looking like the same color as the sky, you want to keep those mushrooms. Those are good ones. You bring them to me, okay?
I'll
You don't
tell
touch
him too. I'll tell him
Bring them to
too.
me.
If you get kicked out of the garden, Josh has got to put a mark on you before you leave. So you don't get back in, motherfucker. Put the cow shit over there and the fish guts over here. Fish guts are great fertilizer to fish parts, but they got a lot of, the nutrient that you need in them because they live in the water.
Well, that's why I like taking the bottom from it's tilapia farm.
Yeah.
And every once in a while, they clean out the silt on the bottom of the farm and just get rid of it because it's like just a bunch of fish shit, fish emulsion,
Yeah. I bet that shit's the bomb for fucking fertilizer.
Yeah, dude. That's all you got to do is just mix it in with this dirt and it's good for like 5 years, 6
Put
years.
a small amount of guano in there. A small amount. You don't want too much nitrate.
Well, if anything, I'll use some worm castings. I'll buy some night crawlers.
Yep. See, a lot of people don't think about natural ways to irrigate their shit and supply shit to the root systems continuously. New, fresh.
But the night crawlers, they'll eat my roots only if they're unhealthy.
Yeah, only if your shit's rotten.
And then it's beneficial because then it
Right.
poops.
Well, it helps prevent root rot.
Well, think about it. What is worm poop? Dirt. What do you mean, Josh? I thought dirt was broken down mountains. Yeah, geology is not a real science.
Yeah, there's more worm poop in the dirt than there is dirt. And cricket poop and maggot poop.
So in all actuality, the worm eats the animal, right? The animal that's buried, or the person that's buried. The worm will eat that, and the worm will poop it out, and the tree will eat the dirt, the poop that was once a person.
Yeah, plants eat people. Plants aren't vegetarians. The vegetarians hate this when I bust it out. Like I can feed a flower bed with your ass. Tell me plants aren't vegetarians, but the ecosystem was meant to only eat fruit. Yeah, right. Fruit eat fucking meat.
Oh, so I did this experiment, right, for the tops. I think that's the only reason why they got as big as they did. I busted a super crop node after it was budding, like towards the top of the plant. And dude, now that knuckle is just looks like an old man's arthritic knuckle. Like you can see through the motherfucker, and it's just getting like juicy buds on top.
I bet. When you do that, it sends more to the top, trying to save the top, but the top's not really drying. But it thinks it's dying. You know.
Yeah, it's it also stores nutrients too. Like when you do a defoliation, what I like to do is just cut the leaf off and leave the stem on it, and within a week that stem will wither off and fall off. But there's a lot of nutrients left in that stem. People forget about that, and they rob the plant of the nutrient, especially the transferable nitrogen.
I hate to interrupt real quick. Battle Mod, can I ask you something? That would be my first question, I guess.
What's that?
Well, Professor Phil, I'm sure you know him. I'm sure he was banned from the channel. But I was thinking he would be a much better candidate than somebody like, what was that guy's name? Sean Hawkins. This guy wants to talk to me, but I know he's banned here, but it's not something that would make sense to do on any other hangout. That's what this hangout is made for. And is there any way we can make an exception to get him back here just for a meeting with me in any room that, of course, the moderators choose so that we could do this the right way?
Professor Phil, which account? 7503, 9011, or 2205? See, me and Helio, excuse me, I'm talking. Me and Helio were thinking about unbanning him, but we didn't know which count to unban. And I'll show you what I mean.
Cool. I appreciate that. That's actually more than I expected. So yeah, if that's how it is, then he needs to tell us what account he needs unbanned.
Tell him to pick one. Here, I'll post a screenshot so you can copy it. We were gonna unban him the other day. He's not on the permaban list, so.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not really asking for people's opinions on whether or not I should unban Phil. If somebody was, I don't know if that was feedback or if somebody was trying to put in their opinion.
Yeah, somebody was feedbacking. I heard that.
But this was a decision me and Helio made the other day. So, I mean, if you want to live stream it, let Helio know too. Because that was one of the main points of me and him talking about it. I mean, I know he's
Good.
got he's got like 15 fucking accounts. All he's got to do is tell me which one, and he should just give me a list of all his damn accounts. We can get one main on here so the main doesn't always get banned. A lot of people we kept on banning him, and a lot of the mods just kept banning him like he was on the permaban list. And I'm like, dude, he's not on the permaban list. Which one of you motherfuckers can't read or don't read? You say, oh, he's banned on site, he's permaban, but his name is nowhere in the permaban list lobby category from beginning to end. I really, you got to understand what I'm working here with, Phil. We're not paying these guys.
Well, then the only thing that has to happen is that he has to keep his side of the bargain. And if he chooses to come back and talk to me, great. If not, I'm sure he's not going to last long if he acts like he has before in the past. So it's all up to him at this point.
Right, I'm sure he'll say that 9011. I think that was his main account. If I look in my DM history, I probably know which one it is.
Also, this is just a rare occurrence, Mike, but if that could be moderated, obviously, I've never had a moderated discussion on here. That's why it always turns into a
No, it'd probably be 7503. That's the account he always talks to me on. All right. Here, I'll just unban that account and tell him that's the one he's got to use.
7503?
Yep.
Oh, are we talking about Phil?
Yes, we are. He's not on the permaban list. So I'd like it if people didn't ban him on site. At least make him break a rule before he gets banned. I don't know, people just got on the hook of banning him on site as if he was on the permaban list, but if you read it, he's nowhere in there. When Indio banned him, he said he could take a break for a week or two, but he didn't put him on a permaban list. So there are some of us that want an academic level argument. Those who don't, I mean,
it's not an academic. Oh my God.
I'm just asking for this one thing. I'm not trying to
no
be
offense,
moderated.
but a lot of his arguments are they actually address right to my education.
Well, I'm willing to talk to him because he said he wanted to talk to me, which I'm surprised. I don't get that often. So if he wants to talk to me, I have no problem doing that. I'll keep it nice and cordial. And I think I might even need a moderator. I don't mind being moderated and being told I need to shut up. So that's however he wants it. That's fine.
He's not really a rude guy. He just sticks to what he believes. That's all. And that irritates a lot of people. Well, understand it. Some of us have the end goal here of academic papers swaying the thoughts of academia. So we want to know what it takes to move an academic level person. I don't want to sit on here and argue with 12-year-olds and 18-year-olds for the rest of it. What the hell is that going to do for us?
Precisely. Yes. I just thought it would be a better option. Yeah. And I just think because if he's having a nice attitude. So, and that's why I'm saying, hey, I don't care what you did in the past. I mean, it's up to the moderators. I hate to ask. I never ask. I never ask for someone to come back, but this guy said he wants to talk. So, okay. Yeah, so I know you're listening, Mr. Phil. So, the ball's in your court. I'll have to adjust to your schedule, obviously, because I don't know when you're going to be here. But it's totally up to you, man.
But you know why he's banned, right? He was slipping in DMs from people. Padamat.
Yeah, I know.
He was slipping in DMs from people we were talking here. People admitted it, right? Oh, this Phil guy in my DMs. Is that what we really want?
I didn't just do that unilaterally. I asked permission first. So yeah, actually it is.
So we want glowers slipping into people's DMs.
No, we want Phil back here.
Yeah, but that's what he's going to do again, right?
I don't want to do this on live stream, but I didn't do it unilaterally. I talked to the admins first.
It's so cool. It's cool. Well, no, it's not cool, but let's see what happens.
You'd have to admit, though, like Mike was explaining, we have to deal with a lot of people that don't offer even a decent conversation at all. You know what I mean? Like that's.
You really think that there will be a decent conversation coming out of this? I mean,
Well, that's the thing is I'm so liberal. I give everybody a chance as long as they're able to stay cool and not have the seizures and panic attacks. I don't care. You know what I mean?
we've all heard the debate Indio had with Phil and what was it? You, Mike, you talked to Phil.
Well, there's also a high probability he's not going to show up. So, I mean, people once in a while, someone, Roger. I mean, this is just I'm surprised somebody like him asked to talk to me. That's very rare. But usually, what happens is as soon as I say okay, then all of a sudden I hear crickets and my date doesn't show up. So we'll just see what happens. My biggest problem, Roger, is the people that can't make a claim, like the big cheese guy in the chat right now. That's just absolutely just a psychopathic, like Jeffrey Dahmer style. Like he'll never even say what he believes, but he wants to tell you what you should believe. That's my pet peeve. I cannot stand this. As opposed to this guy who, we all have our different opinions, but this guy's making a big claim that, he knows it's a magical globe because he launched a satellite. Well, I guess I'll allow him to, elaborate on that. So at least it's a claim. When somebody says they launched a satellite, usually means that they watched a screen and pushed a couple buttons. I'm hoping. So Battle Mod, I just sent you a screenshot so that we wouldn't have to talk about it. I think the picture speaks for itself. But Helio should probably give you mod controls if you don't have them. Again, I'm not a moderator, and everywhere I go, there's always something that needs to be cleaned up. And there's a perfect example right there of the type of filth that we have to deal with. All right, Professor Phil, that's fair enough. Yeah, I didn't expect you to show up now anyway. It's better off to, talk some other time, I guess. It's a little late here anyway.
Are we talking about the Rob Skiba's ventilator guy?
Yeah, isn't that perverted?
Oh, yeah, we are. Perverted, that's just fucked up.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. It pisses me off.
Dude, you got to be sick in the fucking head to make fun of the dead.
Yeah. Yep.
Who's got mod on Helio server,
Glad,
man?
Yeah, Glad has it. I don't see him.
Ban this motherfucker calling himself Rob Skiba's ventilator. What the fuck is that sick shit? Oh my god, you got no respect for the living or the dead.
I can't say anything with that risk server. Just when you thought you've seen it, there's a new level.
Let dead men lie,
Right. Think of the psyche, though, Mike, of this person. What the anger and sickness in this person's heart that has to say those types of things.
Exactly. What the hell does he expect to prove with that name other than his demeanor in his heart? The only thing you show is all the hatred in your heart, guy. You hated that man that much because he disagreed with your model of Earth. That's disgusting. You're a child. Your parents must be so proud. And to think that you'll probably never grow up and be a real person, real man or real woman, whichever it is you are or choose. Never be real about anything because you're too full of hate. That's disgusting. To have to make fun of a dead person that you obviously know is dead. Anybody in here got a moderator on Helio server?
The only other one that I can think of is old dude.
Well, that's the first dude that I've ever seen on Helio's Discord that I would ban right now. I've never, even when I had mod, I didn't ban anybody. Rob Skiba's ventilator. That's his name. Rob Skiba's ventilator. He's making fun of Rob Skiba after he passed away.
Yep, I still can't say anything about it. I can't say.
Truth, it doesn't look like he's in the comment section anymore. I don't know if you can scroll up far enough to find him. Yeah, it takes a real piece of shit to do that, doesn't it? Here, I'll send you the screenshot.
Yeah, and the first thing I did was I sent the screenshot to Helio. Anyway, not the first time. I see these things quite often, but that was probably the worst.
And are these globers calling them out, right? Are these globers calling them out? I'm
question.
not seeing these globers calling that out, right?
Excellent.
Not
No.
Phil, not Big Cheese, or nobody.
Right, and his name was Christ, Phil. You should have called that guy out, bro. His name was right above yours. You didn't see that? That's disgusting.
It's
Phil.
disgusting, right? But it's okay, right, to do this to flat earthers. It's not a problem, right? But if you do this to a glober, then it's all they shout murder and fire and what? But well, these globers don't call out their own, right? It's all good.
No, that's what a cult does. That's the ideology of a cult. Your friend of yours that's in the cult with you, you can't correct them. They're always right. You're all part of the same legion. You all have the same mentality. They're literally like robots, Roger. And that's what I was saying to Mike. Like, just imagine the type of misery this person must be
Hey,
to make that account.
I wonder if you can back the live stream up and then see earlier comments.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
After it's recorded, I believe you can. I wouldn't be, listen, I'll be honest with you right now. That's probably Trillion. She constantly makes new accounts. I know, I can't believe a woman would do that. I would bet that that's Trillion because she's always making new names.
Yeah, I can't argue that.
It's just, there's this psychological demonstration that we are seeing that you can't see anywhere else. I mean, again, just try to imagine this person that's this miserable, that's this sick, that would do that as if that's going to help their top. That just shows that they are at that point where they're in full panic mode. They're ready to die or kill for their religion, like a full religious zealot.
So how does that work? You're on the YouTube channel and with students. I mean, where's the focus there, right? If I'm paying my teacher to give me knowledge, then why are you in a fucking flat earth YouTube chat? Where's the respect for your students there? It's ridiculous.
I'm talking your Kush pant go. I won't even let it scroll up. Clap flow. That's a pretty motherfucker. Caramel Kush.
Well, I won't say the name on here, but how about when you see a so-called friendly talk shit about Rob Skiba? People are crazy. I mean, this it's just unbelievable. I mean, I'm talking about regulars that are in the chat that that might not be completely into this conversation, but what I just can't believe how people treat someone after they die. Even if I didn't agree with Rob Skiba or like we were enemies, I would never talk bad about him like that after he passes away. That's insanity.
Wait, what happened to Rob Skiba?
He passed away.
Oh man, damn it! I really like that dude. He just, yeah, because he really went into the Bible side of things, and he really opened my eyes on that. So that's pretty sad.
Well, I don't have a time for a meeting of Smack the Flat Earther Society. So some of you need to. Truth said she would smack herself to stay awake. I said, if I was there, I'd smack you for you. You don't get to slap people too often without them getting mad, huh? My daughter does that. That's funny. My daughter does that to me when I'm supposed to stay up and watch a movie with her, but I work too late. I start to nod, and she just cracks me out of nowhere. You know, not real hard, just enough to wake you up. I just wake up and look at her, and she gives me that look with her eyebrow, like the eyebrow I taught her. I can move my eyebrows all over, man. She goes browsy on me, puts one brow up, and just stares at me. I'm like, you little brat. I think it, too, because I don't want to hit again. I don't say it. You little
We
ballsy
tickle
brat.
me, my wife, my daughters, we tickle each other a lot, and when we get like sleepy like that, like you're saying, just for fun, tickle each other. But the smacking thing is next level.
Yeah, my 16-year-old, she'll slap me, then slap my dog. And I'm like, hey, he was sleeping good. You could have left him out of this.
Hey, Jamesy, do you have that spot that if they touch it, it tickles in a way that pisses you off? Like you're like, no, not there, anywhere but there. It's like when they
Like my
dig in.
ribs under my arm, places like that.
I think, well, for some people it's like that. Mine is like right above, right above your hip or the bone or the top of the hip bone, like right inside, right on that muscle. It's like that is like that will piss me off if someone, because I don't know what it is about that spot. So different people have different spots. I was wondering where yours was. So under the, like, just on the ribs, under the arms, that don't piss you off, does it?
My dog, every
Doesn't
time he
piss me
gets to snoring, that shit makes me yawn.
Oh yeah. Truth, have you ever banged that part of your hip up against something real hard?
Like hitting your funny bone?
Oh no, it's
Yeah, but on the hip there.
the muscle
have.
I
tissue.
tell you, I did that one time. I got the muscle caught in there between the bone and like a counter, and I was out for like 30 minutes just sitting down, kind of holding it. Like, wow, that was really bad.
Oh wow.
It's because those nerves there are pretty sensitive. Yeah, so I can see why.
That sounds like that took some skill to get that caught between your.
I don't know how I did it. Yeah, no idea.
Yeah, I put a plate on the back of my mud truck for a yank and jerk strap. It's just two solid steel plates that are 1 inch thick that come off, and you put a cotter pin through it. But first you put the yank and jerk strap, and then you put the pin through it. Well, it's about hip level. And I was coming around the truck and forgot about it and just walked into it like the hitch in the shin.
Ugh.
Oh, that fucking hurt. I thought I chipped my hip, man.
Right.
I had to go for an x-ray, and they're like, no, you didn't chip nothing. You're all right. Just bruised to the bone. Fucking limp for a week. Just talking about it hurts. I put
Glad,
padding on that shit.
Glad, were you here just now? We're talking about the YouTube chat. Glad.
Sorry, what?
Did you hear us talking about the YouTube chat?
No, I don't think so. Why?
You're admin, right? There. At YouTube,
I've got a wrench. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you help him out, Badamot?
Yeah, so if a guy comes back in there using the name of Rob Skiba's ventilator, ban that dude on site.
Oh boy, you
Glad,
bet.
did you
One
see the
time that-
screenshot? Glad. Did you see the
Oh,
screenshot?
okay, let me check.
Yeah.
You guys.
Yeah, truth prevails.
Trillion. It's trillion? Are you serious?
I'm saying that that's my guess, and I would
Got it.
I'm saying it's 99.9% her, but I could be wrong.
Right.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. They're going to get banned no matter what. Okay. What were you saying, Battlemon?
Well, if you see them, Truth Prevails is already on it too.
Well, they're listening, so I really doubt if they hear this part right here. If they're listening right now, I doubt they'll be back under that name because they know it's just going to get banned. They'll try to come in, during a time where those of us who are paying attention now aren't paying attention. That's what I suspect. So just keep your eyes open.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, it's kind of weird warfare situation when you know that they're listening to our communications about them. It's really, but that's the thing is that we're not the ones that are scared, so that we're more open to talk about it out in the open. They're scared to death of their own claims. So, but that's the type of person we're dealing with, Glatt. And like I'm pointing out to Roger and these other people, like, could you imagine the misery that person's going through that had to make that account?
Yeah. No, well, I can only imagine it. And I have seen a lot of different kinds of psychological issues work themselves out in front of me. So yeah, for sure.
This is
Imagine living.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, so imagine living with the lack of morality to where that doesn't even seem wrong to you.
Right. This is literally, there's 100 lessons behind this. We could talk about this for like several hours of how bad this is, the state of being of these people.
Right. It's default. It's autopilot for them.
Like I was saying, like if Gem Panda, is that his name? Yeah. If Gem Panda, who I've argued with, if he died, if he died tomorrow and I found out about it, I wouldn't make fun of him. I'd actually go and consult his friends and be like, and I'd probably try to make the situation brighter. And an enemy of mine died. So what type of personality does that, right? Like I'm not a good person, but I wouldn't do that.
Correct. Yeah. No, that's above and beyond. Really, really terrible. And I don't care if you believe in karma or not, because in that instance, it believes in you.
Mm-hmm. I was saying something the other night. Drace got that soft sounding pretty voice sister named Karma, but everybody always says, watch out for Karma. She's a bitch, right?
She couldn't be further from a bitch.
Well, I'm just saying Karma. I'm not about her, but her name.
Yeah.
It's a cute name, but they do say Karma's a bitch.
You never know, man. Don't piss her off. That's all I got to say. Because when people are very kind and sweet, and that's the only side you see of them, it's only because you've not pissed them off yet.
That's right. Yeah, I'm not in no way making any implications about her. There was just a thought I had when I was smoking weed one night. Karma will get you. You know, all that. Stuff they say about karma. When you least expect her, bam, karma hits you. Karmatic energy.
That shit doesn't care to sneak up behind you either. It'll hit you right head on.
Here's
Dead
another
in
one.
the face.
Karma's a
You guys
force
know
of
about
nature.
oh shit, it's a law, something law. I just said it. Something that goes that can go wrong usually does.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's
No. Murphy, yeah. There we go.
Murphy's law, yeah.
Yeah, so I think Murphy's Law and karma are having babies together. That's what I think.
Huh. It's an interesting thought.
I mean,
Something
take
can go wrong, it will, and we're going to make sure it does.
Yeah, exactly.
See you on the flip side. Toss the coin, bitch.
They're going to cut the umbilical cord with Occam's razor.
Yeah, right. Newton's flaming sword, man.
Yeah.
You've been talking about that all day.
I want people to get that one. I'm tired of them debating shit that can't be fucking solved with experimentation. Let these motherfuckers get us all off in space.
Yeah.
Talking about gravity, but can't prove it. Can't settle it with experimentation, but yet we're debating it. Newton himself would be like, what the fuck? He'd try to settle it with experimentation, so get your correlation between cause and effect and come back with your sharpened knife. You know? Because your sword's not working.
All right,
If you
boys,
are-
I gotta get out of here. But boys and lady, sorry. If what now?
I just saw something Michael put in the YouTube chat. He said, "You are what you eat." And I'm like, well, we need to quit eating Globers then.
We're not going to say what I am.
I'm just saying. Anyway, if you're taking
That's
off,
probably why I'm a flat earther, is because I stopped eating Globers. I think that's the way it went.
Yeah. Well, if you're taking off, good night. And
all right.
Take care.
Good night, guys. I'll talk to you here in a little bit.
Here in Michigan, I'm known as a troll because I live under the bridge. Mm-hmm.
Save some Glober meat for me, would you?
If I lived up there past that bridge, I'd be a youper. I'll be like, hey, buddy, you lost? You hungry? You need some help? You ain't from around here, are you? So, shit, some places up there you'd think you're in Canada. You betcha.
That's what's left, clap.
Yeah, the salmon runs are going on. My brother went up last weekend. I got a bunch of salmon.
Well, I gotta go soon, but before I go, somebody named Ald Brandy has joined the server. I guess we'll have somebody else talk to him. I gotta stay quiet.
What's up, Ald? You're on muted.
Have I been? Am I muted?
There he is.
You're unmuted.
Oh, hello.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Aloha.
Wait a minute. Is that Crit? Oh,
he's not here.
it's Crit. Hey,
is Crit
buddy.
here? Oh, really? Is Crit here, Battlemon?
No. No, Kurt's not here right now.
I didn't think he was.
What the hell? What's the name Kurt's going by right now?
Conspiracy Santa. He's just beneath
right
the
there.
PG.
Oh, okay, yeah. He's here, he's just not talking. Crit.
Sometimes I'm told I'm QE. Now I'm told I'm Crit. This.
What'd you say, Helio?
Well, Ald Crandy, can you? Ald Crandy, the floor is yours, sir.
That was too close, bro. You've been working on that.
So, what's the topic? What's the topic this evening?
We're talking about atheists. Did you have anything else?
Atheism. So, in what way? Pro or anti-atheism?
No, I just let the atheist do the talking for me, and then I show people things like, well, it's things that we can't even discuss because they're so vile. You know what I mean?
So, who's speaking right now?
This is the XO.
Hello. So, what were you wanting to know? Sorry.
Actually, what I want to know is, why do you think atheists are so scared? Why do you think atheists are scared to tell us their citations or evidence for what they believe?
Right. So, atheists don't really discuss what they believe because they may perhaps believe in nothing. Maybe that is their foundation of understanding, is that they don't believe in anything.
I agree. I think you literally just answered correctly. I think that's the reason.
But is that
we've
really
solved that. Yeah, don't even talk. We've solved it. We just solved that issue. Let's move on to the next problem.
Okay.
That was easy. Yeah, so you're not an atheist, I'm assuming.
Well, I was raised a Catholic, and everybody knows how the
you're
Catholic
definitely an
Church goes.
atheist. Okay, so you're definitely an atheist.
So, well, no. I mean, I was within a church community, though, right? Also, the largest, most powerful church community on earth to this day, probably per capita,
Yeah,
just to the
it's a pseudo church, right? It's not
the
church. It's
the sheer population size. So it's a moneymaker. It's a moneymaker.
Sure.
So, but they make money out of souls. The more souls, the better. They like people being born on this earth and walking this earth, but they serve a purpose, and they serve the purpose of the church, and that's to make the church a lot of money. So, yeah, it's absolutely a jaded theism. It's definitely not the theism of the individual, and it's a theism of micro punishment. But I still believe in a spiritual force. I don't know if it needs to be masculine or feminine. I don't know if it needs to have a name, but I think having some level of spiritualism in your life is important to your personal health and the health of the people around you. Does that answer that?
I think it is an eloquent and honest answer that I have not heard. So well done again. So I would say that we need to fast forward you, since you're beyond that. And we need to see, well, some of us, or we can just have a conversation. It's kind of up to you, man. So what brought you to the server, or did you have something that you have a desire to know about, why these people are making a claim that maybe you don't agree with? Is there anything that you would like to lead the conversation?
Right. So is this a screening for people that are willing?
No, I'm trying to skip the screening for you. I'm skipping that part. Yes, a lot of the times that they will screen you. That's true. We do that a lot. I wouldn't say we, but a lot of the members here do that. What I'm saying to you is, since it's very clear that you're not the average robot, so I'm giving you the floor until somebody takes over to kind of tell us about yourself, maybe, and let's just have a conversation and see what happens.
Sure. I mean, there's not a lot to talk about. I'm a fairly nondescript person. I don't really hold strong opinions on anything without a bit of thought. I obviously live in Australasia, so I'm in the Pacific. It's fine, I guess. Our country's a tax haven. Life moves pretty slowly here. We haven't really been terribly involved in any global struggles for power and therefore determining the nature of reality itself. I guess we've taken a bit of a backseat to that because I guess that's the most important game of all is being the culture that tells the rest of the world how to think. You know, nothing more powerful than that.
Right. So sorry to interrupt. So you do notice that there's only one world government now, though. You have picked up on this, yes?
Yeah, globalization has definitely led to a single consciousness, and I think it still comes down to a basic utility, is that you need to keep people in line so they're achieving something at least,
Wow.
as
So you're
opposed
kind
to
of you're kind of on the acceptance of it. You're kind of in that Stockholm syndrome stage where it's okay to be told what to do and what to believe, right?
no, I just know that it happens anyway, and the only choice is basically taking some action against something you dislike or something you feel that goes against the spirit of being alive. I guess this is where the martyr comes from, or basically the noble sacrifice. But I don't fully agree towards seeking out your own or your tribe's demise either. So there's a lot of good information out there that has benefited the lives of many people. I guess the thing I disagree with is the control and monetization of that knowledge. I think the scientific community is to blame a lot for that, because it is an incentive. Is you hold the power of health, you hold the power of well-being, then basically, you can make a lot of money off that. To a point, I guess. But
Wow.
other
Excellent.
than that,
Well, that's very elaborate. I'm impressed, but so I want to keep moving forward because you're exceedingly gaining on this conversation in a way I didn't expect. So at this point, Ald Crandy, I would tell you that there has been a kind of a small revolution that's been going on for the past decade, maybe 7 years for some, 6 for others. And they've realized that the governments, the powers that be, have lied about one specific thing in conjunction with each other, and that's this outer space deception. And it's a complete hoax. It's not real, but most people involved in it think it's real, just like we are raised to believe it. They don't experience it. They are just taught it, just like someone that's raised in Scientology or any other religion, whether it be on a desert island or a metropolis. People are raised to believe something. And right now in the modern era, the one world religion is the outer space religion. Well, it turns out it's a pretty disgusting hoax. And not only is it a hoax, it's not only money grabbing and a giant money laundering scheme, it's also the most dangerous and mental, I would say, destructive ideology in the past 2,000 years. This magical outer space religion that they've brainwashed us with on television has destroyed the minds of millions of people. It literally takes your abilities of thinking away from you. And that's the big issue. That's why I'm here, because I'm not trying to wake people up, to be honest with you. What I'm trying to do is trying to help the other people that have already woken up. I'm trying to strengthen their understanding or their faith in the creator, which is what this is about. So if there's many different avenues of how you can approach onto this. I'm obviously very biased, right? I'm sure everybody is, but the reality here is that these people are right. They have woken up to this deception and they realize that they've been lied to, and they don't live on a cartoon ball. And God bless them, they're right. And they're called flat earthers. So when I'm talking to you now, I want to know from you, is this to you a possibility that these people might be right? And if they were right, if it turned out that outer space was a giant hoax, would that be something that would affect your life?
Yeah. Okay. So when it comes to the idea, because you don't have to think of even outer space, but you have to think of space, right? Like the
vacuum of space.
Well,
What
yeah,
they
but
let me restate. So the cartoon they show you on TV
no,
is what I'm talking about.
I'm
right?
making it. I'm making it even simpler than that.
Okay,
so
but that's
I'm
the
making it even.
cartoon religion.
I'm
But no,
literally
but let's
talking
not.
about the
Well,
word.
Hold on. Wait 1 sec. Let's not move off the fact that exists. I'm not going to go into hypotheticals. There is this religion that they teach, and it is a hoax.
Right.
That this outer space religion is not. It's not like I'm not sure what they're talking about. No, everybody knows what this outer space religion is. They show it to you on TV all the time for decades and decades. And that's what I'm talking about, is that this deception, we found it out. We caught them. They're exposed. Yeah.
Yeah, so you cannot have gas pressure without a container, And so
Well, I
when they
think
say the vacuum of space is above our heads, we know it's a fairy tale because you cannot have gas pressure or a vacuum without a container, and you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a solid barrier of some kind. And so, what he means to say is so just to clarify though, the best term to use for this, because it is their claim after all, a claim with no evidence behind it, is they call it the vacuum of space. And it's important to call it that because it really is an extraordinary claim to claim that there's a vacuum above our heads, but we have no evidence for it.
So when I said space, I think instantly your thinking was astrological space. The term I'm actually meaning is something more basic than that. So I'm talking about physical space, as in what you can see.
I know, but Crandy, real quick, normally Orion.
Environment,
Crandy,
if you like.
Crandy, real quick, Crandy. We're just talking about one thing here. What they're teaching us, right? We're just trying. I don't want to get you off into the weeds here. I'm not talking about the space that I inhabit right now. I'm talking about this place that nobody can go to except for special people that work for the government that do blood rituals. They're allowed to go to these magical places that Orion and the Battle Mod and Truth Prevails and myself are not allowed to go to. Well, the reason no one's allowed to go to is because it's not real. It's a religion that destroys the mind. And we figured it out, and you can too. And I'm just asking you, do you think that might be something that you'd want to be interested in researching since it affects everybody?
Right. So this ties in with something like Bohemian Grove, and what it was basically a front for Baal worship, right? They worship Baal, which is, he's not Satan, but he's basically one of the servants of Satan, right? And that's Baal.
Yeah.
And Baal is basically the emissary. Is the emissary for Satan on Earth? Is actually Baal. It's not Satan himself. Satan is not really that worried about Earth as such. He sent Baal to deal with the affairs of Earth. So this is getting into the Satanic Bible, which discusses this. And so the Bohemian Grove was basically designed as a clandestine worship of Baal, and Baal would, through their worship of Baal and through giving Baal the blood of mortals through war and famine and man-made destruction, Baal would ensure their personal.
You've taken me by the hand, Crandy, and now I'm lost in the forest. I'm
right.
really trying to keep this. You got to realize we just want to keep it basic here.
I know, but this is getting to a point. So basically, your devil worship is basically to an emissary of Satan, and Satan goes beyond a tangible form. Satan is nature itself. Satan is is intrinsic to everything that we touch and we taste and we see. Is part demonic, right? So we're actually in between.
Can you verify that? Can you validate that claim?
He's given his perspective, and he's been trying. Just let him get it out, and then we can go from there.
So Satan goes beyond just a apparition that we think that we see. We actually see Baal. Baal is actually what we see. Satan is at the matter level, which Jordan Peterson talks about. The matter level. The bottom of everything, which is particles, and they've tried to isolate the particle of evil, right? Which is basically Satan. That's finding Satan. Evil is in the very molecules of everything. So it's at the very bottom of pretty much every man's soul or woman's potentially, and that is where Satan dwells. And we can't find Satan because Satan is everywhere. Basically, this is the science of religion. Baal is like the salesman for Satan. And Baal was contacted through around actually the time of Adolf Hitler, and Adolf Hitler was massively interested in mysticism. And he was wanting to find Satan. So I'm not making this up. So the Nazis were massively invested in cosmic war and spiritual war, not just earthly war. They wanted war. They didn't care about humans. They were trying to get to the bottom of everything, to the bottom of evil. And they wanted to touch base. They wanted to be the force of power on earth as emissaries for Satan, basically. will just fit
So when you
evil.
say space, what do you mean?
So I'm just saying, basically everything is contained in this space. So when I use the term space, is that we are in an environment. You're in a house right now. You're in a room that's in a house, that's on a street, that's in a town, that's in a district, that's in a county. You see what I mean? So you are in your space right now. You're in a room talking to me on the internet, right? So this is the problem with finitism, is you're saying that the Earth geographically is being misrepresented. But the problem with finitism is that for a box to exist, okay, the box that encapsulates the world, and the ice wall, then there needs to be a box outside of that box to contain the box. And then there needs to be a box outside of that box containing the box containing the box. So it's like Russian dolls.
Not necessarily.
So you've got Russian dolls, right? Because there needs to be something bigger than the containing space, right? And it can't just stop somewhere. Like,
does the unknown scare you?
Can't stop. It doesn't scare me. It just doesn't. So that outer space there, right? It needs to have something in it, right, to even be articulated as containing us.
Okay. There we go. So we've already disproven outer space, though. You see what I'm saying?
The vacuum of space.
So to the
But
point
we
that he said,
don't fully know what exactly it looks like and what it contains. We do not know that. We did not land on the moon. I absolutely believe we did not land on the moon. I think our space exploration has only really been a few thousand kilometers outside of the hemisphere of Earth. I think we have gotten that far, but I don't think we've gone much further. I don't think we've gone to the moon. I believe that maybe we've sent projectiles as far as Mars, but that's it. That's it. I don't think we've ever.
Okay, good. Okay, I'll let the other guys.
Do you know of any time in the past? Do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth and the method of how they did that?
Yeah, but I mean that comes down to the science of perspective as well. It's like you can only see what you can see, right? So you've got vanishing point.
Hold on. Well, it's not see what you can see. Like, let me ask the question again. Do you know of any time in the past, up until this moment, of when anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth to find the radius value of 3,959 miles, and the method of how they did that? A direct measurement from the ground, over the ground, or water, or a combination of the two.
Well, that would be from satellites, right? Orbiting satellites.
No, that's not a direct measurement. See, you're talking about something that would hypothetically be up and far away. I'm not talking about something that's up and far away. I'm talking about from the ground, over ground, or water, or a combination of the two.
You're talking about a point to a point.
Yes, I'm talking about constructing a straight line from the ground, constructing a straight line over miles, and then showing where the Earth is deviating from the straight line miles into the distance. Showing where the Earth is deviating from the straight line.
Right. But then it would come to the ice wall, right? Which is the Antarctic.
No. If you constructed a straight line 10 miles long, you could prove that the Earth is a ball easily. Because over 10 miles, there should be 60 feet of curvature. 66 feet of curvature, I think. And the point is, 60 feet or more, you could show where the Earth is deviating 10 miles down the line. Because it would be more over 10 miles down the line if it was actually a straight. It's just that there would be that much curvature. So I'm talking about a body of water when I say curvature. But if you actually constructed a straight line 10 miles down the line, it would be more than 10 miles for deviation down the line. What I meant to say is it would be more than 60 feet deviation down the line, 10 miles, is what I'm saying.
Right. So this is in favor of that that there is no curvature to the Earth.
Yeah, the reality.
Is
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, so the
Right,
lack
right.
of evidence is basically what kind of spells it out. So it's, I've been looking for people to directly measure it and find curvature. I've been looking for a while. I haven't found anyone to actually do it. And, so if no one's ever measured it and found it to be curved with any measurements, then it's flat.
Right, right.
What he was asking is if you knew where anyone had ever done it, because they tell us that this is what it is. And if they're telling us this was what it is and they have specific numbers, they should have measured it sometime. That's why he was asking you if you'd ever seen or heard or discovered where they'd ever measured.
No. Well, I'm not really a person that's massively scientific. I know that the world is so big, vast. I mean, statistics can prove that through our population statistics. We don't really have a reason to lie about that. I think a lot of the time people get into reality of Voltaire was like the phenomenon of objects is that as soon as you put an object down and you don't value it, it disappears forever. And that's crazy to think about, is actually that you don't value it means that it's gone. And so I guess they can come into the same area of, if we're truly dedicated to something, then we could find out the truth. And that's what's interesting is, why are we arguing in the first place about geography?
Well,
like
that's just it.
There's so many other things we could argue about, and there's so many other things that we
that's
we
the
could
point.
argue about.
Well, hold on real quick, Randy. If I can't get you to understand the basics, actually you have no business talking about anything else. If you can't understand a straight line for 100 miles, then you have some sort of
I can understand a straight line, but you have to understand that there's
Cranny, hold on. The point is, it's already been proven. I'm not necessarily saying that we all agree on everything, but yes, outer space is disproven and the Earth is not an object, let alone a ball. That's been disproven. That's easy. And I'm just trying to see if you care.
So,
let's continue on.
What's the thing in the sky that we call the moon? What is that?
That
we call the moon.
Well, hold on. That's the point. Is that I'm trying to get you to understand a straight line for 100 miles, and I can't. You're interested in the moon. That's the point. It destroys your mind.
Let's just hold on. Let's just go through the 3 points first. All right. So I'll answer your moon question in a second, but I just need you to answer 2 more questions for me quickly. And don't be afraid to say I don't know, like because you're an honest guy, and I understand you're probably an honest guy like me. You're not afraid to say that. So don't be afraid to say that. But the second question is, do you know how anyone has ever proven axial rotation of the Earth, proven that the Earth is rotating once a day, and that's why we have day and night, and that the sun is relatively stationary? Do you know how anyone has ever measured that or proven that in any way?
Right. So the thing is with it, so you accept that the sun exists and the moon exists, and I guess you're getting to that. So
we do observe them in the sky, passing above our heads. We do observe them moving in the sky, but we do not observe the Earth moving directly unless an earthquake's happening. So that's not rotation. That's just it shaking it back and forth for a while.
I've got a basic question. I've just got a basic question about that. So you don't think space exists, outer space, but then what do the moon and the sun habitate?
Here, I will. All right, here, I'm going to quickly answer this with a quick one, but then you got to go through the rest of these 3 points. They fall into the category of unverified lights in the sky. All right, and I will talk more about that with you in a second. But let's just go through these points, though. So you don't know if anyone has ever proven axial rotation? Anyone's ever proven that?
They've tried.
Well, but so you just don't know how anyone's ever done it, but you believe someone's done it, right?
Yeah, well, it's a collective effort scientifically, and it's usually through the monitoring of a stationary point, and that, well, through use of the sun mostly is actual rotation. So the sun is basically the underpinning of all our thought on the world being globular is basically movement of the sun.
So,
Yeah, but we
Noah,
observe the sun, we observe the Earth
the
is
moon.
stationary. We observe the sun moving across the sky, but you don't know how anyone's ever proven that the sun is relatively stationary. It's the Earth that's moving.
Right.
No, it's all right, man. It's okay. There's tough
something
questions.
is moving though, right? Something is moving though, right?
We all see the sun moving. Yep.
Yeah, the sun
Something
is
is
moving.
moving,
Yes,
right?
the sun is moving. Yes, something is moving, and that would be the sun. Yes.
Every day.
So the third question is this: do you know how anyone has ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container ever, or proven that gas pressure without a container can exist due to gravity?
But the atmosphere would be the container of the Earth, right? The gas.
No, even the way that they describe it in their model, the quote unquote atmosphere is
the container.
just an effect. No. They claim that gravity is the container, but I have no evidence of gravity containing gas, and as far as I know, you can't have gas pressure without a solid container.
No. Gravity is not a container. The atmospheric seal of the Earth is the container. So gravity is basically due to the movement of the cosmos or the Earth. So gravity is something that I mean, they've done zero gravity flights where they've managed to fly a plane at a certain altitude and then bank it rapidly to create zero gravity through movement.
Well,
which is basically a sharp turn.
He knows,
which is a
and
sharp turn.
We all know like what they claim, but what Orion is asking you is if you've ever seen anyone demonstrate that what they're claiming is possible.
I've known friends that have been on zero G flights. So yeah.
Listen.
But that's not gas pressure without a container. You see, that's actually an aircraft.
When we explained to you,
it is a container.
You said that gravity wasn't a container. You got your own argument misunderstood. You said the cosmos is what gravity explains. Basically, you're on about orbital mechanics. But listen, gravity is the reason why the gas doesn't escape out into space on your model. So the gravity is your container.
Right.
So you need to understand your own metric first.
Yeah, but gravity is generated by gyroscopic force, right? So you need to make something.
No, they don't claim that either. I'm sorry, buddy. They do not claim that either. They don't claim that either.
Make something spin off or stay put is due to gyroscopic force. So, and the perfect example of that is standing on a treadle stool, one that turns, right, with a couple of barbells.
Words, right? We're talking about gravity holding down gas molecules, giving you an atmosphere.
Yeah.
Gas pressure without a container. But you want to get back on the conversation. I didn't want to interrupt this far because he's trying to say to you, have you demonstrated gas pressure without a container? No, you do not see anywhere there's available space around gases because gas presses, right? Not that vacuums suck, but if you've got a vacuum and there's no containment in between the two air particles, it will rush and fill that valuable space on any level. No matter if it's the planet or whether it's a little fucking vacuum in your pocket or in your pump station in your car. If you've got a vacuum, there needs to be containment between the vacuum and the air pressure. Otherwise, the air will rush into it instantaneously.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that makes sense. But so, what point are you trying to make again?
You're living on.
So we're talking about
the planet you're living on.
Gravity
apparently swinging around inside of a vacuum. Just so it's not obviously isn't swinging around inside of a vacuum. Is it? Your model's dead. Obviously, gas pressure without a container can't exist because we know that how gas behaves when it's exposed to a vacuum without containment. So your whole model's done, on that one principle.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
we can all
vacuums. Obviously, when you look into the sky, it's not a vacuum. Obviously, that's a different material. That's something out there. There's a heavens above it. Like there's some sort of water.
What they think is outside of our atmosphere, it is a vacuum. That you can't breathe outside of that because there's no oxygen produced within our hemisphere, which is created by our trees.
That contradicts the second law of thermodynamics and everything we can demonstrate in the real world. So you're living in a fantasy world, my friend.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like thermodynamics.
Wake up, my individual. You are living.
Thermodynamics relies on a chemical reaction.
What are you talking about now?
Basically,
can you have gas pressure?
There has to be molecular movement.
So why do you think you're living in one?
For thermodynamics.
Because you got taught as a little child. Because you got taught as a little child, you live on a fucking ball. It's the only reason you think that you can live on something that defies everything you see in reality. You fucking retard. Everything in research tells you.
we can
Yeah,
hang
you can't live in a
You
fucking
don't need
hang
gas
on,
you don't need to get
container. You sit here
abusive.
talking to me about
You don't need to
guys.
get abusive.
container.
Just a
You're
second.
retarded.
There's no need to start calling names. We don't have to do that. We
Hold
can
on,
just have a
Brody.
conversation. Dude, no.
Right.
just-
So why can't people breathe oxygen at a certain altitude? They need to they need to take a canister of oxygen up there.
Yeah, I have an answer for your question.
If there's oxygen everywhere, then why can't they just fly infinitely?
Would you like me to answer your question?
Just because
breathing.
we contain, therefore that gases wouldn't have a gradient. Just because you're ignorant, you're just
No, I'm gonna answer his question. Come on, let's just answer his question.
We should
It's very
theoretically
simple.
be able to breathe everywhere, though, right?
No, shut up. Let me answer your question. Shut up and let me answer your question, for God's sakes. All right, so in algebraic terms, gas pressure is X, all right? And delta X is the gas pressure gradient inside the container. You cannot have the gas pressure gradient, delta X, without X coming first. So we're not asking you about delta X, which is the gas pressure gradient. You say you go higher up on a mountain and the air gets thinner. I agree. That is the gas pressure gradient. That is observing the gas pressure gradient, but we're not talking about the gas pressure gradient. We're talking about gas pressure itself. So we're saying to you, you cannot have gas pressure without a container. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
No, of course, because it's under pressure. It needs to be contained. And what I'm trying to say is that the hemisphere, basically the barrier of oxygen created by our topography, has built a field in which we can inhabit. I'm not saying that we live in a round little snow globe or whatever the hell, and we can't step outside of it. I mean, we're always trying to step outside of it, but we have been limited. Like I said, I don't think we landed on the moon. I don't think you can breathe oxygen on the moon. So, because it doesn't have a topography.
You do believe a ball.
Not even if you're a cowboy.
You do believe a ball flying through a vacuum without containment.
We need forestation to live.
You're talking about
you agree with that?
Rotating, dragging ball through
things move, right?
Entire galaxy.
The sun,
bro,
listen. The ball of light moves. It moves every day.
Your
it
ball
moves.
is flying through.
Starts at a point and it stops at a point.
Hold on, he's agreeing with this. Hold on, guys. He's agreeing with this. Yes, the sun moves and we observe it.
We can create time with
and we're
it.
looking for
We
evidence
invented
to the
time.
contrary.
You understand that, right? And we got very accurate with it through the movements of the sun.
Yeah, and the Earth is
We've
not
got
moving.
different
The Earth
time
is
zones.
stationary, right?
We've got different time zones because the sun is moving around something.
Yeah, but is the Earth moving? That's what we want to know. Do you think the Earth is moving?
You've got a giant
What's the time
vacuum,
there?
You've got a ball. You've got loads of gas around this ball, and this ball is going through this giant vacuum. And you're telling me that gravity is keeping this inhabitable space around it, when we all know factually, every level, even at the surface level, gas next to a vacuum is an impossible. It defies all reality and experiments. Can't I mean?
Gas with a vacuum, it just means the redispersion of the molecules of the gas.
It means available space for the pressurized air to escape into. That's what it means. And you're on a
Do you know that?
ball,
Do you know that?
rotating ball, yeah, that gets affected by gravity so much that the centrifugal forces drag the entire atmosphere around it. So this ball that's rotating can have an effect on the. Hold on. This
It's not
ball that's
dragging anything.
rotating can have an
It's-
effect on the atmosphere.
It's theoretically
making it appear-
holding us
making
here.
it- shut up, fuck up, man. Let me finish. Making it appear as if it's not moving, even though it is, yeah? That's what gravity does with the atmosphere. It drags it around with it, and that's why planes don't travel faster in different directions, apparently. But at the same time, it's also being pulled down and contained and creating the pressure as well. That's what it's doing. It's
Well, no, it
gravity. It's
doesn't.
doing
I
everything,
mean,
isn't
the
it?
weather proves that it's not being dragged around with it. The weather moves on its own volition.
Exactly, so it's not being
That's
dragged
why
by gravity.
we
like they're
can't predict the
proposing.
weather.
So it's not being dragged.
No, so they're completely different. They're completely different categories.
No, because they're proposing the
They
reason
are.
we don't have
They
the reason
are.
we don't have like faster travel times when we
Gases and gravity aren't
listen to
connected.
the rhetoric. I know it's hard for you to understand how convoluted your ball is and
All
how
right,
much
Rumi,
of a
you're gonna have
contradiction
to
your
back
ball
it up.
is.
room.
I know it's
You're
hard to
convoluted.
understand
Right.
contradictions in your
Okay.
wall. I know it's the first time you've never heard your own walk. Well,
Okay,
Gases and
we come to a
gravity
point.
aren't connected.
Okay, real quick.
They're not
Can I just help
connected.
this out real quick? Okay, Grandy, real quick. It's very clear that we cannot agree on the terms of this part of the conversation. So I do suggest to the panel and yourself that we move back to what's empirically provable, which is the fact that there's no curvature of the Earth. Are you willing to do that?
Well, I'm willing to listen. And I have been doing that. I mean, I haven't
No,
attacked
that's
you
fair.
personally.
That's fair. But
So,
this is just the reason why I personally never
but
move
I
off
can't.
the shape of the Crandy, can I just? I'm
I
gonna say
can't. I
one
can't
second.
just turn up and go. The Earth is
Crandy,
flat. Like
Crandy. No, I
I
don't
need to
want
look
you to.
into
No,
it.
that's the point. I'd like to just have the conversation be productive in the fact that this is why I never move off the topic of the Earth, because nothing else. If I can't get you to understand the shape of what we can measure, how could I possibly get you to understand things we can't test? So that's the thing here, is that what we can test and prove is the fact that we live on a stationary plane of existence. That's what we can prove.
Right. So okay. So the thing is if we are on a flat plane, right?
First, you
Which
have to
is
establish that. Yep. First, you have to establish that. Have you established that
First
yet?
step, yeah. First
right.
of all, you got to
So,
reinvent.
Have we established
this conversation?
that yet? Have we established that?
Somebody
yet,
here
Randy?
just wants.
Do you understand that?
Yeah,
We're
dude, just
discussing
hold on. Just let him
parameters of your
continue. He
beliefs.
said if. He didn't say I know or anything like that. He just said if. Like, continue with what you were saying.
It'll be
Right.
a brick
So
wall.
there needs to be an end of the Earth then, right?
No,
It
that's the
stops
point. You just
somewhere.
went right into speculation. No, that's not something I'm even claiming. I'm telling you we can prove we are on a stationary level plane of existence. I didn't
Yeah,
say
dude,
it's
that has nothing to do with what he's saying. Dude, hold on. Let's just answer his
Orion,
question
as
for God's
usual,
sake.
Orion, you're helping the person hide from the topic. And
No,
you're scaring
I'm
them away
actually
from
going
what
to
we
go
can
back
prove
to
because
something
I
I
don't know
learned from
why. I don't know why you always
QE,
do this, Orion.
which
You
is,
really
I
need
think,
to
a proper
hold your
answer.
ego back for a second,
No,
Orion,
just
and let
you're
other people
repeating
talk.
yourself, for
It's not
God's
always
sakes,
about
dude.
you,
You just said
okay?
something you said
You
5
just
minutes ago,
stop
right
acting
now.
this way for 5
Dude,
seconds.
just relax.
Be a man.
Just relax for a second.
Orion, try
All
to
right,
be a
so
man for 5 minutes while I'm on here.
so
You're on here 24
you
hours a
cannot
day.
have
I'm on here for about 30 minutes a
infinite.
week, and every
You
time
can't
I
have
am,
anything
you
that's
have to
infinite
constantly
Oh
in
gosh,
interrupt.
can
physical
you guys
reality.
stop talking over
Orion,
each
can you
other and
please stop
let's let
interrupting
odd
me and
let's
take
just
your
let
panic
odd
attack
Crandy.
somewhere else? I'm willing to be muted, but you have to grow up,
What
Orion. You have to stop being this
you
little
guys can
baby
take
that's
this to
constantly
DMs
crying.
if you're gonna
You got to get
if you
some
can't get
life
along.
experience and stop over
I'll
talking me
just
every time I'm.
fucking mute both of you, man. The hell with it. So does someone else want to like go over with odd Crandy? The point that they were trying to make is that according to the second law of thermodynamics, you have to have a container to have gas pressure. And this claim of this outer space that is a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure residing adjacent to the 50 torr that they claim our atmos is, right, without a container, is a fairy tale unless someone can demonstrate how that can be possible.
Right.
Because you can't even have pressure without a container, let
Right.
alone have it next to another environment that is of a different pressure
Right.
without a container. So that's where we're
Right.
at.
And it's moving. And it's
So
moving in all different vectors.
our body is a container under massive pressure. Our hearts produce a huge amount of pressure, and that's when an artery is cut. It sprays a massive distance. So when an artery cuts, it sprays up to 15 meters. We have huge cubic pressure moving through our bodies.
Yeah.
Right. So we are the container of our bodies.
Yeah. So
we contain the blood.
Yeah, we contain. Yeah, we contain.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
So we need to be in a container ourselves, is what you were saying, right?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Right. Right.
Welcome
so
to
I
container.
agree.
It's that simple, bro. It's that simple.
I agree.
Once you get your head around it,
But
that's as simple as it gets.
Okay, guys,
Why believe
let's
in
settle
something
down.
demonstrated? Why believe in something?
It's actually harder to contain a flat plane than it is a globe.
No, I'm just saying to you, why believe in something that cannot be demonstrated, such as gas pressure?
I mean, is it rectangle Earth?
Doesn't matter what
So
you say.
a globe
I don't care what
a
shape
globe
the Earth
is
is. I don't
completely
know what shape
contained.
the Earth is. I don't care what shape the Earth is, but I'm not about to believe
Right.
in something that's
A globe is a sphere.
Hold on.
Perfectly
I'm not about to believe
contained.
something that
It's
this
the perfect
disagrees with my eyes.
container.
I can see with my very own eyes.
It's perfect.
That this gas pressure container is impossible. So I don't need to believe anything about the shape of the world. It doesn't mean the world's fucking an oblong.
I disagreed with you. The world is in a container. How would I not agree with that? Our biosphere is the container, the shell around us. We need
So
it
if
to
you have
survive
this,
because,
check it out.
and it's built of oxygen and hydrogen and nitrogen and carbon.
Crandy.
We need
So that's not
those
what we're talking
elements
about. You realize
to
that,
build
right?
up
We're
the
talking about a
shell,
solid barrier of
to
some
build up
kind
the shell
holding
that
gas
we can
in.
survive in.
How
Yes,
long you been
the
debating
gas
this
has
for,
to be
Crandy?
held in,
Crandy, how long you been debating this
or
for?
else we'd suffocate to death.
How long you been
Hey,
debating this for, Crandy? How long you been talking about this topic for?
You do agree that
I'm
we
just
need
listen.
oxygen to breathe, right?
You got the people in this room, right? Have been doing this for
Yes.
10 years, 5 years. The
I-
experts in this field you're talking to in this room.
I
All heard
I
it.
gotta say, I think this
We've
guy's
disagreed
confused
with
in an
each
odd
other.
way. Maybe we should go
I'm
back
not
to just
confused.
the
I'm not confused.
curvature.
We're
Well,
agreeing with the same thing. So you don't know the shape of the container either. You just admitted that. You're just saying we're in container.
Okay, so
okay.
I take that
Hey,
back. You're not
hold on
confused, but
just
yes, it is unverified. Yes.
hold on just a second. Let's get
So
this
you don't
back,
actually
back
know the
to the
shape of the
beginning. Oh,
container. So maybe the container
oh
is
my
spherical.
God.
I've got an
Oh,
idea.
can when someone else is talking, can you wait till they finish? Because you have a very bad tendency to talk through everyone. Okay, it's getting very annoying. But are you forgetting the first point that he went through, where no one had ever had any measurement for curvature? So we know
No,
there's a
but I thought they
containment.
did.
Yeah, well,
Who
did you
and what
find
method?
any? Did you find any? Because we've
I
not
could
seen
look it
any.
up.
I could look it
So
up.
you
I
don't
mean, I
know
could look
then.
it up.
Look, it's easy.
So just
Look,
a
it's
belief.
easy. This makes me laugh, man. These first timers, these virgins, man, they have no idea. I could look it
Right.
up.
So
I can
this is
find
all
it.
about me
Easy.
knowing
So
about surveying and geometry. Well, I'm just agreeing that we live in a container. So I'm agreeing with you
Fair enough, fair
people.
enough. You know, you're entitled to your opinion, but personally myself, I think that I'm not going to believe we live without a container because I already know that it can't be demonstrated, and I know
I've
that it defies
just
the
been
second law of
agreeing with
thermodynamics.
you
Hold
that
on,
we
mate.
live in a
Hold on,
container, bro.
matey. Hold on. I know it defies the second law of thermodynamics, so I know that I don't want. There's no need for me to believe in it. There's no real reason for me to choose.
No,
You know
the
what?
second law of thermodynamics is that everything comes to entropy and to destruction if there's no movement of molecules.
What it
So the
says
second
is
law of
over time.
thermodynamics
What it says is
is
over time.
molecules
Entropy
have to
explains.
move.
Hold
Everything
on.
stops.
Hold on.
Everything stops and
Entropy
goes to
explains
entropy.
the
Yes.
behavior of gases, and so it also explains how the liquids mixture. And over time is the key word. Over time, entropy will increase.
It slows
and fill the
down.
available space.
It slows down and
Less
stops.
containment.
Yes.
Less containment restricts the vacuum. Yeah.
Yes,
The
we are
gas
going to
will
die
press.
from
The gas
entropy.
will press.
Yes.
The gas will press, and it will
Yes.
fill the available space. Especially
Yes.
if it's flying through a fucking vacuum.
Yes.
Especially if it's moving through a vacuum, spinning.
We'll fall to bits. Yes.
You'll just go straight off into space. The entire atmosphere would get stripped naked.
We are not eternal.
Like the moon is.
Yes.
Like the moon would be.
Good chance we'll get blown to bits.
Naked of our atmosphere.
If not by ourselves, then by nature. Yes. Yes.
So you agree that gas pressure requires containment?
Of course it does. It's pressure.
Okay,
It's under pressure.
so
It needs
check
to
it
be
out.
contained to be
All
under
right.
pressure.
Okay, we agree.
Now let me finish. All
We're
right,
all
so,
agreeing on the same thing. You're
bro,
just arguing about the shape.
No,
listen.
We're
I'm not.
agreeing
I
on the
care
same
about the shape.
thing. It's
I've
just
told
the
you,
shape.
I don't care about the shape. All I care about is the fundamental
Whether
principle.
it's flat or it's
that you cannot
globular.
have a gas
I'm agreeing with you.
system next to a fucking adjacent next to a vacuum.
All right,
You
if
keep
you
saying
agree
the
with
same
me,
thing
let
to
me
me.
finish
It's not
my
hard,
point.
mate. It's not hard to
And
get
I've
your head around.
agreed with you.
It doesn't matter what shape the Earth is.
My stupid little head, if you insult me one more fucking time, this conversation's over. You pommy cunt. I'm agreeing with you. Yes.
You're
It needs to be in a container.
Anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth? You want to look that up for me? You said you could do that.
All right, let's have a look at Earth curvature. Let's
Look,
look
if you
at
want to be
Earth
friendly about
curvature
it, you can
movement.
be. You know, I like my Australians.
No, you've just been a rude, aggressive prick from
Well,
the
the
start.
reason is you're quite
So
obnoxious
stick it up
and you're
your
very
ass.
evasive
I was
and
actually
you're very
agreeing with
you're very
you. No,
ignorant. You're very ignorant.
I've been agreeing
and you're
with
very
you.
overconfident
You're
with
just telling me this
your
again.
level of experience on this topic. You're very, very arrogant. You need to learn. There's people in here that even though I'm speaking, I'm fucking. You know, I'm not even half the fucking people that are in here that have been debating this stuff for years in and out. They've heard you guys in and out for years. Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to talk to you as more of a determining person, trying to give you an insight to that things aren't what they're meant out to be. And yet you're coming in here like you've got the new argument. Oh, I'll just look up it online. Like nobody's like we sat here for 10 years and no one's decided to look up it online. That's where you're coming from. You're coming from the most ignorant positions that I could possibly fathom. So it's like, yeah, I'm talking down to an infant.
Yeah, but
right,
do you say it to someone when you go to the grocery store? Let me ask you this. Do you say the earth is flat and stationary and you can't have gas pressure without a container? Do you say that when someone's handing your change and your receipt at the grocery store? Do you do that?
I've literally just agreed that yes, gas needs to be in a container to be under pressure.
No.
I've
I wasn't
agreed
asking
with
you. I was asking the other guy that.
Well, what about me?
Ribbon.
I don't go around. Listen, the only people I talk to Flat Earth about are you guys, because I don't really talk to the public about these conversations because I hardly talk to the public. I
Why
can't stand
not?
the public. Public piss me off. They're a bunch of fucking idiots. Walk around fucking masking themselves over a fucking imaginary ghost. Do my fucking head in. Everybody does my head in. Everything does my head in. So, only thing I ever talk to anyone about Flat Earth and my sci-fi kind of fantasy land is you guys, because it's the only people that are interested in the same topic. I don't bore people about this topic that are not into it.
Oh, but it won't bore other people, though. It won't bore other people. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, every time I go through the grocery store or the convenience store and someone's handing me a receipt and a change as I'm buying something, I say that to them. And it's mostly positive responses.
Some of the time, I'm trying to figure out where I've lost my keys or found my card or I've dropped my phone. I'm so fucking in my own head that at the time I probably couldn't think about. Oh, maybe I should have a nice conversation about Flat Earth with my local shopkeeper. Like I don't fancy that. I don't even want to talk to my shopkeeper. I probably lost my keys at this point. I'm probably looking around thinking what's going on. My girlfriend's probably screaming about something stupid. I don't know what's going on. Do you get what I mean? So I don't really.
I found this on the internet about Earth curvature calculation, if you don't mind me sharing it. I mean, I just did a real basic search. Okay.
Yeah, so
we're looking for who and the method, right?
So, okay, the Earth's radius...
1 second.
The Earth's radius supposedly is 6,371 kilometers.
Yeah. Again, 1 second.
Which
right?
gives a
1 second.
circumference of C
So am I not
equals-
being heard here? Is this...
No, you're being heard. He has
Okay.
an issue with talking over people.
1 second, right? We already know this, right? These are the things everybody that starts their journey in Flat Earth gives us, right? You're not the first person that goes on Google and recites the first thing Google gives us. That's why we are very specific in this. Who's the first guy and what method did he use to validate the radius?
Roger,
Wasn't it Galileo?
I've literally just told him the same thing.
I understand. Yeah. No, it wasn't Galileo. No, it wasn't. So these measurements are non-existent. That's why we are here.
We've all sat here for 10 years,
But
and not one of us afford
You could start measuring something, right? You could start measuring something, right?
Yeah,
We need planes to get to planes. So why don't you start a project to prove that the Earth is flat?
Well, there are
actually
laser measurements done, right? Laser
put your
measurements.
ass into gear and get on it.
Crandy, could you listen to Roger, please?
Start a GoFundMe.
Could you listen to Crandy? Could you listen to Roger? He's just told you.
I mean, it's cool. It's cool having, it's cool
when you have a
having
conversation and you listen to what someone says, and then you listen.
Yeah,
to what
yeah.
they say.
It's cool actually having a conversation, but you've actually just been pretty
Well,
rude.
let's have a conversation, right? Now he's trying to tell you that laser measurements.
I think conversation time is over.
You asked him a question. You says, "What measurements have you done?"
It's bedtime for me now.
He didn't reply to you.
Lovely to meet you all.
You didn't listen to him.
Lovely to meet you all. Okay.
Dream about the globe.
What a coward!
Jesus, what a... So he's in the... what was it? The science versus pseudoscience, and he has a flat Earth rule there, which I'm not buying.
How
I don't know
interesting. Really?
Right,
So he's
so-
over there with the globe, and he's got a flat Earth roll over there, and then he comes over here and starts talking. Well, I mean, he did say, like, I
What I
don't
was
know. It
trying
sound,
to tell him that I couldn't get out that entire time, that he agrees that gas pressure requires a containment. I was trying to tell him that, okay, well, the globe claims an open system where outer space travel is possible, so it's not contained.
Yeah, and I was going to ask him, so if you think that you're on a globe and they're hiding information of there being a giant, transparent sphere around us, don't you think that would be alarming too? I mean, for God's sakes.
well, here's the point. No one can claim it's any shape unless they have some measurement for it, and that's all we needed.
And the methodology did it. We know what though. It was good breaking him down because he thought he could come in here, do a 3-minute Google search, and teach the whole lot of us about fucking the shape of the earth. Like we're all that fuck. But just having that confidence and that ignorance in people's ability to do some self research. Like if anything, you guys are the most self research people out there. That's why you don't believe it's round. It's like it makes total sense. If you really fucking study it, that's what brings you to fucking flat Earth. Nobody brought me to flat Earth apart from just going over the topic over and over and over. And then comes to a point where I realise, hang on, maybe things aren't quite what they seem. You know, the humans are easily tricked. You know what magicians are like. And even when you've tricked somebody, it's even harder to show them they've been tricked sometimes.
It was really funny though. I kept saying that, oh yeah, the sun is moving. You know, he kept saying that over and over again. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. The sun is moving. The earth is not.
And even he said, well, one of them's moving. And I agree with that. Well, one of them is definitely moving. But the earth behaves as if it isn't. So all the air and everything goes around with the gravity. And also gravity is also containing it. And also gravity stopping it from flicking out in a centrifugal forces. It's just like all these little negligibilities. You know, air travels like in omnidirectional anyway and behaves at the surface level in omnidirectional. Gravity doesn't seem to exist when it comes to gas. So now he's saying that gas molecules are affected by it in all these multiple ways that all suit the globe. It's just when you put it all together, it is actually a massive fucking clusterfuck. It's a lot. It's a lot more realistic when you say, you know, it behaves as if it's contained. And containment consistent with what we can test in reality. Therefore, yeah, I'm happy with that information. I'll go with that for now until we get some more information. There's nothing more to assume. I don't think it's fair to say it's round. I don't care what you've seen. I don't care what you think. You know, this round ball and gravity and containment. It's a long ball. You know, no gas pressure container. So.
I've been wondering if I should just went back to bed, man.
Back to what?
But I guess can you call it a fulfilling day if you go to sleep without having pissed someone off? I guess I don't know.
Hey, Riven, when you go to the grocery store or whatever, or go out anywhere, when you go anywhere, you know, feel free, you know, just, I know it's a little nerve wracking, but you should really try it. Just say to someone when you have a chance here and there, the earth is flat, it's stationary, you know, there's topography, mountains and hills, but it's a topographical plane, a flat and stationary earth, and you cannot have gas pressure without a container or a vacuum without a container. Just say it to people. I swear, the reaction you get from some people, it's really funny. Like, I mean, funny in a way that I can't even describe. Like this one guy, like I was just over at a freaking convenience store just even today, and as I said it to him, I even felt like I wanted to talk with him a little bit more about it because he seemed like he was kind of interested in it. But I was kind of in a mood to leave quickly because I felt weird being in there without a mask on, and he wasn't like hassling me to put on a mask, and I didn't want to make it look like he wasn't doing his job, so I was kind of trying to leave.
People get
But
excited about I was going to say that when you speak to people about these gas pressure and these concepts, is that they get fascinated with the fact that you're well versed in it, and what they tend to do is they tend to just play with the idea with you. So when I talk to people about stuff and they go, "Oh, I heard you do that flat Earth thing, don't you?" I was like, "Yeah, because I've done like a rap on it and stuff, a few songs." So a few people do bring it up to me, and then when they do, and they go, because they're already interested in it, and they obviously they want to talk about it. So I'm like, "Oh yeah, it gets really. I've been talking about it for fucking years." And then they go, "Oh," and then you can find out how much they want to know about it or not. And then I don't tend to just think, "Oh, I want to bring it up to people and talk about it," because I just ain't really that interested in it. I think when I was passionate about it, I educated myself on it. So if people want to bring it up about my experience about it, I'll just talk to them about it. But I don't really feel the need to bring it up to people and judge their reaction, because I've had a few conversations. It's not like the first one. It's not like I haven't spoken to people about it. I've spoken to a lot of people about it, and I've tried to explain to them in better ways than I have done online in here. I'm talking to the people that I care about, and I say, look, well, if you think about it, look at the way the world is and that. You've never seen it out. You don't experience it. So why do you believe something you haven't seen and you don't know? Because it's what someone put a piece of paper in front of you and said, look at this geometry. Look at this. If I calculate, if I take this, if I carry the 5 and I take away the 4, and if I do this thing on a calculator, therefore the Earth's round. It's just like, oh, there's no explaining to them people that mathematics isn't reality. It's a calculation, and like that principle there. You can play with calculations, and if you don't know what you do with them,
Indeed. But to finish that little story, man. So as I was talking to this one guy at a convenience store today, like a Plaid Pantry or something, I was walking out the door, and as I was saying to him, you can't have gas pressure without a container. So that means that by default and by definition, we're inside a container right now. And he knows we're talking about the whole Earth. And he laughed and said, "Oh wow, that's scary," but not in a like he didn't believe me kind of way or whatever, or like he was disagreeing. Like he acknowledged it as reality, but acknowledged also that that's something that might scare other people. And I thought it was just hilarious how he laughed at it, like that. Like, wow, that's scary. That would terrify other people. We're inside a container, and more than likely we can't get out. We don't know what the dimensions of it are. We don't know what the container is made out of, but more than likely we can't ever leave this place,
my friend
except,
says,
through death.
He says, "What you're trying to tell me is I'm in the Truman Show." Yeah, exactly that. He says, "Oh, I'm the star of my own show," because we all are. We're all part of each other's Truman Show, because we're all contained and we're all controlled and monitored by the next level up. Literally in the center of that city, and like we're like a world within a world. And the Truman Show is literally probably a representation of what we're actually in, because apparently there's a war going on over our heads. It's been said that the aliens are fighting over us, or there's a war going literally on. We're on the floor like we're part of a decoration of a war that's going on over us. Some shit like that. I don't know what the fuck's going on there, but.
Are you talking about their propaganda and stuff, or what are we talking about?
Some alien stories, yeah. People talk about aliens and says that basically we're contained in the middle of the Truman Show. And there's a battle between two different aliens, like good and evil, above our heads fighting.
So define alien.
Not human, giants, fucking from outside of our, they control everything within our contained system, like the Truman Show. People that watch us for entertainment.
Well, I mean, this is all interesting and all, but I mean, we can't verify any of this, right?
Absolutely not. But it's very, 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 very reasonable to assume that, all the cameras and all the technology that's come into our lives is just to enhance the eye, so that it can see more, more information and stuff. And it's more as technology, they give us more technology. It makes a massive difference to where we're going to be and stuff. Like if you look, technology we had, like people have designed these things, they're incredible. And you're saying it's because of ancestors passing down a few fucking calculations on a piece of paper and tried and tested, and all these computers and all this advanced technology that we got. I think it's just washed. I think it's washed down, very, very washed down technology compared to what they have. Do you know what I mean? very, very washed down technology we have, and what we have is very, very powerful. I think technology we have, which influences the entire world's behavior and stuff. When you think about it.
Yeah, but the more critical thinking I do, and the more research I do, and the more thinking about what's verified and what's not, I'll be honest. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna say I know that there's only men and women, only humans, if you want to call them that, only mankind on the earth. But I think it is just us. Like, I don't think a lot of these quote unquote aliens or whatever. I think it's just shit that they made up. They just made it up.
Space, yeah. Look at the Earth, yeah. Look how many different variations of life forms you get in just life in general. Birds, ants, and bears, lions, fucking birds. Look at the variations of life forms you get in just around your local area. Dogs, cats, rats, birds, squirrels. You're talking life forms are just infinite, man. Like, I don't think you could ever put a limit on how many different types of life forms. We're just one of an infinite amount of different sorts of variations of life forms that could possibly be fathomed. I think you need to open your mind.
Yeah. Well, that's all kind of, for the most part, I wouldn't say infinite, but quite expansive. Yes, but with all you just described, there's nothing that would lead me to believe or lead me to think or lead me to conclude that somewhere out there's a life form on this plane of existence, like the Queen of England secretly morphing into a lizard, and controlling the world from behind the scenes. Like, I don't believe that because I see no evidence for that. I just see an old woman, that's probably weird.
This is something I want to tell you. There is a thing called when people get the lobster gets very old, and then what happens, it goes back down to infancy, because basically there's a way to affect your genes, that makes you go old, right? And then you can change your genes, and then what happens is your body starts to go young, and you go back to puberty and that. So there's a way to live forever with the human body, that you can take things from nature, because things in nature that are shown you demonstrated it can be possible, such as birds flying. We've also got the nervous system being recovered. With certain mussels that they're found in the water in Australia, and there's certain so there's ways basically to treat the human body to go old, to go young again, and to go old again, so you can basically live forever. We can
post some citations for that.
Your body. Sorry.
Can you post links to that information?
This information I researched a long time ago. I'm not, you can have to take my word for it. But there's like a little fucking nervous system thing under the water in the rivers that like a little jelly thing, and like when it's damaged, it can repair its nervous system, and you can take the technology that uses to rebuild its nervous system. And wheelchairs will be a thing of the past. And this is something they found years and years ago. So there's ways to live for a lot longer than we are. We have given about a certain amount of information, and our history has been burnt out and killed. There's been a great reset before. In the old world, there was a world before the world that we live in now that was very, very different, but it had technology that was very much more organic and free and pure. And obviously people are realizing we can do that now, but to the scale that they had it at with the pyramids and the circuit boards that we live on, because every person's like an electron as well. Everyone walks around like a little bit of energy, a little spirit inside them. We go into these processor buildings where we do work, and we drive like vehicles up and down, like blood cells around our body. Like every guy's, the system makes a system. Like the system that makes us get up every day and work is the same system that we've built in our city. So we're just a product of ourselves. That's what we're doing, implementing ourselves onto the world. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
It's just like that's just basically what I look at it like. It's just like now we've doing all these processes and stuff like that. We're finding that quantum, quantum board where you have these fucking super processors that can do much more, and that's where these big cathodes and these big buildings can come into play. I think that there's some interesting different ways of looking at the world, and magnetism and stuff like that. Magnetism I can buy into, but it's gravity bullshit. I'm not too keen on it anymore. Mass attracting mass doesn't seem to make sense. The moon's got mass. Earth's got mass, but they're going away from each other. It's just so it's not mass attracting mass. And then they say, "Oh, the ocean's flicking." It's just like, all right then. Maybe it's just not. Maybe it's just not working the way you think it is. You know what I mean? It's a lot more effort to just realise that they're lying than it is to just keep up with their fucking patching up their fucking bullshit story about this, the moon doing this and gravity doing that every 5 minutes.
Yeah, gravity. Is there anything it can't do?
Makes sense.
I'd really like to see this information if you run across it again, though. That reverses aging, let you live forever. Well, I feel cheated. It's like that was so climactic with no satisfaction. I felt like I got cheated. It's like that boyfriend who says, "Oh, this is going to be great. We've been planning this for months," and then they take you, and then nothing happens. You're just kind of like, what? I notice people cry about being banned. They get unbanned and then they don't come in here. Wasn't that kind of how, hey Roger, are you there? Wasn't that kind of how it was with Phil anyway? Was it, didn't Bambi try to continue to get him into a debate and he wouldn't do it? Seems like I remember something like that too. I don't know, it's been a while. It could be, just be an old story.
Imagining being a self-proclaimed professor, being in a YouTube chat 24/7. I mean,
That's the question. Why is he in the YouTube chat? He's been unbanned, so. Maybe because he doesn't have anything and he knows that he just doesn't want to be exposed too quick. Who knows? So he says he's sitting across from a student doing a makeup exam, and he didn't think that it would be good if he started arguing with his iPad in front of the students. So, oh well. So I went to another community, and I was hanging out there and just talking about just whatever. It wasn't Flat Earth, but they knew that I was from the Flat Earth community because I don't go into other servers and immediately start talking about it first. Try to get to know them a little bit first. So it's kind of interesting because so there's an older feller there, and he was interested in it, and he wanted to know. He said he had never met a flat earther before, like actually met one. He said I'd heard of them, I knew they existed, but I'd never met one. So he was curious and interested in the topic. So he started asking me questions, and it's funny how there's like these are trained responses. They must be, because otherwise none of it makes any sense. Because he was asking the questions and he was genuinely interested in it. When I started explaining it to him, then he'd have more questions. But not only would he, but the other individuals in the room that were listening would also have questions. But theirs was coming from a totally different place. Like they were getting so triggered. I wasn't even talking to these people, right? I was just answering this guy's question. He had genuine interest in it. He was asking me, well, so exactly what do flat earthers really think about this and this? Yeah, going down the list. And I started explaining things, and I was trying to be very direct and to the point quickly so that I didn't take up a lot of airspace talking about it. And it left him room to ask many other questions. So every time I noticed that their responses kept getting more of a triggered response, every question that he would ask, when I'd go through the explanation or and share, with him a lot of the verifiable information that they don't have when they start trying to explain the globe and when they tell us the story and stuff. Like these people that were listening to our conversation, they just went in after a few times, you could tell that they were getting triggered. And my responses started getting just a little bit more concise and a little bit more short because I could tell that they were getting triggered. I knew it was not going to end well. But eventually, that's what they went to. It's what they resorted to. It's personal attacks. It's like the ad homs. That's all they had. Because every time they would say something and they would think it would be an explanation or they think it would be proof, they'd be like, but what about? And then when I'd explain it to them that, well, that's not really any evidence. There's no evidence to even back that up. It's just a claim. It's like they'd lose it. They'd lose their shit and just start going into personal attacks. So the guy that I was talking to and the one that was asking me these questions, I don't know if I'll see him in here or not, but I did invite him to the server. And he did ask for an invite, actually. And I sent him some information, so I don't know, maybe he'll stop in tomorrow. That was brutal, though. That was early. Yesterday morning. Started my day out that way. It's pretty brutal. They're just so sure that it's dumb. And they're so sure that, there's no basis for it. That when you start explaining it to them and sharing the evidence, and when they start realizing that It's actually the globe belief that's the dumb belief. They can't deal with it. Because then they have to consider the fact that they believed something that is dumb. So there's this guy from a science server, and he says he can explain how this so-called vacuum of space can exist without violating any natural laws. He said he was finishing his lunch, and then he'd be in, so I don't know. We'll see what he brings. Maybe he'll show, maybe he won't. Told him I was looking for someone who can explain how it could be possible, and he said, well, I think you're looking for me, so we'll see. He's gonna be the savior of the globe.
Earth is flat.
Good morning, Gabby Cat.
Books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick. So complacent. They worship six, and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic. Following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic. Made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not feel the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah, because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Since 1972, destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies, space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's hard to start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistency? Ship disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition. Right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah, yeah.
field. That's for Israel. Wonder is it real? Rappers acting say they high, say they simple pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up, had to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder is it real? Took the way you saw the world, then distorted it. Now you think you want a rocket twirl somewhere orbiting. Theories disproportionate, the truth distorted quick with a forceful grip. They forcing misinfo that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature that mean extorted it. They forging it. If news ain't good informants who informing them, there's a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is this reporting ships important gifts. Of course it is, but extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks we ignoring, which informing this, informant this. It looked like we were storing tricked. Pedophilia and the government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilify those insubordinate. Way to matrix engineer, that's unfortunate. Geopolitically, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder is it real? Rappers actors say they high, say they simple pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder is it real?
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't let it. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep under my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
I'll just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Twilight Zone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
These crazy days that we live in just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life is like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare. But the way that they brainwash you isn't very fair. They can shove that mind control programming up their derriere. I do not consent to the way they tailor society. Ain't no variety. Plus I really hate when they lie to me. I use music as a tool to release the anger inside of me. You don't know how fucking crazy it's driving me. That we're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's where we live and control you through fear and terrorism. They wanna keep you in a mental prison where they tell your vision through the television. Where the ignorance is bliss and they just keep you living in it. You're a business, getting a citizenship. What did you really think that your birth certificate is? Get the straw man on. Money is a it's all a banknote. It's only a bill exchange when you pay that loan. Like a monopoly game, but you can't pass go. When you turn on the TV all day, you get politically entertainment. The news that you see is all suggestive. Lowering frequencies contribute to our stress. And you're responding, telling me that we're free living in this country. Military overseas and it's all for our peace. Just a record on repeat from the programming. Like probably want a cracker. Put you through education for domestication, control my mind faster. Giving you medication to poison our masses. If you ever question what's coming from our masters. And you're rocking the boat, or you're ever having any thoughts of your own. You better hope you never caught walking alone. To be locked up a road off by the echo. Got your life looking like a sci-fi show. Brain scrambling when the Wi-Fi's on. Airplane mode when I ride my phone. If your eyes wide closed.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
I ask myself, why do I even bother? Cause people are just like sheep that are lining up for the slaughter. If they're killing rats with fluoride, then why is it in the water? They're using the news to fool us, divide us so they can conquer. The longer you stay asleep, then the longer I'm gonna scream at you. I can't believe you let them deceive you, it's inconceivable. I won't stop until you wake up and do what you need to do. This world is overran with an evil that is unspeakable. Most people don't know, so they just vote and pay taxes. The devil's hiding in the shadows and controlling their actions. And they think that the earth is a spinning globe on its axis. But I don't have any time to devote to this madness. I have nobody to relate to, so I ride alone. Just me and all these wild thoughts that are inside my dome. I feel like I don't belong here and I can't find my home. I'm tripping and I'm wishing it was different, but we're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them, they treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but goyim to them, they treat us like subhumans. Repeat after me, I am not free. They're lying to you, they're lying to me. What are they hiding? I'm dying to see. Why is it God that they're trying to be? The acquisition of wealth and power is what they know. They've always been among us, they own us, they run the show. When it comes to making a difference, we ain't moving. Freedom is a fallacy, you're just a free-range human. From the crib to the grave, you live as a slave, and that's just a matter of fact. If you want to see change, forget all the games, we're gonna just have to attack. This is our world and we're snatching it back. If you don't want it, move off to the side. Not for the cowardly, not for the weak, only the strong come along for the ride. Won't be so simple, I'm not gonna lie, but that doesn't mean that I'm not gonna try. With everything that they're doing to all of us, maybe tomorrow we're all gonna die. Either way, they kill us slowly, dumb us down and make us dopey. Everything you see is fake and all the news you get is phony. It's time we show the people how the elite are so deceitful. It's time we rise up high up enough to expose this evil. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but goyim to them, they treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but goyim to them, they treat us like subhumans.
What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
ODB TV Truth Division, the one and only. They hate the fact that I'm nosy, but I say fuck it, blow me. I'm a researcher, a real truth seeker. This is my classroom, fool, I'm a school teacher. Prepare to be blown away, everything you know gets thrown away. Take your mind to a whole nother level, put the pedal to the metal with no delay. How much worse must it get before we do something about it? For we are many, they are few, man, we got them surrounded. It's time we think outside the cage where our brains have been placed. The true history of the world has been changed and erased. It's 1984, these things are so Orwellian. Big brother, motherfucker, super totalitarian. Your thoughts being suggested, your speech being suppressed, always being corrected, freedom being oppressed, always under surveillance, in a state of unrest. And if you protest it, they put your ass under arrest. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but goyim to them, they treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but goyim to them, they treat us like subhumans.
What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they race you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hoes, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, it got you working to the bone. Do you know how they race you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief, and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, becks I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
They raise you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise, and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds, and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all their dime, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, every baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong, that's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, flat at disco. Ocha Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, Mickey, Sonny, such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They win out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transformed into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with a stories. Entering your mind in respect of a warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. At astronauts, monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious a creator. If the globe don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. Learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles as easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would ever run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the writers to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic, their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice, that's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters, you believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction, that's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards, wonder what's the verdict, pastors. Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle, who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius, you cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you hire you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want to seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop up your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
fight you for 400 more. If you stay, angry baller, if you stay, you will never be flattered with what you say. So go and go ferry, the curvy has been buried, and piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, angry globe, go on home. What the fuck's Van Alec belt if not a dome? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more.
Good morning, Nathan.
Morning, Brenda. How are you?
Ready to get destroyed again?
Ready to be lit on fire, Mrs. Cronin?
You mean you came in ready to be destroyed again? Yeah, we accept that, Brenda. Hi, how are you?
We got our torches ready, Strawman.
I've destroyed your argument every single time.
Oh, what a way to start a morning.
Yeah. I love this. Here's 2020. Chocolate scene. It's coming at you. Yeah. My squad blazing through like low arsonists. Y'all could diss, annihilated off the list of a long line of globals who will just insist we're living on a spinning ball that does not exist. As I sit back and wonder why they persist, like some pissed gorillas living in the mist, always lacking evidence, they just get dismissed. But here's the twist, they won't cease and desist. Their illegal activities seems all they got are fallacies, begging the question they're never seen. Please claiming flat earth is only arcade while you sit back and paint his mosaics of Aristophanes. Like what the fuck, bro, it seems profound. 2,000 years is still like 6 to the ground. Meanwhile, what's really going 6 feet deep is the value of your radius. It's RIP. Rest in peace to your little RADIUS. It's just a fantasy. Can't you see that your little globe theory is about to be in the fucking GRAVE? Come on. Keep it moving. Yo, I'm really trying to ascertain how insane it is to endure the pain that would make a grown man out loud exclaim that a body of water could somehow maintain the outside of a ball. Now that's insane. Even Isaac Newton said that he would not feign a hypothesis for this bullshit campaign. A force that's only a force in your brain. Don't complain cause I'm not trying to pull your chain. This ain't no game, it's often claimed with thoughts in vain to not go against the grain. It sounds profane, the cartoon raw will not sustain. Its reign has been now deemed as inhumane. Me and my fam only wanna help you be attained and reclaim your sense of home and your domain. Your life has been spent on the top of a plane, yeah. In the year 2020, it seems the case. Heliocentrism has just lost the race. Globetrotters scrambling just to keep the pace while still telling folk tales about outer space. Kinda funny you think that's what really got your back. Astronauts in a vacuum, yo, that's all an act. In fact, they only do it to control your mind. And to not see through it, yo, you must be blind. In due time, it will all soon be revealed. Little water ball is losing its mass appeal. On the real, doesn't matter how bad you feel. Fact of the matter is that your face been sealed. Death of the globe model is now at hand. People seeing through the lies all across the land. From Eli to NY to Jin in Japan. It's a rap time to throw the magic ball in the can. Come on.
Hello, how are you? Is anybody here?
Maybe.
Anyone? Dealer? Anyone? What's up, man? Everything's cool?
All good, bro. How are you?
Fine, just working now. I'm at work.
What you doing?
Paint factory, just looking up the computers. If everything flows okay. If something wrong, I interrupt the computers and fix it.
Sounds like an easy job.
Yes, it's easy, but you have responsibility. If something goes wrong, it's a big mess. But if you follow the rules, it's everything okay.
Are you working with Microsoft systems?
No, it's a customer software.
Oh. Are you in Europe?
Yes, in Greece.
I was gonna say Turkey, but no, you're a little bit further than that.
Where?
I thought you were round about Turkey, Bulgaria, but you're Greece, huh?
Okay, it's nearby.
Not too far.
Countries nearby. No, too far. It's one country.
Me, I'm from Ireland.
Ireland, Scotland.
Yeah, close enough.
Oh, no.
Same thing.
McGregor, proper one. Whiskey. UFC. Irishman.
McGregor.
McGregor. Justin Poirier. Did you see the clip? He's in the wheelchair. And he says, we will fix it again. And second time, third time, fourth time. Wait, I'm sending to you. Wait.
Oh.
Send me a message. Who are you? What, Pacman? Pacmac? Oh, wait. I'll send it to personal. Wait. Hi. This is you? PMASS?
Yeah, PMACC, yeah.
Wait, I will show you something. You will laugh now.
Okay.
If you don't laugh, I'll give you $100. Promise. Send it back to eBay immediately. Wait.
So if I tell you that I didn't laugh, I'll just give you my bank account number.
Yes.
Okay.
But it's impossible. I saw it 200 times and I'm still laughing. Wait.
I was going to search on YouTube, but if you want to send it to me in the personals, yeah.
No. Wait.
Got it. Hang on. Wave to Siler. There we go. Add friend.
Just found it. Wait.
I'll do a live reaction.
Yes. Just 3, 4, 5.
How long does it take you to send a link? Come on now.
No, 1 minute.
It's a big fucking.
1 second. I just already found it. Wait.
I thought you work with computer.
Okay. Yes. Send it to you. Yeah.
This comic. Yes. Okay.
Joe.
Can I see you also? Live reaction? No. Okay.
Dr. Stoppage.
What's up, my friends? The notorious Conor McGregor here.
Did you laugh?
That's boy, bro. Crutch, wheelchair. Now he's on life support.
Yes. Yes. Good, yeah?
Yeah, that's good, bro. Actually, I'm actually gonna hold on. See if I can post that in the main channel.
Yes. I saw it 200 times. I still laugh.
Yeah.
Let's again, Dr. Stoppage, and after that, life support with oxygen. But he's still trying. I think they will do it again. It will be a big sellout. Everybody will pay for it to see it. It's a good match. Main card.
Dr. Stoppage.
Yeah. He imitated him very good. And I think he has another thing he does. Wait. I think he goes also in a shopping mall and imitates him.
Yeah, go ahead, find it. I'll be interested to watch it. Yeah, I'll be back in 2 minutes. I have to pour myself a.
Wait. I will show you something else.
Yeah, I'll be back in
This
two.
is also very good. And after that, you can do what you want. Déjame hacer, Philip. Wait. He imitates now Bruce Buffer. He goes to the, how would you call it, Masvidal, and He sent the, he sent the introduction of Masvidal, the announcement. He does it very good. Listen, Masvidal hired him up right away on his promotion, MMA promotion, MMA promotion he had. That's good. Can I say? Yeah, I like it. Yeah, sure.
That's me back. Yeah, I'll just have to watch it before I post it.
Yeah.
That's good.
This Saturday, the UFC will be very, very good. I think it's a very good matchup in matchmaking. The matchmakers did a very good job. It's very good fights inside there.
So I'm guessing you like your MMA, eh?
Now, yes, but before that, it's disgusting. Disgusting. It was disgusting. All the blood, but they have fixed everything. I think it's more. The colors are better. The cameras are better. The fighters are better. Everything. The commentating is very good. It's now very good. It's watchable. Before that, it wasn't watchable.
Right?
Do you agree?
Well, I like it, but it's always been good quality here. Maybe Grease TV just isn't the same.
No. I mean the matchup. There was no McGregor. There was no Jose Aldo. So good. Okay, it was also basketball, but there wasn't this level. I think the level the athletes are now, it's very, very good. This is why it's very good also.
Oh,
But
yeah,
the
yeah.
UFC, okay, the level was not too high. There was no Usman. There was no, okay, there was other Anderson Silva and things like that. But I think the level is very, very high now. They're very much better athletes.
Yeah, they're making a lot of money, almost as much money as boxing now, right?
Yes, this is why I think it's very good. It's not one punch, the fight. Before that, they all target for one punch. One punch KO. Now it's no more tactical.
Did you ever fight?
Yes.
How did I know that?
MMA.
Yeah, did you ever do the in the gym?
Yes, yes, I'm a boxer.
Mm.
I've done kickboxing, boxing, and a little bit MMA, but I've done this, and I know how it's to get the punch in the teeth and in the mouth. You bleed out and everything's slow down. You see doubles. I saw that. I know it. It's a weird feeling, but sometimes I like it.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about it, but yeah, it's exciting.
It's a crowd, it's the adrenaline, everything.
Yeah, it's like even though you get hit or whatever, it's still you still enjoy it. It's crazy.
Yes.
I have a friend who does bare knuckle. He does bare knuckle for illegal fights. He won his last one. I think he won about like 2.5, 3,000 pounds. He's supposed to be fighting in England now in a month, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, he just loves it, man. But he's a firecracker. He just Irish man, Irish.
It's if it adrenaline is pops out to your body, you don't feel the pain. The pain comes after the fight. But in the time you're in the fight, it's great. You feel like God.
Alive.
You feel un, unbeatable. And even if you get beaten up, it doesn't matter for you. You just don't want to stop everything. It's great. It's like you running with 200 miles an hour. It's like this. It's very dangerous, but you love it. It's better than sex, I think. For me, yes. If I compare, it's better than sex.
Yeah, it actually is. I agree with you there.
So you understand that I have no knowledge about this. If no one can tell you this, maybe he's lying.
No, I have an idea.
One time I got the punch and mouthpiece flies away from my mouth. I didn't stop it. I continued.
Oh yeah,
I doesn't care.
I've seen that before.
Yes. You will think it's not logic to continue without the mouthpiece because you can break your teeth and it costs very much money, but at this time, it doesn't matter for me. After that, I thought, what crazy have I done? Maybe I get hurt very much, but it's timing. And this timing, everything fearless. You understand?
Yeah.
Like you see a movie, he jumps off the building and he doesn't care what's happened next. Okay, we're talking now for boxing in the flat earth.
I know that's as I'm about to say.
Yes.
What corner do you fight in? Are you a flatter or a glober?
Look, I'm a flat earth because I think everything is set up, I think, and aligned to us very much. Everything is set up, I think. Nothing else.
Okay.
They don't tell you the truth, I think. I think.
Your mic's a little bit low for me, but
I'm
I
at
can
work.
still hear you.
Yes, I'm wearing also the mask.
What?
I'm wearing the mask here.
Oh, work. Okay.
Yeah. Wait. Maybe you can hear me now better. I pull off the mask.
Yeah, that's a little better. That's a little better. I have to wear a mask at work too, bro, but I don't. I just don't.
Yes, no, it's not too much.
Oh,
People
that's far better. Jesus Christ. It's like you went up like
yes. And the thing is that they will show you only things they want in the media. They will not show you anything else. So you can sleep alive. Sleepwalking people. They believe what they see.
zombies, yeah.
Yes. If televisions tell them to jump out of the building into the street with hat, make like Superman, they will do it. I think.
I
I
think
think
so.
80% of the people they will jump out of the window because television tell them to do it.
Yep. Unfortunately,
When
that's
I
the trend that today's society is living in. It doesn't matter where you're from.
yes, even when I ask why you do this, they say television tell it. I say, what do you think about it? I don't know. They know, so I do what they know. You can. Do you think that everybody is telling you a lie? Is this possible? I say, no, no. Continue what you're doing.
It's all
You cannot help them.
compartmentalized.
Yes, yes. Resident Evil number 8.
But
Just
I
before
loved,
you.
I loved Resident Evil, bro. What a game.
Me too.
Number 4 is
Me
my
too.
favorite. Number 4 or 5.
I play now Detroit. Do you know Detroit?
Mm-mm.
Detroit. No, no Detroit. What's
The latest one?
Detroit? No, no, no. Detroit Human. Detroit Human is a PS4 game.
I'm finding it difficult to understand your accent a little bit here.
Detroit. 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 Become a Human. It's a video game of
Oh, okay.
PS4. Detroit. 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 Become a
Oh,
Human.
Detroit. Oh, okay, gotcha.
If you see it, it's like real. It's cinematic. It's with a great script. Very, very good. And one time I thought it's a movie. Like I'm living it. The sound effects when something happens. The scream. And if you play it also in a big TV, it's great.
Resident Evil 4 was probably one of the greatest games of all time.
Yeah.
I played it twice. I loved it. But it does feel like we're living in those times. But anyway,
Yes, I think so also. Yes.
if it's on the television, it must be true. Um,
Yes. They say now they will send the uh, drones up over the sky so they can see things, police, and find out about fires in the wild and in the city from robbers and
yeah, they got this whole thing going on about not
climate change.
eating meat, and the global warming thing seems to have ramped up a notch or
Yes.
two. It's like, and young boys walking around in princess dresses and things. Things are ramping up to a new world and it's happening very fast. It's really strange. I realize this. It's happening very, very quickly.
Yes.
It's not like it's moving slowly. It's like suddenly there's all kinds of genders and things. I don't know if we're even supposed to talk about this, but I won't talk about things we're not supposed to talk about. But it's just
Okay,
like,
don't tell about the work only the work. Don't tell about the work, about the back, the V work,
yeah,
because
okay.
there's not a lot.
Just really, really rapidly moving towards a new world.
Yeah, that's it.
Frankly, I don't want to be part of. Man, that's crazy.
No, me too also. Wait a second, please. Okay, I'm back. Back to the future. What this is. Okay. Are you here? Hmm. Anyone here? Push me low.
What's that, bro?
Nothing at work.
Oh, you can't. Can you see the video I just posted? It's hilarious, man.
Wait. Where? Okay, wait. I'm just opening now. Did you send to me or main text?
No, it's in the general Tyson Fury doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah. Sorry.
Try not to laugh.
Looking at
It's
it now.
uncomfortable.
Yes. I don't have. Joe Pesci. That's his name. Mhm.
Experience.
Funny, man. I have to show you guys now. Wait, I will show you something now. If you don't laugh, I will give you another 100. Wait, this is a challenge every time. $100 if you don't laugh. Wait. Okay, open it.
There's your man at the end, Conor McGregor at the end.
Yes. See now what I sent you in the main
Doctor,
text.
stop it. Doctor, stop it.
Yes, yes. No, it's Scarface imitation. It's very funny.
Hooah.
The guy is very good. See in the main text.
Yeah, see it, got it.
Did you see that?
Watching that one.
Okay.
It's a piece of shit.
Други. Триадена, други. Триадена. Cosa sto? Non è Triadena.
That's the fucking bus. Hey, back again. Octopus coming out of me, yeah, man.
The imitations are great. I will send another link with impression. Here. But
Another what?
Okay.
Let me just tell you, lad, something here. The only thing that I hate more than people that don't wear bloody masks inside stores are people that don't wear the mask inside a store. Bloody wankers.
I thought you were gonna say is people who fucking do really bad impressions.
No, I love those people. How are you gentlemen doing tonight?
Well, we're doing great. Prince Charles, how are you?
I'm alright.
You just went from Prince
I'm
Charles
alright.
to gangster.
Yeah. They call me Flatter Day Princeton.
Life treating you good?
Yeah.
And if it wasn't, you just tell it to fuck off.
Right. I'm surprised I haven't broken my toe yet. I've never broken a toe or bone, and I stubbed my toe the other day. Oh my god, I thought I broke it.
Have you broken anything else?
No, I've never broken anything. Just my phone.
Why were you surprised you didn't break your toe? Were you kicking against something?
No, just walking. I was walking up the front porch, and there was like like a couple buckets with like cement and some bricks and stuff, and my little toe just caught that edge of the brick, and I was walking in the house like really fast, and I was like, oh, I thought I broke it for a second, but
Yeah,
nope.
yeah, it sounds. Yeah, the front of my porch, I always have buckets of cement sitting there.
Yeah. My house looks so ghetto. There's so much stuff in front of the house right now. There's like a fridge, a washer and dryer, a toilet, like all kinds of building supplies.
A toilet?
Mm-hmm.
In case somebody wasn't taking shit?
Dude, it's so ghetto, dude.
That's
lady
ghetto, bro.
The lady who owns the house went next door because the people were moving, and she's like a collector, right? I guess you call it, or a hoarder, and she basically took everything that they didn't want, like basically everything but the kitchen sink, and then she spent 2 days pulling out the cornerstones of the house and all the the big like slabs of like a rock that they have as like to walk on over the grass, and it's just sitting in the front.
It's crazy, bro.
Yeah. But the neighborhood I live in, people don't really care about that kind of stuff, so it doesn't matter. If this was a different neighborhood, though, for sure they'd be like talking shit, saying that it's gonna bring down the value of the neighborhood or whatever. But
is it a
not
nice
right here.
neighborhood? Or?
No, no. There's shootings
really?
here at least. Yeah, there's like I hear gunshots like almost every night. So it's not that nice of a neighborhood, so it really doesn't matter.
So it's like basically any city in fucking America.
Yeah, pretty much.
Where they defund
Anywhere
the police.
USA.
Yeah, anywhere USA.
Yeah.
Come take a shit in my lawn.
Pretty much. I was thinking about doing a rap video in front of my house, though. I don't even need to go anywhere.
Well, if it's inspiring and good, you may as well.
I know. I might as well.
Latter-day Saints.
I heard of that guy before.
I've never seen.
He's a really good debater, but he's a horrible rapper.
Well, now that you say that, I'm thinking maybe you got a couple of rap songs you want us to hear. I don't know.
Sure, why not? You want me to post them?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh shit. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hey, you want me to post them?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sure. Why not?
All right. Hold on.
Are they safe for work?
Did they show up?
Nope.
No?
Not in the mainstream, no.
Where do I gotta go? Where do I... Oh, wait. Okay. I got it. My bad. Okay. Okay. Was that the right one?
Yeah, see something here. Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Bro, that's so funny, man. That's the funniest thing I've seen all fucking 3 decades.
You like that?
Yeah, I like that, man.
That's right. Cool.
Your shit's good, bro. Like it.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's a good start.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, I don't have my own beat. Huh?
We'll get you on the buses and we'll advertise you everywhere. Get an album out within a week.
Thank you.
No, it's good. No, seriously. No, honestly, no, seriously. That is good shit, man. I couldn't even dream of doing something as good as that, man.
Thank you.
A lot of talented people here on 24/7.
Right? There are.
Yeah, they do like voice impressions and bits of music here and there. Yeah, it's
That's right.
So, what part of the states you from, bro?
California.
California.
Yeah. I actually live about 15 minutes from where they took the picture for the Black Swan.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh. Yep. It's actually one of my favorite places to go photograph. It's off of a San Ysidro exit in Montecito. And Montecito is like that really rich town where like Oprah lives and where is it Prince Charles, not Charles, but the younger one, the one who's married to that like dark girl.
Oh, Harry.
Yeah, they live in Montecito too. All kinds of famous like people live there. It's like an Illuminati town. But they got this really beautiful beach. So you get off the exit and you drive about 2 blocks and you get to this dead end where there's like a gated community and then there's like about 7 or 8 parking spots. And then there's like a flight of steps that goes down to the beach, maybe like 200 steps down to the beach. And then it's like in this cove. It's like one of the only places down here where you could get a really good sunrise. And there's like 8 oil derricks right there. And then there's the Channel Islands and everything. So when it's really clear, you can see all the way to the islands and all the derricks and everything.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a really good spot.
And you're like 10 minutes away from there or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Gated communities, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, there's really rich places right there. And then there's a little town. It's really weird. There's a town called Summerland, which is like it's like a town there's only like probably like 2,000 people there. It's like really small town. And then in between Montecito and Summerland, there's an exit called Santa Claus Lane. And then it's like a private beach. Well, it's a public beach, but it's kind of private. Like you go through the train tracks to get there. You could park, but then you walk the train tracks. Then there's a castle there that looks like something from like Saudi Arabia with like the white domed roof, with like the gold inlay.
No.
And yeah, it's like ever since I was little, everybody always says that they do like sacrifices there and like like Satan worshipers live in the house and everything. But what's really weird is that so if you're driving from Montecito to Los Angeles, it's about an hour and 15-minute drive, right? Well, what's weird is right before you get to Santa Claus Lane, which is exit 88, there's a sign that says like Carpinteria and 5 miles, Ventura like 19 miles or something, and then it says Los Angeles 88 miles just from that one spot, and then there's the exit 88. It's really weird. I don't know. I think it's there for a reason.
That's
He's
kind of
probably on a ley line or something.
yeah. Ventura Boulevard, hell bad good. Right, back in a second.
Hey, have you guys ever heard any of my other songs or no? Or just the ones I posted right now?
Who me? No, I'm making a cocktail, bro.
That's right. I've been looking for my weed. I've been looking for my weed for like a half hour. I don't know what I did with it.
What's Weaver? Oh, is it something to do with
my
ganja?
my weed. My
weed. All right.
Yeah.
You lost your weed.
Yeah.
How the fuck do you do that, man?
Yeah. I don't know. Very carefully.
2 seconds. You have to forgive me. I've been working for 5 days in a row. I make things, but it's not nothing to get day off. So I've been making martinis all night, and I come home and do the same thing.
You're a bartender?
Yeah.
That's right. Do you ever get people calling asking for Amanda hugging kiss?
Amanda hugging kiss.
Yeah, like on The Simpsons, you know?
Yeah. Hello. Hey. Oh yeah. Hey. Anybody know, man? There was another one. Yeah, I get that. Except the tips here aren't that good. They aren't that great here in Ireland. People don't tip as much, but to be honest, I've in the last 3 days I've made us, like a good amount of money on tips. Like people just throw me £5, £10, just for making them fucking cosmopolitans or something. Cost them like 25.
That's right.
They throw me 30. They go keep the change. Yeah, let's just say I don't have to pay. Well, I think the tips basically pay my taxes.
That's right. I was just watching this. It was like a half-hour long like special that they put out for Space Force, like introducing Space Force.
Space Force.
Dude, that shit's hilarious. I couldn't believe it. I was like, dude, are you serious? The dudes who are talking, who are like members of Space Force, they talk just like crisis actors. It's so unprofessional.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's just there's too many things going on in the ISS that we just get. We no longer know. We know there's not true. There's people fucking harnesses. There's bug outs. There's people grabbing at things that aren't there. There's hairspray.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
It's not even like quality movie set. Like the movie Gravity looks way more realistic with Sandra Bullock.
It does. Yeah. That was far more realistic.
Dude, like that movie and the movie The Martian, I legit wanted to believe in space. Well, when Martian came out, I read the book and I still believed in the globe back then. You know what I mean? So it was just like, I never was into science fiction though. I always thought something was funny about it, but I could see how that could with all the things they put out like that were like, if people ever started to, fall off a little, that shit'll get them right back on the team temporarily, until the next movie.
So you actually read the book, The Martian?
Yeah, I was actually at like an inmate fire camp, and I had just gotten injured, so I had some downtime, and I became a cook, and so I had I'd have 3 days off in a row. So my aunt sent me that, but my aunt would just send me like random books, like new movies that came out. So she sent me The Martian, even though I'm not into science fiction. It was like the one science fiction book I've ever read that I actually read it and I didn't get bored with it. But I would have never read it like just out on the streets being free. I just had a lot of downtime. You know what I mean?
2-6 phone.
You guys know that there's a rap group called Space Force now?
Jeez. My dad's not in the best of states. I have to fucking sort shit out. Man, why is it always on me? But I found that most people, most flat earthers now were the biggest science fi geeks of their time. I certainly was. I read Dune like 3 times. Love Star Wars, love Star Trek. Whole paradigm was fucking destroyed with the flat earth. But I actually enjoyed Star Wars. What's the fucking last one there? I actually enjoyed that. Kylo Ren. Him kind of coming back to his fucking senses of good and bad, good and evil. I don't know. But anyway, I have to go sort shit out here again.
You guys know that I just found out tonight there's a new rap group called Space Force. And in every one of their videos, in every one of their rap songs, all they do is talk about like space. They like wind it into their rhymes, and they dress in full on like NASA gear, like NASA jackets, NASA hats. But it's like the gear's like the style of it has been formulated to be like how rappers dress nowadays. But it's all it has like NASA logos all over it. It's pretty ridiculous. It's a good psyop though. You mean got to get the kids into you got to keep the kids interested.
Well, the entire notion of that we're spinning on a fucking spinning ball with cars moving around, things being held to the world by gravity, which is a force nobody can prove, is ridiculous in itself. But people just accept that as fact because that's what they've been told, right?
Yeah. It's the story that keeps being told. You know?
Yeah. You tell it enough times, you tell the big lie enough times, everybody's going to believe it, right? But it's absolutely ridiculous when you think about it. So you're driving in your car to work at 8:30 in the morning to get to work for 9 o'clock, right? And the whole reason, and the Earth is you're in a big spinning ball, and the whole reason why you're still being held to the Earth in your car is because of a thing called gravity, which nobody can prove. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes perfect sense. Yeah. So we're just
they say magnetism stronger than gravity, but gravity's the ultimate force.
Yeah. But it's just delusional. It's absolutely delusional. It makes no sense whatsoever.
Static electricity is stronger than gravity.
Here we go.
You can just suspend things just by rubbing balloons on carpeting, that they become anti-gravity enabled.
My dead grandma is stronger than gravity, even.
It has to be very big for it to work. Just remember that.
And very big and very strong, and also very small and very weak.
Yeah. Mm.
In order to use it and manipulate it, you need something the size of a planet to start with. So it's the first start of the test. Find a planet that you can move around and do stuff with.
A dwarf planet.
Dwarf.
Yeah, so they have dwarfs, giants. Do they have like lizard people planets?
Probably.
I just posted a minute-long video on my channel. It's just like a little infomercial about the Mars rover that they have. And in the video, they say that the cameras they used, that they put on, that they affixed to this thing, are literally off-the-shelf cameras with little to no modification whatsoever.
Yeah, but it's NASA, so when they engineer things, they engineer them in a way that you don't have to worry about that stuff.
Right? Ever.
No, because once they engineer something, I think we still have V'ger out there sending pictures.
Yeah. You guys ever trip out on how all the conspiracies ever since Nixon have all been have the word gate at the end, like Deflate Gate, Pizza Gate? You know what I'm talking about?
Watergate.
Yeah, well, I mean, it all started with Watergate, but then every major conspiracy that was in the news after that, they'd put the word gate at the end.
So I figured out that Alec Baldwin thing, that's a big hoax.
Oh yeah, for sure. Everything they put on the news repeatedly over and over again like that and just play out is already been it's just a script that they're acting on.
Yeah, because
I don't think they're gonna
of this girl, like she's a model and stuff. So yeah, I'm sure she would be working as a gunslinger on a set.
Well, I mean, or I don't know, whatever they have the whatever roles they have the people play, you know. I don't think the people get to pick their own role. Sometimes they play themselves, though.
And the chick that's missing and the guy that was gone for 2 weeks up in the mountains, that was all pretend.
This is Alex Baldwin's wife who couldn't figure out the word for cucumber. Her born in Chicago. That Spanish wife.
Yeah, she's a bad actress because she was on the news and she couldn't play her part correctly. He had her move away.
Did she flub her line?
Oh, big time.
I love it when they flub their lines.
Oh, she flubbed it big time.
Yeah, he just like stand over there because he didn't even want her on it.
Excuse me. Go away.
That's exactly what it was. Excuse me, go away.
And she pissed off, and then she came back and she went, excuse me, if you don't know the name, you can't fucking have her. Shut up, you fucking boltard.
Yeah, trying to make it look even more realistic, and she just screwed that way up. He looked like he was on a set doing his lines, and she stepped in, and he was like, excuse me, like he would actually naturally react.
Yeah, and he was angry, too. He was like, excuse me.
Yeah, like he has to do this again, or he's going to work it out right now. And he worked it out.
It's fucking ridiculous, bro. Bit like the fucking ball.
I don't see a bunch of other helicopters flying over movie sets daily. Just that one.
You guys ever watch that show with Steve Carell? It's called Space Force on Netflix.
No!
I've watched it like 8 times. Eight times I've watched that whole season, whatever it is.
Did you see the episode where they're in front of the like a state committee hearing or whatever, and they're trying to explain why they need more funding for Space Force, and
well, they open up with flat Earth. They open up with flat Earth.
Yeah. That's the one. Okay, that was at the beginning, right? Where they were talking about. That's what I was referring to. Yeah, where the guy's like this beautiful, majestic flat Earth, and then Steve Carell's like, "Well, the jury's still out on that one."
Yeah, and even that was like, yeah, so it is.
It's like the jury's still out on that.
Right.
What?
Well, he didn't want to say. Well, of course, because he needs the money. That's what they were playing on. They're playing on exactly what it is.
It's crazy, dude. They just came out with.
They tell you every day the Earth is flat, and yet people just want to go with the ball, even though they tell you it's flat.
No. They tell you it's a ball, but it's flat.
No, they tell you it's flat. A lot of shows, a lot of things do, but they just say it in subtle ways.
It's that Stockholm syndrome, man. It's addictive,
Yep.
They got a new show that just came out like a couple weeks ago. It's called Inside Job, and it's a cartoon on Netflix. And the opening thing shows like outer space and then a pyramid with the all-seeing eye, and then the pyramid starts glitching, and then it shows the flat Earth, and then it rotates like a coin spinning. And then it opens up with the intro credits, and the whole show is based on like this girl and her dad who run like this company that basically is like the shadow people that control the world, really. And some of them are like lizard people, and it's just a trip. I was like, dude, so they're like basically putting all this stuff out there, just like openly now. It's like full on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like full on. What's that word? Where they're trying to
exposure.
Like
Exposure.
Yeah.
Maybe.
No. It's what's it called? Where they're trying to clean up something. and so they have to put it out. It's like a backburn kind of like to put out a fire. They try to backburn it, and so they burn it more. You know what I mean?
Oh, Barbara
Does that
Streisand.
make sense?
Say we do Barbara
Streisand.
What happened to the server? Why did it die down?
Hey, I'm gonna get going. I'll talk to you guys later. All right.
See ya.
All right, bye.
I have a meeting in 15 minutes too.
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord dedicated to all the new people who have yet to fully turn into a glow pad. There's still hope for you.
You know the hole in
Shut
a
up,
donut?
Brenda.
That's
I'm trying to
space
sing
time.
here. Bro, don't you even know how much we love the ball once like you? We heard it all before, it's not new to us anymore. Bro, don't you even know half the things the ball makes claims to? And there's a lot for us to get through. For you, anyway. Bro, can't you even see? You've broken it down oh so clearly. It's a joke, it always has been. For those who see, anyway. Tripping, he's falling, he's tripping, he's balling. They glow blind, he's all in. They glow burst, they don't win. Be honest, that works best. Any evidence of the curve earth crest? Any evidence that it's not at rest? Any vacuum next to oppress your test? There's no precedence, no evidence. That's the globe defense. Don't take offense, just don't be this dense. It's your preference with some common sense. You can sit on the fence. For a glober, it's tragic. He believes it like it's magic.
You know the hole in a donut? That's space time.
You're a moron.
No, that's true.
You're
the
a moron.
hole
Shut up.
in a donut.
Shut up. Don't
is
say anything
space-time.
else. Don't make me remove you. Shut up. You've got nothing more to add. You're a moron.
In the donut,
I couldn't
Brenda.
care less.
Wow.
You're a moron. Don't
The
add
hole
anything
in
more.
the hole in a donut.
Shut
The
up.
hole
I don't
in
want to
Swiss
have to
cheese.
eject you.
Space
If
time.
you want to continue spouting shite about holes in donuts, I'm going to kick you out. Last chance. Shut up.
Bro, don't you even know how much we love the ball once like you? We heard it all before, it's not new to us anymore. Bro, don't you even know half the things the ball makes claims to? And there's a lot for us to get through. For you, anyway. Bro, can't you even see? You've broken it down oh so clearly. It's a joke, it always has been. For those who see, anyway. Don't follow the agenda. Put your logic in a blender. Or you'll end up just like Brenda, forgetting your actual gender. Think your dog bones are clocks, and that people are rocks. Stuck in a closet, mental box. This space side will Brian Cox. Just learn the essence, the basics. Without that, you won't make it. Your freedom is right there, take it. You don't have to fake it. Just say, I don't know. And your wisdom will grow. Don't blindly go with the flow. Just put it down, bro. Let the lie go.
Any evidence?
I thought you were about debate. I thought you were about fair
Fuck off
debates.
right now, you fuck off. I was asking a new question. Now you don't get to take part. It's your problem. Stupid donut idiot. Donut hole is space time. What a complete moron.
listen, nobody knows.
In my Flat Earth Fact number 10 video, I discussed Felix Baumgartner's proof that the Earth is stationary. To reiterate, according to the globe model, at the location of Felix's ascension, the Earth supposedly spins at the ridiculous speed of 867 miles per hour. Felix's balloon ascent lasted 2.5 hours, which would mean that Felix should have landed over 2,000 miles to the west in the Pacific Ocean if the Earth was spinning. Instead, Felix landed 44 miles to the east, which is the wrong direction, clearly indicating the supposed spin of the Earth had no impact whatsoever on Felix's 2.5-hour ascension in a balloon, despite the fact that the air gets much thinner the higher you go. As Felix's balloon ascended, it should have quickly fallen behind the ground that was spinning at 867 miles per hour, much like what you see here. Belying common sense, the globe faithful claim that the air above the ground impossibly stays uniformly attached to the ground like spokes on a bicycle wheel. Moreover, like the outer edge of the spokes on a bicycle wheel, which would have more distance to travel than the inner part of the wheel, Felix's capsule would have had to inexplicably speed up in the very thin air to keep up with the alleged spinning ground below it. The truth is the alleged spinning ground cannot effectively communicate its motion to the air above it, and that air cannot then communicate its motion to the air above it, and so forth, as there is no such connection. The Earth is most certainly not spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. But Felix also unwittingly proved the Earth is flat. First, from the inside of Felix's capsule at 128,000 feet, you can see the flat Earth horizon in the distance. Of course, when discussing the Red Bull jump, the media repeatedly showed pictures like this one. No, Felix did not jump over Planet New Mexico. This ridiculous curvature was only created by the camera's wide-angle lens, which is common with GoPro cameras. My own sister even used this image as her one and only proof of the globe. But you don't have to take my word for it. Official storyteller Neil deGrasse Tyson stated the same.
And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Let's assume that Tyson is correct that it would be impossible to see the curvature of the Earth at 128,000 feet on a globe, which contradicts nearly every other globe propagandist out there. Regardless, Felix's indisputable evidence of the flat Earth is the fact that the horizon did not drop 1 iota from ground level all the way up to 128,000 feet. The globe model states that the horizon, marked by an X, constitutes a physical barrier where the ground begins to obstruct distant objects. So once you ascend under the globe, that physical, tangible barrier should begin to drop. However, flat earthers believe that the horizon is a matter of perspective. So even though the horizon can be obstructed by haze, clouds, atmospheric conditions, miraging, lighting conditions, location of the sun, etc., the horizon would generally remain at eye level like you see in this example. Notice the perceived horizon remained in the same spot. This is Felix's capsule, approximately 10 feet off of the ground. Here's another angle of the dangling capsule. This is the point where Felix entered the capsule. Here it is again. I've marked where the perceived horizon is located in the distance. In this clip, Baumgartner is over 128,000 feet. Incomplete contradiction to the globe model, the horizon line didn't drop 1 iota, proving the horizon indeed rises to eye level. As another example, the model on the left illustrates what horizon drop should have occurred on the globe if it were real. The model on the right shows what would happen on a flat Earth as the horizon rises to eye level. If the globe was real, the horizon drop should have been obvious and unmistakable, but there was no horizon drop. Obviously, Felix's jump matches the flat Earth perfectly, proving the globe false. Yes, flat Earth is our reality.
That stuff is flat.
On December 12, 1901, Guglielmo Marconi received a transatlantic radio transmission at a distance of 2,135 miles. With the transmission tower height and elevation added in, at that distance, nearly 640 miles should have been hidden behind the Earth's curvature. 640 miles is enough to hide the United Kingdom if it were standing straight up. That is a very tall shadow. In my previous Flat Earth Fact number 11 video, I described how the World War II German Knickbein bombing radio guidance system was not initially investigated because English scientists, including Churchill's scientific advisor, stated the curvature of the Earth would block the VHF beams, and so the targeting system could not exist. The advisors were mathematically right, but English lives were lost because the Knickbein system in fact existed, proving there was no Earth curvature. Likewise, naysayers told Marconi that it would be impossible to send a radio transmission over 200 miles, let alone 2,000 miles, because the curvature of the Earth should have blocked the transmission. Again, the naysayers were mathematically correct, but Marconi accomplished the feat and has been repeated many times at much further distances. Because of Marconi, the ionosphere theory was then fabricated, claiming that the radio waves bounced off of the ionosphere. For Loran, the explanation is that the radio waves hugged the surface of the water. For Knickbein, since the beams were VHF, the issue has been avoided entirely, as Wikipedia and others have simply lied about the math and said that the Earth's supposed curvature wouldn't have been an issue at those distances. Do you see the pattern here? Repeatable scientific evidence proves the Earth is demonstrably flat. In response, new pseudoscience nonsense is discovered, somehow justifying why the Earth's curvature somehow always evades detection and disappears without a trace. Marconi's 2,000-mile transmission is another proof of the flat Earth.
In the middle part of the 19th century, a man named Christian Doppler noticed that objects that emitted sound would produce either a rising or falling pitch to an observer, depending on the movement of the object relative to the observer. For example, an object which was producing a sound when moving toward an observer, such as a train, would produce a higher pitched sound as the object approached an observer. Likewise, a lower pitched sound would occur when the sounding object moved away from an observer. We know this today as the Doppler effect. Late in the 20th century, we merged radar technology with the Doppler effect, and we came up with Doppler radar, which is currently on your screen. Moisture shows up on Doppler radar much like it does on traditional radar, with one large exception, which makes Doppler radar superior. The Doppler radar unit detects the direction in which the moisture is moving relative to the Doppler unit itself. For example, moisture heading toward the Doppler radar may appear green, while moisture or precipitation heading away from the Doppler unit may appear red. The different colors tell meteorologists much more information than traditional radar can produce. In fact, it is the only tool that can be used outside of direct human observation to detect a funnel cloud or tornado. That is the hook image you see highlighted in this Doppler radar image. It is important to note that Doppler radar has no computation or compensation built in for the direction in which the signal is returned. In other words, an object moving toward the radar unit will shift the image towards green if the precipitation is moving toward the unit itself. It doesn't matter if the returned image is to the north or to the south or to the east or west. The Doppler radar unit is stationary and treats all returning signals alike, regardless of the directional source of the returned signal. And thus, with the spinning ball Earth that we are told exists, we've got a big problem. You see, if the Earth is rotating at somewhere between 750 to 1,000 miles per hour to the east, depending on the latitude of the radar unit, the Doppler effect would be totally negated by the Earth's rotation. Any echoes from the west would necessarily be moving away from the Doppler unit at 750 to 1,000 miles per hour, plus or minus the actual speed of the moisture that's moving itself, while echoes to the east would be rushing toward the radar unit at the same speed. All the other angles in between would create an almost infinite and nightmarish computation for the radar unit to sift through in order to make sense of the echoes received. The bottom line is, there is no computation or correction for any Earth movement whatsoever. The radar unit interprets all echoes the same, regardless of the compass direction. Doppler radar would be a total impossibility on a moving Earth. It simply would not exist. It would not and could not work if the Earth is a spinning ball.
No inhibition in your soul, you can't let go. No rhyme, no reason, you fools gave up your rights, thinking you're free. It's simple, you get right from the creator, not the government, something greater, not the 1%, sorry hater, not with my consent, legislator, you don't represent the divine intent, regardless of how hell-bent you're on giving the public torment. There's no lie you can invent, this awakening you can't prevent, try as hard as you can misrepresent the objective present. When truth has got your scent, your crimes become evident, just lament and repent, we don't need Clark Kent, it's people versus government. Lost in imagination, you don't trust your eyes, you trust man. Man who believe in stories just like you do, you don't have a clue. Don't stop innovation just because you think you know. Just admit you don't know, and your honesty it will show. The degrees reasons for the seasons, but not one look at treasons or the gleasons. It's a psychosomatic manipulation of your conscience to depict a screen that make you dream to normalize the obscene. Are the friends of Epstein squeaky clean? Do you want that 14? It's an adult with no knowledge of the occult or pseudoscience like Foucault. Don't take this as an insult, I'm helping you leave the cult. It's not difficult, the belief offended, don't be offended. We used to be in the same cult, bro. Lost in imagination, you don't trust your eyes, you trust man. Man who believe in stories just like you do. You don't have a clue. No inhibition in your soul. You can't let go. No rhyme, no reason. You fools gave up your rights, thinking you're free. Please stop the faulty divination, it reeks of desperation. Is your brain a decoration? You live in creation by a fee foundation with a lack of rotation. You live in vibration, it's not a privation. That would be a devastation. Life is cultivation of the generation in your location. Through self-exaltation and true liberation. Help yourself for the future of the children. Peace, grace out.
spinning ball. Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man, no.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. All right, man, listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants, that's one of his tricks. But I found out that that dude's real, and I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Well, now I found out about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy. And God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I can see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball, to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these stories without checking facts first. Unfortunately,
of you, we're in this mess. Forever you will acquiesce. How you love to be deceived. Whatever they tell you, you believe. Dead of sight, dead of mind, news believer, you are blind. Critical thinker, you are not. Never independent thought. Box into your paradigm. Hypnotized with pantomime. Regurgitating all you hear. Spread your terror, spread your fear. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the boot of tyranny, begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the TVs know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver, television watching news believer. Inject your poison, wear your mask. All they have to do is ask. Never questioning authority. Blindly following like sheep. Yes sir, no sir, freebacks full. You television watching fool. Yeah. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the boot of tyranny, begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the teach know your very soul. Tune into the great receiver, television watching news believer.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. Extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is 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 extremely dangerous to our democracy.
In their world forever locked, into their world forever boxed. Reality you leave behind, a prisoner of your own mind. Forever you will be deceived, never ever to be free. Yeah. Never your mind to be free, never your eyes will ever see. Lick the boot of tyranny, begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the teach know your very soul. Tune into the great receiver, television watching news believer. Never your mind to be free, never your eyes will ever see. Lick the boot of tyranny, begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the teach know your very soul. Tune into the great receiver, television watching news believer.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
a shooting star. And no love will love you just as long as you are. Johnny Miller died in his bed. By his head. And I can swim summer day. You can still hear him say, don't you know? Don't you know that you are a shooting star? Don't you know? Don't you know that you are a shooting star? Don't you know
that the earth is flat?
And all don't you. Don't you know? Hey, shooting star, don't know? Hello?
Don't you know, or did you know, the earth is flat?
Yeah, big yeah. Thank you,
Hey, B-Mac.
Thank you, Bor.
Having fun, right?
Hey! I know. Salute, ma face. Bună ziua.
Good. Bună ziua.
Ziua. That's
You have good accent.
You know, see, I do the whole accent thing.
Yeah, you have good accent. Yeah.
No, I'm like a Romanian.
You pronounce it very good. Yeah.
See, and no. Bună ziua, ce mă face?
De toate.
O ce mă face?
Yeah. Bine.
Oh, bine.
Yeah. That's good.
Bună, bro. Bună is good. Hey,
yeah.
nice to see you, man.
Likewise.
Bună.
Pământul e plat.
Bună ție, plate.
Pământul e plat.
What does that mean?
That means the earth is flat.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, true story, bro.
Pământ means the earth.
Pământ, bine flat.
Yeah. So, this word has both meanings, like the earth, they say the planet, but also it means soil. The soil, you know.
Earth.
Yeah. In English, it's pretty much the same. The word is double meaning.
Yeah, everything in English is fucking double meaning, bro.
Yeah.
It's like we think it's very easy to understand, but you in Romania figure out what the fuck the English is talking about. Nah, it can mean two types of things, man.
How did you learn?
I had a boss. Her name was yeah. She's gorgeous now. Anyway,
I see.
yeah,
In US?
yeah, she was. I'm trying to figure out. Elena Fatu. Elena Fatu. Yeah, she was. It was nice to see Armenians here in the middle of Ireland. But anyway, yeah, we're not. Yeah, Elena Fatu. Elena Fatu.
No, doesn't sound.
Fetu, Elena Fetu, Fetchu.
Ah, Fetu.
Yeah, Fetu, yeah.
Huh. That's her name?
Yeah.
I see. I thought you were trying to say where she was from, like a city name, or.
Right. No, that was
Yeah.
her name. Yeah,
I was trying to figure it out. Yeah.
I don't know no name called fucking no time called Fatu.
Yeah.
Elena
Fatu.
Fatu.
Maybe Fatu?
Well, it's Fatchiu, but it's different.
Yeah. Probably she told you like how you would speak it in English. Yeah.
Well, she told me I was cute. I thought she was really cute. No, sorry, never mind. What did I just say? She was gorgeous, though. She has the really brown eyes. Oh, it's Romanian brown eyes.
Yeah, they say many Romanian women are beautiful, but yeah, Ukrainian, Russians. I like the Germans and the Italians and Americans also.
They're
Like
all fucking
every
beautiful,
country.
bro.
Yeah. But indeed, we do have these Romanian women are like obsessed with their shape and style to look good, and
Yeah, she had an ass in her, bro. She had a lovely ass, man. Right,
yeah.
right. Good, be good.
I like the rich shape ones.
You trying to find a lottery winner? Is that what you're trying to do?
To find what?
Lottery winner.
Oh, did you win the lottery? Yeah.
But if they did, that'd be okay.
Yeah. No, when I said rich, I meant it like the shapes of the body, to be curvy, round, chubby. Yeah. When they are bubbly, I call them rich.
God bless curvy woman.
Yeah. They are pleasing to man's eyes. That's where curvature is.
The curvature is in your fucking girlfriend's fucking hips, bro.
Yeah,
That's the only place you'll find it.
exactly. I ain't gonna find it.
You're gonna
The
find no
world
fucking
be
spinning
a
ball, bro.
globe.
Nah,
Yeah, spinning balls.
not at all. No fucking chance. That's what we're getting at, eh?
Yeah.
This is what we're talking about. If you can prove it, go ahead, right, sir? Go ahead, tell me how fucking water spins the ball, and then, fucking, you know, tell you're a fucking idiot.
And I had dreams, when I was 20. I thought I invented some sort of propulsion principles and stuff. And
20?
yeah, I was like
What was wrong with you,
making
bro?
projects to build the starship, my own starship, and just go explore and also go beyond the speed of light and
You can't do that. You can't do that.
well, let me tell you. And I was planning to send a drone to go beyond the speed of light and um, get to wirelessly connect matter to itself. It's like once it reaches that speed, it should achieve omnipresence. It will be present in all places, and that will be like the same thing. One thing gets multiplied by infinite, and it's getting connected wirelessly to itself. All the locations become connected, and then you can
wirelessly or just
probably program the matter itself, like controlling it. It's got godly powers and stuff. And yeah, if it was a ball, that would be working. But yeah, big disappointment.
if
The
you
world is flat. This shit ain't working.
yeah, it's definitely not, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. You see, I was, like any young man, seduced by sci-fi movies and these space cosmos documentaries. Mikio Kaku's talking about aliens and laser swords and stuff. Alien civilizations like level 5, which they harness the energy of a whole star, and all those bollocks. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, these ideas, you can make nice computer games, they work, but not in reality. You're not going to see in reality two balls spinning around each other just like that, free, in a free state. If you throw a ball, you can't have another ball spinning around that ball while it's moving on a trajectory path. It doesn't exist. No, you can throw anything you want. I let you do even the most complicated magnets assembly or whatever. Nobody's gonna make it.
I agree.
Unless you tie them with a string or something. Yeah.
What do you call that song, right? Come on, tell me. The earth is flat. It's an illusion. The earth is flat. Living
Oh
in
yeah, yeah.
confusion, the
I
earth is
remember.
flat. It's an illusion, earth is flat. Living in confusion. I can't find it, bro.
Yeah. We'll have to ask Roger when he gets
Roger,
on.
Roger. Yeah. Earth is flat. Living in an illusion, the earth is flat. It's an
Yeah, it's a
illusion.
great song.
People don't know what to do.
I'm not good learning them like the lyrics to recite them.
I've been trying to find it now for about fucking 2 years. The earth is flat. It's an illusion. The earth is flat. Living in illusion. The earth is flat.
Yeah, it's
People
that
don't know what to do.
Rasta
What is that one?
reggae kind of music.
It's French,
Yeah,
people. French. Somebody French. So,
yeah, but it's reggae style,
the earth's a
something like that.
croissant.
Yeah.
It's definitely a croissant. Don't know what to do with the earth is a croissant. It's not fucking around, bro.
Be right back.
Pretty words of comfort, just types of shades.
How bizarre. Name it. You totally me crazy. Every time I look around. Every time I look around. Every time. Simple. Tie my kangaroo down, sport. Tie my kangaroo down. It's driving me crazy. Every time I look around. Every time I look around. Every time I look around. It's in my face. Please, this is fun. Hardcore song. From the line. So Shirley 69. How bizarre. How bizarre. As we put it into his gas. From his ass. Since monkey. How bizarre. How bizarre. Ooh, baby. It's driving me crazy. Every time I look around. Every time I look around. Every time I look around. It's in my head. Mother rats. How bizarre. Ooh, baby. It's driving me crazy. Every time I look around. Every time I look around. It's in my face. Ooh, baby, it's making me crazy. Every time I look around, every time I look around, it's in my face. Every time I look around, every time I look around, it's in my face. Every time I look around, every time I look around, it's in my face. Merci beaucoup. Fucking fast now. Every time I look around, every time I look around, every time I look around, it's in my face. Ooh, maybe it's fun. Maybe on the hot cold sun. My boundary line. Je Chevy 69. How bizarre. How bizarre. No, as we come to guess. Thomas ass. How bizarre. How bizarre. How bizarre. Baby. It's making me crazy. Every time I look around. Every time I look around. Every time I look around. It's in my face.
Y'all want me to play one of the podcasts? Someone just asked me to play some. I'll find one. Give me a second.
Yo, Indio, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, man, do you have a way to take good live stream links or podcasts or anything like that and like put them into like a Google file so we can just kind of pick from them when we want to play something? Because I don't have any good links like that.
Well, what do you mean, like in a Google file? Like the link to the audio? Like, so all the podcasts are on archive.org. So, I mean, so there's a link there.
Oh, I've never been to that website, so I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, archive.org is just like dude, you can just upload stuff and just archive shit there. So like iTunes and Spotify doesn't host audio. They are only like search engines, right? So you got to upload the audio to like your own spot and then create like a website with an XML file, and then iTunes and Spotify will scrape that XML and then display it when people search. So yeah, so it's all hosted on archive.org. I can also hold on. I'll DM you a link.
Okay.
I'll DM you a link to my WordPress, which has all of it listed.
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, no problem. Using the damn phone. Yeah, so that WordPress site has all the podcasts. That's just where I host it. So you got to have like a website for for iTunes and Spotify to like scrape the info off of. So that's the website that iTunes and Spotify are using. But the actual audio is hosted. The actual audio is hosted off that site on archive.org because it's free. So you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And stay forever. Like archive.org is like it's with the Wayback Machine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing. The same nonprofit runs both of them.
Okay.
So it's going to last forever, man. Like we're going to be on the internet forever, bro. As long as the internet lasts, we'll be up there.
Am I cool to pass this link along to others that like to play stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't care.
All right, just making sure.
I don't know if I have comments turned off. So the only reason I don't really I just don't share the link is because I don't want like a bunch of Globe trolls in there spamming comments. So I don't even know if I have it turned off. All I know is one time I did get a comment. Somehow someone found the website. So I just this stupid Globe stuff. First of all, dumbass, something like that. I want to be moderating like 75 things on the internet. Moderating here is bad enough.
Man, you don't moderate, you administrate.
I just swing the hammer. I don't do anything. Just swing the hammer. I'm gonna play something right now. It's a poster.
Yo, man, when we get this commerce server up and running, you gonna scoop up a T-shirt?
Yeah, like what was that? Like I wanted to talk to you about that. Like what's the purpose of it? Like what's the deal? Like
So Rev and I have been talking about doing this for over a year. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Back in 2017, he designed a couple of T-shirts, and I bought one from him. And I was like, "Yo, man, like we should make this a thing. Just it just needs hype. It needs marketing, really." And it started from there, and now it's just finally coming into fruition. And it's just and basically, I went to bed one night with that T-shirt idea, and then I woke up the next morning, and I'm like, man, fuck Craigslist, fuck Facebook Market, fuck that Instagram shit. Like, flat earthers need their own stuff. Like, let's cut out the middleman and just be our own middleman. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the server, our own like little Craigslist system amongst one another. You know what I mean? I mean, I would totally if I had something I wanted to sell and I put it up on a server, I would totally want to sell it to you rather than a stranger, and I would totally pay for shipping just to get it to you. You know what I mean? Like, I think people are going to be willing to pay the extra steps just to give it to somebody to build rapport. I plan on having it up and running hopefully by the end of the year, at the beginning of next year.
So listen, I'll help. That's not even an issue.
Yeah, man, I'm pretty excited about
it. Yeah, you don't even have to ask. I'll help. That's not.
Are you?
But listen, I just they're like the details. Like
you're roboting.
Oh, sorry. Hold on a second. I'll fix it.
You're roboting super bad.
I'll fix it.
All right.
The internet in Boston has been so shit, dude. I'm like in the middle of fucking major metropolitan area, and my internet sucks. Like, how is that even possible? But I'm dead serious.
I know exactly what you mean.
It is like, man, like horrible. So is that better?
Oh yeah, it's better. Seems better.
So like how we like this is what I don't understand. How are you gonna process payments? Is it like a website where you like an e-commerce site and then you process payments through there? Or because I know how to do all this shit, dude. I got all the tech knowledge to do it. I mean, Cuba does too. I'm not sure, but like, I've done all this crap. That's what I do.
So the T-shirt side of it will just be based. We'll have to create our own account, and people will just it'll be like a print on demand type thing. Like you find a shirt that you want, you upload whatever image you want, you make it into a shirt, and then you basically pay the website to our account, we get a cut, and the cut goes into an account, and it basically just stays there. For the Craigslist side of it, it's really gonna have to be an honor system mixed with arbitrators. Like I made a role called the arbitrator role, which is basically going to be like a group of fucking volunteers that just act as a third party, like as a witness, just to keep the peace if necessary, and to just, like I said, act as a witness. So, I mean, I hate to say it, but so like I said, the Craigslist site is going to be like Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, whatever. But the website side of it, the T-shirt, and the whatever we get going up and running, it'll just be processed through the website and it'll just go into an account. We plan on having like prizes, like moderator picks, admin picks, owner picks, picks as in like I pick something, not pick as in a picture abbreviation. I think I answered your question. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, pretty much. Listen, I know how to like take credit card payments, do a whole bunch of crap, man. I know how to set up a complete e-commerce site. Nothing.
Man, that's totally up to you. Like, I'm not going to ask you to do it. I know you already got a lot on your plate just running a 30,000 plus member server. So it's totally up to you. Like, I'm not going to say no to your help, but I'm definitely not going to ask for it either.
Yeah, dude, I just volunteer anyway. Man. You know me. Like, I get bored easy, so I just do it just because I want to do something different.
Mm-hmm.
I have a low attention span.
If you do it, definitely give Rev a heads up. Just so he doesn't
He
do
might
something
already know how to
underneath
do
you,
it.
or yeah, he does know how to do it. I'm pretty sure from what he explained to me. He's super smart, man. I don't know if you've ever had a conversation with him, but that dude's super smart. So,
well, I think he knows he knows something about creation of web pages and stuff. So I'm pretty sure. So a lot of people start doing that because of e-commerce. It's where they learn it. Do that.
Man, we were talking the other day, actually. It might turn into something where we have to set up our own LLC. Dude, we could become a business. No lie. If it kicks off. I don't know if it's going to kick off.
I was banned from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, man.
This has been attempted multiple times in the past, but I just don't think on this level. You said what?
I would definitely. I was banned. You see the ban T-shirt? I was banned from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Definitely want to make one of those.
Yeah, for sure.
Yo, I swear to God, I could buy like probably 50 of them and just like go down fair or down by MIT where all the nerds are, and just like they would just buy them even though they have no idea what. Just because they got banned from Flat Earth, man, they'd wear it. That's like wearing a NASA shirt. We got a lot of natural hippie flat earthers.
Let's do it, man.
I mean, I'll wear it, even though I'm the admin. Like, those motherfuckers,
Dude,
they banned me. Here's a link. Go there. Get those guys.
It'll be like back in the 80s, or back in the late 80s, early 90s, out in LA and Compton, when they bought all the NWA's albums. They just threw them on the ground in a pile and burned them and trashed them and shit like that. But I mean, they're the dumb ones that actually they paid money for it. They just dumped it on the ground. It's just it'll be a situation like that pretty much.
Yeah, my chaotic life is starting to stabilize, so I'm going to be on probably a lot more. A lot of stuff like figured itself out. If you wait long enough, everything just figures itself out eventually. But I'm gonna play some audio. Ready, set, go. Doc. Unknown file format. Yeah, that was good. Did Jen just say that? Or is that the music bot?
No, I didn't hear anything.
I heard Jen talk. Well, I went to play the file. I used the wrong link. Whatever. Just hearing shit, I guess.
I don't like the word usage of the word round. I don't.
Round.
I think that's too confusing. It's not specific enough.
Right, so spherical or oblated spheroid or something would be better.
Ball is the proper
I mean-
term.
I mean,
Ball is the actual proper mathematical
Pejorative term. Yeah.
No, it's the actual proper mathematical term because a sphere is actually a 2D surface only. It's in mathematics. It's not the three-dimensional part. So in 3D, it's a ball.
Right. I have had a thought actually is because I'm mindful, I'm trying to sort of essentially not piss people off again. But if you're interested in talking about it and you're interested in street epistemology, I could attempt to give you my best impression of doing street epistemology or stream epistemology if you want, to explore the discussion about a flat earth, which essentially would be I don't make any claims. I don't hold a view. I explore for one of you how you hold your view.
Good morning, guys. I just kind of came in on that point.
I'm game.
Okay, so who would you? Let me also get up something so I can make some notes. And I'll quit this game because all I'm doing is shuffling around inventory. Anybody who knows Tarkov will know what I'm talking about. And I'll Yeah. So who? Ideally, it's only talking to one person because I think as somebody was just saying, was that
I'll do it.
Indio was saying other people hold different similar claims for different reasons. So
I'll do it. I find this entertaining. So yeah.
So what is it? Just like a questionnaire you're giving him, or what?
No, so it's my job to ask questions about what the belief is and how it's held. So let me.
Makes you think it's a belief.
Yeah, so that's the first thing to start with.
But I'll go next if you want another one. But go ahead.
Sure. So who am I talking to first of all? Is that Indio again?
Yeah, that's me. Am I low or something?
No. I just wanted to make sure I was still talking to you. So how would you like to put what we're discussing is, because you said belief, you don't want to call belief. So I don't want to call anything that you don't call. And throughout the conversation, if I'm saying anything where you're like, that's not what I said, absolutely feel free to jump in and correct me on it.
Don't worry, I will.
Yeah, okay, good stuff. Okay, so conversation with Indio. All right. So how would you put your what would you like to discuss?
What do you mean? What? Now I'm confused.
So
what would I like to discuss? I mean,
so the idea is to talk about things that you hold or think to be true.
Okay.
What is
okay?
Yeah.
So I'll start there. I start from this. I'm going to talk for me personally. So this isn't talking for any. Doesn't represent the views of anybody on the server, but my personal stuff. Yeah, so I look at it from this viewpoint. I start with what is self-evident about the Earth. So you go from first impressions. So first impressions of the Earth is that it appears flat and it appears motionless. That's pretty much the common experience of all men and women that have ever lived. That the Earth appears on first impression with our senses flat and motionless.
Okay.
Does not appear to present itself to us as a globe. It does not present itself to us as spinning. So you can use that as a logical axiom.
Okay, so
it's self-evident. So it's self-evident. It's self-evident that that's how it appears.
Okay.
Doesn't prove it like any axiom, right? Axioms don't prove things, but they are self-evidently true just on their face. So what's self-evidently true is that the Earth appears flat and motionless.
Okay, excellent.
To our senses.
What is self? So it seems your my impression is you're taking you're avoiding using the word I believe or I know it to be, but asking.
Because that's actually my experience, right? So knowledge comes from experience.
Yeah.
Knowledge comes from. So who's
can you?
Yeah, open mic, dude.
Hot mic from somebody. So could you help me understand?
That's Firestorm, dude. You want to get booted off of here, clown?
Not you.
So Indio, could you? I don't actually know what an axiom is. Really embarrassing.
No, it's something that's self-evidently true. It's an axiom.
Self-evidently true. Okay.
Yeah.
So something.
It's self-evident. Like it's self-evident to I don't know what to say. Water in the ocean is a liquid. I mean, that's like self-evident. I don't need to tell anybody that. But you know what I mean? It's things that are obvious to everybody, like perceived with their senses. It's common human experience.
Okay, excellent. So
it's not based upon rationality. You don't need to prove it. It doesn't need to be proven logically because it's self-evident.
Right. Okay. So some axiom being something self-evidently true.
Yeah.
And that is that you observe.
Which is different than it's a logical axiom, which is different than like a mathematical axiom. A mathematical axiom is like you're going to just say, like for instance, like if I was in spherical geometry, I would say there's no.
I got it.
Yeah, so like in geometry, I could say there's no such thing as a straight line in this mathematical system. And I can create a whole mathematical system based upon that axiom, right?
Assuming those axioms.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that is a different type of axiom than like a logical axiom. A logical axiom would be like you start with this axiom, and then from that axiom, you think of the consequences, premises, as opposed to starting with like a presupposition that in the mathematics would be like a presupposition. I'll presuppose that this is true, and then say what are the consequences. And then say that this is likely true because all these consequences from this presupposition add up to this is what we actually observe.
Right. So in some cases we can sort of return back to do the maths, but in the case of axioms, because we know it to be self-evidently true, we can build from them rather than needing to.
Notice I said appears too. I said appears flat. So I'm not saying that it is because you can't know just from looking at things.
Okay, because this is,
and we know that from experience. We know that from experience too, right? You can't go build a house by eyeballing pieces of lumber and smashing them together. You actually need a tape measure. Right, because vision, we see things. They could be at an angle. You can't just eyeball things and know their actual absolute sizes, and you can't know absolute sizes and distances just by looking at things. Right, you can only know angles.
It sounds like this is leading perfectly to what the next question would be, which is, have you tested this? Which I think I know the answer to, but I'll ask anyway.
Tested what? Okay. Whether the Earth is, whether I experienced the flat Earth. Yes, I tested it.
Well, sorry, if we're to build up from that axiom, would you agree, I guess, that sometimes people could take things to be axiomatically true through their observations, but for them to be wrong?
Oh, of course.
Right. Okay. So then what would how would an outside observer tell the difference between something that you observe and know to be true and something somebody else might observe if they were different in some way? Not necessarily with regard to the flat Earth.
Oh, yeah. If they're like, well, that would mean they're subjective, and you would need some objective empirical method to see which one is actually the reality.
Okay, so
like you'd have two people's subjective interpretations of something, right? Let's say they're based upon the same type of observation, right? So one person views say a windmill from this location, and another person views a windmill from that location. One person thinks there's 4 blades on it. The other person thinks there's 3 blades on it, or the blades are spinning at this speed, or whatever. You could take some objective device and measure and see which one of these viewpoints is actually correct.
Right. Okay. So we take these viewpoints and test who's correct.
Yeah, with some sort of objective measure. Yes.
Yeah. Would you say it'd be possible for everybody to be incorrect? So
yeah, that's possible.
Right,
yeah, of course.
Okay. So it's possible that we could use an objective method to determine who was right if it came to that, looking at a windmill, for example.
Most of the time there are not all things are testable, but I would say generally most things are testable.
And it sounds like it's important that these things be empirical and objective and able to be measured to you. Is that the case? This is me guessing, so I will ask that. Yeah,
be proof of something, and I'm talking about proof versus inductive versus deductive logic, basically.
Right. Okay.
So deductive things can be proof, whereas inductive, all you can say is this is likely true, which is actually a logical fallacy of appeal to probability. So no matter how likely it is to be true, doesn't mean it's true.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because it's important. Yeah, we don't sort of fall down those. Yeah, absolutely. So of the objective empirical methods you use to test this observation that the world appears to be flat and motionless, which did you find to be the most compelling, the strongest proof?
Well, there's a couple, but I would say the most rigorous and compelling and controlled test done is the EpiCore laser transit test.
EpiCore?
Yeah, the EpiCore laser transit measurement.
Transit measurement.
Right,
tell me about it. That sounds interesting.
Okay, so it actually 7 different tests.
Okay, tell me about it.
So 2 were at Lake Balaton, but they were actually a short distance. So let me give you a little background. It's very hard to aim a laser, okay? A long distance. Slight deviations, right, in aiming result in, let's say, a change of an angle of 1 degree. And the other end of the laser at a long distance is hundreds of feet.
Right.
So you're trying to pick up the laser at the other side of, say, a lake, right? And you're trying to aim. Somebody's trying to record, observe the laser, right? To see if it's over their head, under their feet, or whether they can see it. But because it's very hard to aim it. So at Lake Balaton, they went and did this, and they aimed it by hand, so they had problems. They also had problems. It was very cold. The distance wasn't that long. So they created an electronic aiming system, right? So you punch in the coordinates into this electronic aimer.
Super cool.
He's a stepper motor. Stepper motor does it's accurate to 0.000024 degrees of change.
Sounds like those things in movies they use to hold a sniper rifle if the sniper doesn't want to be there.
This was a long piece of tubular steel with a motor on it, hooked up to an electronic.
Send me that photo. Yeah, right.
I'll show you I'll send you the whole PDF.
Yeah,
I'll put it in voice.
Yeah, cool. I'm on live stream too.
They went to Lake Balaton, or they went to Lake IJssel, which is in the Netherlands. It used to be connected to the ocean, but they cut it off, right? So it's I think it's a saltwater lake, but it's right next to the ocean, right? So it's right above the ocean. But they have some sort of barrier that separates them, because they have a lot of fjords and bays and all that weird stuff over there in the Netherlands. You know what I mean? They have don't have a smooth coast. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
So they went there and they I'll tell you kind of how they executed the test. Now,
and so the test
it was 2 tests. So it was 2 tests on one day, and then 3 weeks later they went back and did 3. So the way they did this, right? It's then now they try to level the laser, right? So they used a laser level, and then to level the device, and then they used a reference target at some distance away, right, to see if to see the laser, and used kind of that as a longer level, because you're talking like far distances. Like I said, a small change in angle makes our wild changes at the other end. So think of this, right? A change in angle at 25 miles of 0.08 millirad, which is something like 0.004 degrees, amounts to like 2 meters, which is huge, right? This is a tiny angle, smaller than the width of a human hair at like 100 feet. It's tiny. You know what I'm saying?
Super precise, yeah.
So it's almost impossible to aim like by hand. So that's why they did it electronically, right? So they put like coordinates into where the device is, and they punch like where their target is at some distance, and the thing computes the angles and horizontally pans to that location, so that the beam, if it were on a straight line, would hit that target.
Right. Okay.
So this is what they did, right? So they did a series of distances where they panned it. So they start with one location, punch in the coordinates to the new location. The thing horizontally pans, like left to right. It swivels. Right? So swivels left to right to the new target. Then it swivels left to right to the next target. So they panned this laser through all these distances. Plus, they took meteorological conditions. They had weather stations at both ends, right, to tell you pressure, temperature, wind, all those things. So they took this. And this was actually, I think, the fourth time they did this, because they kept doing it, and Globers were like, oh, you did account for this, or you did this wrong. You got to do this. So this is like their fourth attempt, right, to like get it right. They actually got it right. So, so their longest distance, right? So they horizontally pans for all these targets. The laser is 2.92 meters above sea, right? Their target is 1.5 meters above the sea, right? And they pick up the laser at all the targets that are all the same height. So all these targets are the same height, but they're farther distances, right? So if the Earth is a curved surface, right, the further distances, that means the laser should be higher, right? You should have so you have the surface of the Earth, and you have a laser that's straight, right? And you have the Earth curving away from the laser, the same as if you put a ruler on top of a basketball. You would see the surface of the basketball in the edge of the ruler get further and further away from each other. Right?
Yeah,
so you understand what I'm saying? This is what they were trying. This is what they're trying to test. This is what they're trying to test.
Right.
This laser, and they're expecting, what the gold model predicts is that the laser, the surface of the Earth, will get further and further away from the laser, right? And that if you do the math, it comes out that at 25 miles, the laser should be 127 meters above the ground.
Goodness gracious, right? So, could I?
So what they actually, but let me tell you what they actually measured. They actually measured that it was 1.5 meters above the ground. So this is a 2 order of magnitude discrepancy from what the gold model predicts and what they measured. They did this twice, separated by 3 weeks. So I guess you could say that there's some weird atmospheric condition. Well, that weird atmospheric condition must be the general condition, because
it keeps popping up. So I realized I forgot to ask you a question at the start, and then because I wanted to ask you again. What degree of I guess you don't like the word belief. What degree of certainty would you put on this observation that the Earth is flat and motionless? Like if I put it, let's say in percentages,
my personal observation, 100%.
100%. Okay. And how much of that 100% would you say is? Because it seems like there's two heuristics, maybe might be a word to use, that you're using to get to that 100%. One is that initial observation that it appears flat and motionless, and then also this study with the EpiCore laser transit measure.
Well, that's just one. I just think that's the most rigorous one. There's others. So, I mean, there's plenty of others. I got a wiki page with like over 100 on them.
So would this one, like if I were to test just this one by itself, and I'm not saying I've got any evidence or suggestion as, in this is just a sort of thought experiment.
Fine,
if I were to present to you something to say, that proved to your satisfaction that you agreed with me as well when I said, look, this is actually what's going on here with this laser experiment. And I gave you an explanation that you found compelling. Would that affect that 100% confidence that the Earth is, as it appears, flat and motionless?
Okay. The only thing that can affect the 100% confidence of whether the Earth appears flat and motionless would for it to appear another way.
So it's
right.
More about
so like maybe if I climbed a mountain or jumped in an airplane or something else, and then the Earth appeared as a ball or it appeared as moving. That's not going to happen. Everyone knows that. No one that's ever experienced that except for the people that claim to be astronauts, right? Everyone.
Okay. So it sounds like then if I were to
we're talking about appears our direct experience, right? I doubt that I'm ever going to experience anything in contradiction to that. But if I did, I would, I don't deny the obvious. It would be obvious that I experienced that the Earth is something other than flat and motionless, and it would necessitate that either there was some anomaly. It wasn't that it appeared to be something else that it wasn't, or that's what it was, and observing the Earth is flat is the anomaly.
So if I were to then, it sounds like
that it would be 50-50.
Yeah,
we
so
are
it sounds
more
like
than willing to be globe earthers.
Can I just stay with Indio?
Yeah, let him go. Justin, we're one-on-one, Justin.
And then I'll absolutely take the feedback at the end. So, Indio, if I were to try and summarize what I think it is that you might say is, it's self-evidently true. My senses tell me that it is flat. And it is also important that we measure and find a method, an objective empirical method to determine the truth of something. And the Epicor laser experiment is important to that, but it wouldn't, finding that experiment was in some way deficient or mistaken or something like that wouldn't affect the truth. What is more important is the observation. Would that be accurate?
No.
Okay, sorry.
That's not what I'm saying at all. The initial axiom, that's not the determination of what the final result is. That's just a starting point. It's the starting point from which you start testing.
Right. So the axiom is the initial point, but I misunderstood. Then you were saying if I flew up in
so
the
I
plane
start
and
there.
observed it, that would what would lower your
should I believe my own eyes? Basically, should I believe my own experience? Should I believe my own eyes? Let's go out and test it with things that aren't subjective.
Right. So
and then I'll use those devices to determine whether my subjective experience is true or not.
Okay, right. I see. So you would lean more towards believing your own eyes, and then to support or test or challenge that.
No, I'm not leaning anyway. I'm just like, hey, this is what it is. Okay. Is it really that? Let's go look. Let's go test it. It's no preference either way. It's just like you have to start somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
You have to start somewhere. So I think you should start. I'm a kind of a direct realist guy, right? So what you directly experience is, it's kind of in the vein of I don't know if you know the philosopher Thomas Reid.
Tell me about
it. Thomas Reid wrote a book called Inquiry into the Human Mind on the Principles of Common Sense. So we experience the world with our senses, right? So that's the starting point from which we build all our knowledge. Like we're not brains in a jar somewhere, and we're not a bunch of Helen Kellers running around blind, deaf, and mute, right?
Right.
So we start with acquiring to the world with our senses as a child, and then we build from there. And there's no reason to start with the rational, right? Start in the mind, and then, cherry pick our senses to see which comport to our mental.
So it sounds like if there was a trade-off, if one had to give, if you're looking at a situation, you said, let's say something other than the flat Earth situation, and you're going, my eyes tell me this, but I have a method that I use, which is objective empirical measurement and controlling experimentation, I guess, and they don't agree with one another, how would you pass that difference? Which would you? Yeah, what would happen next, I guess, is the question. India, are you there? I'm not sure we're getting your mic.
Oh, he dropped out.
Oh.
Indio.
He should be back in a second.
Yeah, the mic's not deflecting yet.
He probably has to rejoin.
Oh, right. I can see he's pressed the mute button, and then maybe
And maybe he got a phone call or something. But to fill in, he just messaged in voice text. But to fill in while he's gone, if I may make a comment to what you just said just now, what you just described actually already happened, because the laser test has been done 4 times. So,
right.
So there was
more than that. There's like there's the summer laser test is somewhere around 12.
Oh.
I mean, if you count EpiCore 7 test as 1, it's about 12.
Okay, right. So so the question we got cut off, I'm not sure if you heard the end of it, Indio, is
probably
not. If I had to choose one or the other. So if I said my eyes, the world appears to me to be a certain way, and this, we could look at this aside from FE to be something else, and something appears to me to be a certain way, and then the other sort of pillar, I think I'm using this metaphor of a house, so maybe another sort of foundational wall or something was this empirical objective method to determine whether something's right or wrong. If they were in conflict, how do you think you would resolve that conflict?
What? I don't get it. I already told you how to resolve it. It's using some objective tool to figure it out.
Right. Yeah. So I guess my question is, let's say you went to do the EpiCore laser transit measurement and you did it, and then you were like, wow, that beam is 147 meters in the sky.
Yeah, I'd be like, well, that matches the goal prediction.
Okay. And would that affect the 100% certainty that you have?
Of course.
Right. Okay.
Of course.
Would it bring it? What would happen to the 100%? Where would it end up? Do you think? Because you said there's a lot.
Oh, I don't know. I would need replications. Right. You know, just like anything else, you need replications. Just like because but whether you know this or not, some of these laser tests that have been done, it's been caught on camera of the beam like bending up, like doing a J hook, like almost straight up in the air.
What? Wow. What's
so we like that's the thing. Like there's a few of them. Hold on.
Bending is fascinating.
Bending up, dude. Bending up, like and this is there's a few of these. I think John D did one. I don't know who Dr. John is.
Right.
Do you know who that is?
I'm not.
Dr. John D.
I think Dr. John D. No, I can do Google though.
So he's like he's got a PhD in physics. He's like before he was a flat earther. He not part of his like profession. He did some laser tests, and he's got some images where the beam leaves the laser, and it literally just like takes a right, like a 45-degree angle turn and goes straight up into the air. Yeah,
and
it's pretty crazy.
So so that would be a good example.
I would have to eliminate. That like atmospheric condition that causes that as a variable. That's why, like I said, replications, right? You control the variables that you can't control, and see what shakes out. So, like, it would go down. Like, I wouldn't draw any conclusion. I guess you could even say I'm 100% certain of my observation and my experience. I've never experienced anything different. But the measurements, that's always subject to change, right? I mean, someone could. It's the thing. We don't have any contradictory measurements. No Glover has gone out with any lasers, right, and measured anything to the contrary to what we've measured. So I only have one data set. One data set confirms one thing, and no other data has come in that says, "Hey, this is or it could be anybody. We're flat earthers, we're globe earthers, we don't care what the Earth is. We have these measurements that contradict all these other ones. Those don't exist. There's only one thing right at this point, right? There's all just what we have. And that's all there is. Now, I'm sure there's globe earthers that have done laser tests. They're just not going to release the results. This has been going on a long time. So we're like in, year 5 of this, right? So flat earthers have been doing laser tests from the beginning. Like, hey, we're going to just take this laser, see if like the water and the laser separate like as predicted. And it's hard for me to believe that there's not a single globe earther, right, that has gone out and said, I'm going to prove these stupid flat earthers wrong. I'm going to test this.
So what would you accept as a test that you would say this is a disproof? This is strong enough evidence.
Depends on what they do. Just go out and do it, and go out and do a measurement and verify the prediction, right? At a sufficiently long enough distance so that like there's no so there's some certainty to it. Right, so if you're doing distances shorter than the horizon and like trying to measure like inches, then that's not really compelling, right? So I'm trying to measure the deviation of an inch at 2 miles. Like, you know what I mean? Like, no, it has to be a sufficient distance.
Sure.
You know, which I would estimate as 10 kilometers would be the minimum distance. But it should be further than that. But when I say 25 miles, like this laser test, you're probably in metric system, right? So that's 41 kilometers. It's 41 kilometers.
Yeah, so because that was why I was asking.
That's very far. It's not like a short distance.
Because the bit about the exploring the epistemology is to go, could we test this in a falsifiable way, and would falsification matter? So if we went, we are getting those observations, but
did you test the test? Is that what you're talking about? Are you?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah.
Test?
Or if we looked
what you can do is like repeat the test, right? So like if I use this analogy all the time. Right? So I have a table, right? And I take my tape measure and I measure it as like 48 inches by 48 inches, a square. Okay. You can't really falsify my measurement unless you were there. The only thing you can do is do your own measurement or do more measurements and see if that initial measurement was accurate.
Yeah. Or sort of if it was something.
That's all you can do. So someone would have to go out. Yeah. So someone have to go out and replicate it or do some near type of replication. Doesn't have to be exact, obviously, but something similar and say, well, this is the result we've got. Or say someone, say 100. So say someone went out and did the test 100 days in a row and they got results that quote unquote confirmed or matched the globe model, the globe prediction. Obviously, that the sum of all those, they would have a larger sample size. So just from a straight, quote unquote scientific viewpoint, the one with the larger sample size, that's more likely to be true.
Right. But
just from a statistical basis.
We established though was if we did find a reason to doubt the outcome of
I'm just going where the data is, dude. I have no opinion about it whatsoever. Listen, wherever the data says is what it is to me. Whatever the results of the measurement is what it is. I don't sit there and think about theories of freaking woodworking when I measure something, right? If I measure a table. 48 by 48. Well, how can it be that? How can it be a square table? Because the theory of woodworking says it can't possibly be that. I don't think about it like that. I just this is what it is. We're just trying to measure like a physical quantity. Often, this is a common problem. Well, it's not really a problem because they admit it. If you read deeply into the literature on the globe or geodetic survey, they admit this, right? They admit that they can't actually measure this, that they have to rely on the theory and use that theory, like the theory of gravity. There's a theory of gravity, the Earth, that gravity forms balls in space, right? Because gravity exists, the Earth must be a ball. You see the difference. You see the difference here. I have a theory of physics. I have a physics theory.
But we need
Physics theory predicts that the Earth is a ball, therefore the Earth must be a ball, which is a bit different than saying I went out and took a tape measure and the Earth is flat. They could also go out and just say I went out and I took a tape measure and the Earth is a ball. They're not doing that. They're saying we have a theory of gravity, therefore the Earth's a ball. It's a different logical progression.
Right, but I think you would agree that there is a bit more to it, to what people are saying about why they're suggesting it's a ball.
When it comes to
because
what do you mean?
Their claim, and I understand.
From the physical standpoint of measuring the Earth, that is their claim. There is no more. Like, listen, there's the globe. Let me break it down to you like this. There's the part about the sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the sky, the shit in the sky, the stars, the moon, the planets, right? How they move, their motion, how they appear, right? Their periodic motions, their patterns, their cycles. There's that. It says nothing about the Earth, right? Because you're not even looking at the Earth. And then there's the Earth itself, right? Its physical form, right? Which you can measure directly.
Yeah.
If you look at the literature, geodetic surveying, like you can look at Helmert, which is considered the grandfather of geodetic surveying. It's like in the first 3 paragraphs. He talks about since the Earth can't be measured in all its places, we have to rely on the theory of gravitation and its revolution and its rotation.
And if somebody
what they
had
say,
an objective empirical way to show that to you,
if they had that, I would look at it and I would I would evaluate the experiment. Right, same way you evaluate an experiment. You look at sources of error, you look at assumptions, you look at all that stuff. Right, you evaluate every experiment the same way. Right,
because they could be
evaluate the experiment. You look at the data. See, I look at data. I don't look at interpretations of data. I'm one of those people. I'm not going to be like I'm going to read the conclusion, and that's what I'm going to just go with. I'm going to actually look at what they did.
Right,
I'm not. I just don't look at the conclusion.
It could be easy to just take it on face value of somebody else's calculations, but we don't know.
A human being has to. Yeah. Well, their calculation can be whatever. It can, but the thing is, there is subjective interpretation of data, and there's how data is processed, and then there's the equipment used, and then there's sources of error and controls, and there's all sorts of stuff. You have to take each experiment on its own. You evaluate its own merit. Right, you just look at it as okay, this is what they went out and did, and I'm going to evaluate that on its own merit. Is this data probably reliable based upon that? And if it is, then I look at the data and I go, hey, what does the data tell me about what they did? What conclusions can I draw from this?
If that empirical evidence was contrary to what you saw with your own eyes,
I wouldn't care. I would just accept the data. That's what it is.
So you would So if you saw that objective empirical method to determine some sort of measurement, and you went, actually, the measurement doesn't match with what I'm seeing, I would disbelieve my eyes and go, well, my eyes are not a reliable way to know things.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I would say my eyes aren't a reliable way to know this.
Okay.
Yeah, this particular question.
Okay. All right. I'm also,
because I'm pretty sure I can recognize my mother unequivocally all the time, and I'm not probably going to doubt my eyes about that.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Clown, man. Tried really hard to paint it as, oh, you're just going to believe what you believe no matter what. Kept trying to do that, man. Failed miserably. Gotta do better than that. Rookie.
at the bottom.
Because it's further away from its source.
Rubbish.
Wait, what?
He
Professor
said,
Phil.
I'll translate, nuh-uh.
Powerful argument.
There's going to be a lot of nuh-ahs going on soon, and it's not going to be from me.
Shut up. You're dumb. You're probably the dumbest person in here.
Tell us why the Earth is flat.
Demonstrably.
Tell us how did you discover that the Earth is flat?
Don't speak to me.
I woke up and I walked out of the house and it was flat.
And you think just by looking at it, knowing that, given that the size of the Earth, that you just think it's automatically flat?
Why should I think otherwise?
Are there any reasons why you could be wrong?
Why should I think otherwise?
Answer my question. Are there any reasons that you could be wrong?
Yes, exactly. Right? There could be wrong, but we start with that axiom, right?
Yeah. So
and what we see is what we get.
Looks flat to you.
It looks flat to everyone.
Therefore,
everyone.
Flat.
So that's a rationalization. So you're using like a rationalization. It could be flat. This experience could be real, but there's reasons why it couldn't be. So that's your rationalization. So bring some like meat to that bone.
That's good. We're getting somewhere. Could be flat.
Could be. On first impression, that's what it is.
Excellent. So let's drop this is flat business. All right.
Well, I mean, we verified it after that. You said, where did you get the idea in the first place? And I gave it to you.
What did you do?
Well, there's been laser tests. There's been measurements. There's,
really?
Those sorts of things. Yes, really.
What controls did you do for the refraction?
How would you control for that?
I'm asking you the question.
What controls were they done? Well, they did a horizontal pan. They did horizontal panning, and they also did vertical tilting of it to see and to measure how much the angle at the other end changed.
Garbage.
Oh.
Okay, so Mike Kavanaugh actually gave an interview about this with Nathan Oakley where he described the entire experiment. Have you ever watched it? You ever heard what he said? Mike Kavanaugh actually has more degrees than you got.
I've watched that garbage show many times, and it's all rubbish.
Listen, this was just an interview. This wasn't like his show. It's an interview he did.
What else have you?
No, you could email them and ask them. They are a public nonprofit.
All right, let's take it from here. So let's talk about your flat Earth. Is the North Pole in the center?
Maybe.
What do you mean? What do you mean by North Pole?
How much time do you need to work it out?
I don't know. What do you mean by North Pole? Even within your model, there are several. Geographic, magnetic. Which one are you talking about?
Talking about magnetic West Pole.
Yeah.
Hey, why is Phil telling us to look into? Why is he telling us to ask about flat Earth? Why aren't we asking about the globe right now?
Because I want to know about flat Earth. That's why.
Phil, you don't know about the measurable curvature of the globe.
I want to know about flat Earth.
Any questions about flat Earth right now?
I gave you one. You were smart.
I'll ask whatever questions I like. Now you just tell me what makes you think the Earth is flat.
The globe.
You're the one who thinks the Earth is flat. Explain why you think the Earth is flat.
I just told you, and you're not on it.
No, Phil. I'm sorry, Phil. No, you're not going to come in here and ask questions about flat. You need to figure out if the Earth is a globe.
I'll come in here and I'll ask whatever questions I like.
Stop talking, Phil. You need to ask questions about the globe first. Is there any measurable curvature found on this globe of the one that makes the positive claim that there's measurable curvature? Where is this measurable curvature at? We don't have any.
I want to know about why you think...
No, you don't want to know. You need to know about the globe first. Establish if the globe is the actual paradigm, and then you can ask
nothing to do with whether the Earth is flat or not.
You need
to that's what he's trying to get to. Sorry, Miggy, you're very quiet in the background.
You must have an idea.
Professor Phil.
Yeah, I just told you why.
Yeah, you've asked a question, you've been told why, and Miggy's also trying to tell you why.
And how does the North Pole's existence, non-existence, would ever demonstrate the profile of the Earth? What does that got to do with it?
I'm trying to work out how you think the Earth.
What does the pole have to do with a curving surface?
I'm trying to establish what does the Earth look like in your
And
mind.
I'm trying to figure out how that just isn't a red herring, and how you jumped up the laser measurement to the North Pole, which has nothing to do with curvature.
I've already established that you think the Earth is flat because some laser experiment that
laser that was actually 7. They were done in 2 different locations. 2 at one location was 3 weeks apart. They took meteorological conditions. They panned the laser from left to right from a reference target through 3 other targets. Do you even know any details of the actual test? Or are you just not eyeing it with complete ignorance?
I have watched several of these things. Yes.
No, it's not a video. It's actually a report that's in PDF form.
He watched it though.
I watched some late that was done on Jeranism's show or something like that.
I don't know where Jeranism does or doesn't do.
All right.
So apart from what's your problem?
Now, just tell me about Antarctica. What's that like?
No. Never been there. Never been there. So we're not going to talk about a place I've never been to. I want to know what your problem with laser transit is.
Australia?
No. But I want to know what your problem, because you're just hand waving it away and not addressing it, and you're just going to talk through me.
Have you not? You've said you've not been to Australia, but can you talk about Australia even though you've not been there?
I'd have to probably speak to an Australian and get some better information.
Yeah. What the hell is this?
I don't know. Some kind of sophistry, man. It's a lot of bollocks.
Is this some type of Elmer Fudd sophistry about you ask people where they've been and you want to go there, and why don't we talk about some place you haven't been? What is your scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion?
We're not talking about the ball. We're talking about...
Oh, we're not. We better not, because you don't have any.
So,
yes, there's plenty of evidence that the Earth is spherical. The fuck? I want to know what evidence there is that the Earth is flat.
Well, wait a minute. Isn't the Earth
observably
flat? And even Neil deGrasse Tyson says it. So is it depending on you to prove that it's not flat?
Let me just have a look and see if I can't jump an image for you to have a look at.
There we go.
So, check this out. We established that the Earth is flat as a logical axiom because it's self-evident that that's what it is. Okay, the evidence to the contrary needs to be provided. So you can keep saying, what's the evidence for the flat Earth? The evidence is just the first impression of what we experience. Now it's up to you to show evidence that our experience is somehow false.
There's plenty of evidence that the Earth is definitely not flat.
Give us
right, let's have it one by one. Let's go.
Oh, for instance, ships going over the horizon.
Hold tight. Sorry, that's a claim to physical geometric location. Hold on. That's a claim to physical geometric location, as in physical horizon. 4 things to hide behind physically. The horizon's demonstrated to not be physical and apparent, so therefore can't be physically hiding things and can't be used as measurements to base any geometry on.
It was complete word salad. Rubbish.
How did you account for refraction?
Pardon?
That was complete rubbish.
What part of that was rubbish? Slowly.
You don't like salad.
Okay. Which part of that was rubbish? Which part specifically?
Please explain to me how it is that the ships go over the horizon bottom first.
Can be for a number of reasons, but your claim is physicality of the horizon, which it isn't. It's apparent.
Wrong.
How did he account for refraction? And
Laughing won't help you.
Listen, I'm laughing because this is an honest joke. So if we show ships go over the horizon where it can't possibly be the horizon that the globe says it is, at some shorter distance, then what's the reason for that?
There could be all sorts of reasons why you see the horizon in a different place.
No, I'm talking about you see the horizon obstructing a boat bottom first, and as it gets further away, eventually you don't see it. If you see that on some shorter distance than what the globe predicts, so say the globe predicts 2,500 feet, the horizon is, and you see the boat disappearing, but instead of that, you see that happen 5 times closer at 500 feet. What is the mechanism for that?
It won't happen.
Okay.
Wow.
Let me direct your attention to live stream voice text.
That was dope.
No,
this is recorded, right?
Yeah, it's always.
Yeah.
So I'm going to show you a better. That's just a GIF, but I'll show you a better video I got. So there's a lady named Sky Free. Well, I mean, it's 30 seconds. You don't have to review it now. So the GIF actually just shows it. It's in a. Well, that's not animated.
I can't see what you're talking about.
Okay, there's an animated GIF in the live stream, so it's color corrected to increase the contrast. So this is a camera height of 2 inches. The globe predicts the horizon from 2 inches is 2,500 feet away. This lake is only 600 feet long, and this boat completely disappears beyond the horizon. But the horizon, it's not at the horizon yet on the globe, so how does it disappearing?
Let me show you now exactly.
And I showed it full color. This person, this girl, Sky Free, and her boyfriend have replicated this about 20 times on a couple different lakes. They've had boats with flags, boats with lights on it, just lights, a bunch of different combinations, and they can just get these little RC boats to just vanish into thin air. Somehow. But this lake is only 600 feet long.
Let me show you.
So we know why this happens, right? This is called total internal reflection.
No, it's got nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth.
No shit, really?
That's the point. You realize he just showed you the thing you said.
Let's just
won't happen, right? Hey, Phil, buddy boy. You realize he just showed you what you said isn't going to happen, right? Won't happen. He just showed that to you. You have any rebuttal to that?
Yes, I'll show you in a second.
Okay. Let's look at one image of what? This is the physical location of the horizon, and it's physically blocking the bottom of this object that I'm going to show you. This is it. Is it?
Okay. Look at the buildings. Where's the bottom of the buildings?
The same place that boat is.
Where's the boat?
Is it into the diffraction limit? Is it
We're
somewhere
talking
in
about many floors, not a little boat.
We're talking about a boat in a little lake that just did what you're showing us the building is doing.
You're not talking about something that might
but but you're trying to be cute by saying many floors, right? So all that matters is the subtended angle. So you could say 20 floors, 30 floors. Depending on how far the building is beyond this, right? Like, so a 1 meter wave, a 1 meter.
Do you want to explain where the
I'm trying to, but you're talking too much, right? So say this horizon is like 1 kilometer away, right? And the building is 10 kilometers away. A 1 meter wave, 1 kilometer away is going to block 10 meters at the building. So you could say, where's all these floors? It doesn't mean anything.
Right.
Right. So just like my thumb can block the Empire State Building if I hold it in front of my face, doesn't mean anything. You're trying to just mix and match absolute sizes to some some apparent size.
Where's the pedigree information on? Where's the pedigree information?
Yeah, like how far away is the building? Is it high tide, low tide? Is there a tidal bore? I mean, like.
Yeah, we want detail, Mr. Scientist. We want some pedigree information with your photo here. Not just here, look, where's the floors at her? Right? Some pedigree information. Observer height, distance to the buildings, sort in that vein.
And you want to know.
How did you control for refraction?
That's my question. Wait a minute. That's my question. What's sinking? Anybody can tell me what sinking is?
Yes, I know what sinking is.
Yeah, but we're diverting from the question, right?
What is it? What is sinking? Tell me what it is. What is it?
This is where refraction, where normally you've got cold air with warm air, but when you get warm air with cold air, you get sinking. Okay.
What is sinking? Now, what is it? If you used to see it, what is it?
What
look
the
like?
hell?
This is
word
salad. Okay, have a look at these wind turbines.
That was
No, we're sticking to your buildings.
Rubbish, mate.
I want you to look at the wind turbines.
No, we're sticking with your buildings before we get to the windmills.
Okay,
Why don't you answer his question?
I don't
answer
care
his
what
question.
you
He
want.
asked you what sinking was.
I told you what sinking was. This is where refraction causes things to appear to sink, right?
To
Quite
sink.
simple.
Appear to sink behind what? Here
Now,
to
can
sink
you
behind
please have a
what?
look at the wind turbines?
No. Sink behind what? Sink behind what?
Whatever
What do you
you're
sink
looking
behind?
Whatever you're
Whatever I'm
looking at.
So what am I looking? So if there's a horizon out there, is it sinking behind the horizon?
If the conditions are right, that can happen. Yes.
Okay. Do you have the pedigree information on this photo so we know what the temperature variation of the water, the air? Do you have all that?
Have a look at the wind turbines.
No.
That means no.
the image. That would be a no then, right, Phil?
No, I don't have the specifics.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
Have a look at the wind turbines, please.
okay. What about
Got specs for those?
Yeah.
Where's the
We need
bottom?
observer height. We need observer height and distance.
Why is it that the distance to the wind turbines,
What's the distance?
the further away they are, the more they sink?
What distance? What's the observation height? What's going
Because
on?
shit gets smaller with distance. It's called
you can see
second
that they're
grade
not getting
angular
smaller.
size change with distance. So,
Sorry, but they're not getting smaller.
Sorry. So they're not getting shit's not getting smaller with distance.
You can see that that compared to the ones that are closer, that's not that much smaller.
Oh, there's not
Where are
that
the
much
bottoms?
smaller. Okay,
Not
so
that much.
Stop fooling yourself.
oh,
Where are
okay,
the
stop
bottoms?
pulling myself. Okay, what is the observer's height here, and how far is the horizon away?
I don't know exactly the distance, but as far as it would
So
be
it's
in
an
the
empty
region of
frame
about,
then?
No,
6
this
to
is
7 miles.
empty. You're just what you're doing. You're showing photos and then wrapping your fairy tale story
I
around it
want to
with
know
no
where
evidence.
are the bottoms.
With no evidence. What does
Stop.
empirical mean?
Stop fooling yourself.
What does empirical mean?
Calm down, man.
Stop fooling yourself.
You sound big
Where
mad.
are the bottoms of the
What
wind
does
turbine?
empirical mean, Mr. Tapping on the whiteboard?
I don't give a damn about that. Now
So-
you just tell me.
So what you're doing is
where are the bottoms
you're
of the
wrapping
wind
your fairy tale
turbine?
story around a simple observation,
for you,
which
is
is
it?
basically religion.
I told you there would be a lot of nuh-ahs going on.
Oh yeah,
and it
you're the
comes
one that's
from
taking
you.
them, Mr. Rubbish.
You also said it wouldn't be you saying it, but that's
I
clearly been
told you there
proven
would be a
wrong.
lot of nuh-ah. And
Yeah, you've held up.
Counted
Yeah,
5 of them.
I'm not going to
you've
let
held
you
up.
go.
You've
Where
held up
are the
swimmingly, my
bottoms of
friend.
the wind turbines?
Hey, Prof. You just provided 2 pictures with no information, which means nothing. So you have provided nothing here so far.
Let's go back to the
Aware
RC
of that?
boats. Let's go back to the
Why
RC boats. Obviously,
anybody
RC
looking
boats
at
are a lot smaller than those wind turbines. So, yeah, that's why. Yeah,
No, where are the bottoms of the wind
Where's
turbine?
that boat?
Where's the bottom of the RC boat? Answer that first. Okay, now make your RC boat a little bit bigger. There's your answer, Professor
The
Phil.
wind turbine is huge. They're hundreds of feet high. Where are the
Rubbish.
Rubbish.
Word salad.
Oh, Professor Phil, you really don't look around you very much, do you?
I'm afraid you don't. I think
no,
you do.
No, no.
You
Do you want
are
to
in
explain
your
why?
little-
Would you like me to explain why?
Stop for a second.
Would you?
You have decided to
Preach to me,
join your
brother.
little cult.
Oh, here we
No
go.
evidence.
Join us.
I'm trying to
Psychoanalysis.
just trying to back up what I just said about how you don't look around you.
Now, please explain to me about the. Actually, I've got another one for you to have a look at.
Why are we explaining your photos? Shouldn't you be the one explaining them?
He can't. He wants us to explain them.
Would you go up to a complete stranger and then ask them to explain something for that which they have never made a claim for? Are you batshit insane?
You're the one who said the Earth is flat.
Are you batshit insane? Yeah, but I'm not here to explain your photos. You are.
Is the Earth flat?
You are. You explain your evidence, sir.
Tell me if you think.
Could I just interrupt here? Sorry,
your
Quantum.
Evidence, sir.
One of the things Professor Phil always says, Quantum, is that you never say the Earth is flat. He's just stated that you say the Earth is flat. So which is it, Phil? Does Quantum Eraser say the Earth is flat, or doesn't he?
I've no idea. He's there now. He can say it for himself.
Oh,
you just said it, didn't you?
Well, he can say it for himself. He's there.
Phil, why do we have to explain your evidence? Does that make any sense?
Why don't you just tell us if you think the Earth is flat?
Why should I explain your evidence, counselor? Bailiff!
Why don't you just tell us whether you think the Earth is flat?
Grab him by his short little pee-pee and throw him out on his neck.
Come on. Is the Earth flat or
You're
not?
a numpty dipshit. You, sir, are a numpty dipshit. You're asking us to explain your evidence.
Just tell me whether
Is the
you
globe a
think
circle?
or not.
Is the globe a circle?
That's insane, sir. Sorry. That's why Indio left. He said, fuck this. You're a moron.
Is the Earth flat or not?
Your sister is.
This really the best argument you got, bro? Prof, this is the best argument.
I've got a photo to show you.
You have any measured curvature at all? You got any of that on hand?
Oh yes,
on
plenty
deck?
of that.
Plenty of that.
We're not
Provide us
claiming-
with that, please.
We're not claiming.
Because that's the positive claim, right? Is that the Earth is some type of fucking magic water balls flying around in a vacuum, right?
Yeah.
You got evidence for that?
What magic water? I don't know what magic water balls you're talking about.
Magic, bro. Magic.
It's the one you believe you live on.
I'm not a believer in magic.
You're just a believer in balls. How they become balls? Well, that's not your business.
Yeah,
is
yes,
it?
I certainly believe that.
How it is a ball and curved? That's none of your business.
You're supposed to be a prof, and you got like low-level globers actually putting up a better argument than you. This is
Really?
sad.
Yeah, really.
This is embarrassing.
Not embarrassing for me.
Two pictures. First of all, you claim something would never happen. 2 seconds later was proven that dead wrong. Then you provided 2 pictures with no information whatsoever and asked us questions about it. As if we're supposed to explain your nonsense.
On every count.
Also, he hollered obscenities.
Wrong on every count.
This is real corny, bro. This is like old and busted right here.
Hang on, I'm just looking for a photo for you so that you can.
You did come in with that like ready.
This is actually got some. This actually does have some figures with it. So, just a minute.
But how are you going to explain the RC boat, though? Are you ever going to try and explain that?
It's just too inconclusive for me to make any comments about that.
Come, dude, listen. The RC boat has disappeared bottom first, and you've claimed that's the reason why the Earth is a ball. Explain that, dude. Unless you're just a believer. Rubbish.
I like this rubbish today. It's funny.
You asked me about the Earth being a sphere. Of course, you know that there's satellites, don't you?
Both disappearing bottom first as evidence. Are you ever going to explain
Yes,
that?
I have. I've already given you 2 pieces of evidence.
Yeah, you're saying it's inconclusive, but this is your evidence that you is the ball.
Another one, just as a matter of
Then what's going on with the RC boat if that's not the curvature of the Earth?
I'm not interested in that particular thing.
You're not interested in your own fucking explanation and fucking evidence that the Earth is a ball.
It's inconclusive. I told you that.
Inconclusive. It's your evidence. That's your problem, man. Fix it.
The photo is poor and inconclusive. I would not use it as evidence.
Oh, you've got problems.
This man.
You're the one who's got a problem. The problem is you, who's stuck in a cult.
No, mate. I'm asking you to explain your evidence that is contradictory. And you're saying it's not, and you're saying you're not interested in this. So whose problem is this? It's your evidence, bro. So it's your problem. You have to fix it. Just gonna ignore it and talk about fucking stars and shit that doesn't. It's not relevant. It's not
Yes, of course they are relevant.
Stop lying to yourself.
Stars are very relevant.
We just have someone just like to hear himself freaking talk. That's all we have.
That's the best they got.
You poor victim.
No, you're the victim.
Is that really the best they got, man? Is there anywhere else we could bring in better, more productive? Because this one's kind of a dud.
I can feel the love.
Brenda.
Your laughing is really not helping you.
Well, at least with Brenda, I could maybe learn something.
Well, you can learn something. You ask me some good questions, and I'll answer them for you as much as I can.
Why is the RC boat disappearing bottom first in that video?
I don't know about that particular thing. I told you it's inconclusive. You can't make any.
All you got to do is answer the question why it is disappearing bottom first. Because it can't be the curvature of the Earth, so you must know why, right?
I don't.
So you're just going to ignore this very thing, this very experience that your eyeballs can see. You're going to ignore it and go look at some fucking math. You're not going to explain what you're seeing, right? That's how ignorant you are, bro. Being ignorant, and you don't even know that? Really? How old are you, mate? This is embarrassing. That's what I mean.
No,
embarrassing yourself. I'm embarrassed for you.
You don't need to be.
Well, then you don't need to be concerned about these victims either. Don't worry. Go help with the coronavirus or something. Go help with world peace or something. We're all right here. We're fine. We're not going to die for believing the Earth is flat. Just like you're not going to die for not being able to explain this RC boat disappearing bottom first. You don't have to, right? So why should we explain anything to you, Phil?
Well, you're the one who said the Earth is flat.
You're the one sticking your nose in the wrong freaking hole.
Who hasn't said that the Earth is flat?
The Earth is not a ball. Can you understand that?
I want to hear
go
you
from there. Flat is not a shape, you fucking idiot. Is the globe a circle?
How about just keeping it civil?
Is the globe a circle? Answer the question.
It's a sphere.
Is it a circle? Yes or no? Then stop asking people if the Earth is flat.
You know exactly what I mean by flat.
You know exactly what I mean too. So why the hell are you asking these silly questions?
Have a look at the have a look at the photograph.
Why are these RC boats disappearing bottom first?
Have a look at the photograph.
Curvature of the Earth. Answer the question, man.
I'll have a go
at that. I'll have a go at that, Professor Phil.
I want you to have a look at this photograph that I want.
You know that photo in the upper left-hand corner is a black swan.
Ooh.
Have a look at
you numpty dumbass dipshit.
Tell me where look at the one on the.
Tell me how far. Give us the pedigree information here. Observer height and distance to the first platform.
Just tell me where are the platforms gone?
Where are the platforms? Where are the platforms gone?
The photo on the left-hand side.
Right there. I see both of them.
The photo on the left-hand side.
Please explain this. Okay, I'll explain it. What is the observer height and what is the distance to the first platform?
Well, apparently I heard this, that the observer height was very close to the water, so something within a couple of feet.
Okay, no, it's 1 foot. And how far is the horizon away from him?
Well, apparently that was, if you're looking at the bottom right one, the one at the rig over there, looking on the left-hand side, on the left-hand top, that would be approximately 3 miles.
That's not 3 miles.
To the horizon.
No, it's not. That's 6.21 miles. It's at the base of Platform Hill House.
And then, no,
it's at the base of Platform Hill House, Phil. You numpty dipshit. This is a black swan photo.
The base of that platform is missing. Okay.
What?
Now,
where is the horizon?
The horizon would be approximately 3 miles away.
It is not 3 miles away. It's 6.21 miles away. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. You're a numpty dipshit.
DJ's on the way.
Now let's have a look at the photo that's on.
DJ's on the way. Do you know that I have this photo in every single Black Swan presentation from the beginning? You're going to talk through me. I'm going to mute your dumb ass.
I don't care. You obviously.
Fair enough. So, you see this photo right here? On January 1st, 2020, this appeared in my Black Swan presentation. But you're such a numpty dipshit, you don't even know it. And you're such a numpty dipshit that you posted another Black Swan photo because the observer height here is 1 foot and the horizon is 6.21 miles away when it should be 1 mile away. So, and you're both flat and curved would look very similar. Really? Are you invoking some type of refraction here? Looming? What the hell? Oh my God, I got to take him off mute for this. What the hell is looming?
You don't know what looming is?
No, I want you to cite it right here for me.
Okay. If you have a look at the diagram on the bottom right,
I want you to cite looming. Thank you.
Looming is the first industrial machine that was ever created to make.
No, hold on. Let him. I want to hear if he knows what looming is. I want the definition.
Okay, have a look at the photo.
No, I'm not having a look at the photo.
I created that diagram. It's my own handiwork.
Shut up. What is looming?
Look
what
at the
is looming? You claim looming. What is looming? What is looming? You will not pass go until you define it and provide citation for your claim, sir.
So light bends as a result of the temperature gradient.
That's not looming.
That's what looming is.
No, it's not. You fucking moron. No, it isn't.
I don't care what you say, you fool.
Looming. You're going to have to shut you up. So that's your definition. I told you it was wrong. You're fucking idiot. You're a numpty dipshit. Looming from Andrew Thomas Young. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. That is the definition of looming. In fact, this definition of looming is in-fucking correct. But even within this wrong definition, even if I give it to you, you already train wrecked your argument. Because this is talking about objects in relation to the horizon, not the horizon itself. You're a numpty dipshit. Demonstrated yet again. So, welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. Chocolate?
DJ's on the way.
Really, you think that actually worked, don't you? It may have worked for your little...
It's already a wrap.
That might have worked for your little set of victims.
It may have worked with Neil deGrasse Tyson, but don't try that shit on Phil, right, Phil?
That probably worked for your little set of victims.
That'll work on Mick West. It won't work on you because
you're a scammer. You're a grifter. Have a look at the bottom.
You interrupted the DJ. Please don't do that again.
Have a look at the bottom. Don't please me, mate. I'll do as I please. Now, have a look at the bottom.
Maybe not.
Yeah, we'll see about
that. And by the way, my laughing is doing me very fucking well, numpty. So how would you know what was well for someone else? Did you learn that in school?
Oh, I can tell this guy never listened to his teachers or his headmaster. So, yeah.
Probably abused as a child, I'm just a guess.
I like to tell bad jokes. So, yeah, sorry, man.
I mean, he could have cited his own source. Maybe it would have been different than QE's and it would have made his argument better, but
he did.
Apparently he wasn't prepared.
Right. Decided to unmute me. That's good. Now we can get somewhere.
Right. To the horizon, right?
I want to have a look at the image. I want you to have a look at the image that's commonly referred. Actually, Sasha put it up. Thank you, Sasha. Sasha put up the image of the rigs where there is looming. Now, there's actually evidence for this. There's looming and towering, and there's actually evidence for that. And the evidence for that is very, very clear. First of all, the first one where we're looking at looming of the horizon. So you can tell that because that usually happens when you have a look across the water and you can see the bands of colors, of different colors. Like you can see it's really dark towards us, closer, then gets lighter, then gets lighter again. That gets this yellowish color. You're
an empty dipshit. Sasha's photo train wrecks.
Would you mind just being quiet just for a minute?
You're a dumbass. I used this photo in my explanation of every single black swan presentation I've given. You can see the horizon if you use your off-center vision. You can see the horizon. It's right off the bow. So this is looming, but according to your definition, it's not the horizon that looms. It's things in relation to the horizon, Dr. Phil. Do you understand this, numpty dipshit?
Will you stop being a coward and stop?
Do you understand what I just said, numpty dipshit?
I understood exactly what you said. Now, can you just stop being a coward?
So you said the horizon was loomed. That is not. That is incorrect.
The horizon is loomed. Everything.
No, that's not the definition, Dr. Phil.
Listen, looming. I explained to you what looming was.
No, you didn't. You made it up. No citation. You're done.
Light benzene gradients, bro. That's not a definition.
Yeah, that's not a definition.
You can see that
the definition was provided though for you. Phil?
Just shut up. Unless somebody else wants to talk, I'm done with his dipshittery. You're just making shit up.
Do you hang out at Jim Panda's server, Professor Phil? Because I think it's poisoning your brain, your mind, man. Going there.
Yeah, he's certified.
So QE, you want to deprive?
Don't speak to me ever again.
You want to deprive?
Yeah, apparently so, he does. Yep.
He does.
All the time.
We do.
Apparently, he's mistaken. He doesn't know what server he's on. I think he's lost.
How important are you, QE? That you're the one who calls the shots.
Who tells you that? Like, why do you think that? Do you know who's all in here? Like, we call our own shots, mate. Do you? No, you don't. You don't call your own shots. People tell you to jump, and you say how high. So don't talk about us, man. You don't know us. You won't even listen to us. You won't even explain fucking RC boats and why they disappear bottom first in your goddamn evidence. Nobody wants to hear your shit, your rubbish.
I know, you think he'd be able to muster up his intellectual might, you know? Conjure up something like very powerful.
Well, stop muting me and then you'll actually hear some stuff.
Okay, sure.
By the way, audience, the reason that you can't hear my voice is because anytime
mute him. Thanks.
Who the hell does he think he's talking to?
Audience.
Audience?
Talk to the audience.
He's the fucking secret king. Audience, they're muting me. I've got secret fucking knowledge. I need some fucking parts of them, and they're not letting me do so. I'm being a fucking victim. Fucking victim, Gamma, fucking secret king bastard. Fuck off.
Yeah. Very narcissistic community, I would say.
Thank you for unmuting me again.
Oh,
I don't know what that serves except just waste.
Well, I couldn't quite get that. What did he say?
Professor Fella, you got any proof of the flying spinning ball? Stop addressing QE. He's above your intellect, dude. Yeah, you're not a professor. You're a clown.
Mm-hmm.
Just me. I am way below his level. So just me. You're
What's
way
your
below
name?
my level, but at least I'm closer to you.
What do you call you? What do you call yourself?
Batman. You can call me Batman.
I don't care. You can whatever you want me to.
Well, you want me to call you the Professor, Professor Phil? Then you call me Batman.
Sure,
right,
I'm
Professor?
happy to do that, Batman.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, Batman. That's fine. Batman, I just want to ask you a question. Batman, have you ever looked up in the sky and had a look at those objects that are moving?
You mean those lights? Yes, I have.
Yeah, those lights.
I grew
You've
up
seen
looking
them?
at the Milky Way my whole life when I was little.
Yeah. So the ones they move. Apparently, they move from the UK to
the sun.
Australia in about 40 minutes. That's the sort of.
There we go.
speed that they get.
No.
Now, what about them? What about lights in the sky?
Who put them there?
Who put them there?
Yeah.
What kind of question is that?
Well, it's a reasonable question.
Well, if you believe in the heliocentric model, right, then NASA put them there. But if you believe that you live in a reality where your eyes observe, and then probably something like a creator created them and put them there. I mean, if you look at how complex and sophisticated life is and what requirements they need, yeah, there must be a creator that put them there. Yeah.
Years ago.
Are you going to call me stupid because I believe in a God? Is that where we're going with this?
You're happy to believe.
Are you going to try and say a flat Earth is a faith and the globe is? Is that where you're trying to drive this? Huh?
No, not at all. I'm just trying to get to establish what those Starlink satellites are. Have you
ever taken a look at the ocean? You know, that flat, horizontal thing. I mean, you're up there in the sky. I'm just trying to bring it back down here to the thing we're talking about.
You told me that you saw those objects. What do you think they are?
They're lights. That's the first thing I see them as, are lights in the sky.
Who put them there?
I believe in my religion, in my spirituality, that there is a God. And he probably put them there.
The last lot went about 2 or 3 days ago. Did God do that?
The last what?
Wait, what?
The last lot of Starlink satellites went about 2 or 3 days ago.
What the fuck is a Starlink?
He's not talking about the stars. He's talking about the SpaceX nonsense Starlink crap. That's what he's talking about. You guys are talking
Well,
about.
I see airplanes. I see airplanes at night, and they look like stars moving in the